Hey guys, welcome to a new video. Like, comment and subscribe if you enjoy. Without any further interruptions, enjoy the what if.
Chapter 31. The Choice. Sasuke wasn't looking forward to the day he hadn't slept well as his mind kept going back to that moment with Tayuya. Things were awkward around them that morning as well, as they both avoided the other. Maybe a line had been crossed, but why did he kept going back to that moment? Honestly, it had been to just shut her up, but it didn't make sense to actually enjoy it. At any rate, although he left his home to join his team, it wasn't a break from it. Knowing that Kakashi had asked Anko to talk to him, and what she had seen, he had a good idea that Kakashi would know he had a naked girl at his place. He sighed as he thought about that problem on the way to the training field. On the one hand, it was a damn annoyance to deal with this. He knew Kakashi might call him out on it, if nothing else but as just joking around. On the other hand, if word got around that he was seeing someone, maybe it would stop all those girls. Not one day went by when someone tried to give him something, ask him for dates or other things. They just couldn't get it, that he just wasn't interested in them. So he figured if he played along with this whole farce, he could get some peace at least from girls constantly bugging him for dates. He walked into the field to see Sakura, Temari and Naruto already there. No surprised when Sakura waved to him and said a good morning to him. He was looking forward to stopping her constant fawning over him. Honestly, she didn't know the first thing about him, they hardly knew each other and he didn't have any romantic feelings for her. So why did she constantly try and gain his affections? At least lately she was training more so she wouldn't be useless on missions. He noticed Naruto and Temari together as usual, and Tayuya's words from earlier came back. Looking at the taller female, he had to think that she might have had a point about Temari. She was a very good ninja, better than any of the other females their own age in this village, that is. As the last Uchiha, he thought that any political marriage would have used him. He wasn't sure how he felt about her, but she at least had skills he could respect and was strong. But who did they chose? Looking at the blonde-haired boy next to her goofing off and showing off for Temari, who was trying not to smile at his antics, Sasuke couldn't help but feel that whoever came up with this idea was brain dead. That or they didn't know Naruto well enough. Honestly, the guy was the dead last, an idiot, had no sense of the word subtle either. Yet they picked Naruto over him. That was what really ticked off Sasuke. He had been passed over for Naruto. That was the thing that really pissed him off about the whole issue. The dead last was picked over the Uchiha. It was an insult now that he thought about it. Sasuke's dark mood didn't go unnoticed by the others. What the hell is his problem today? Naruto sighed as he was balancing himself on a tree branch as they waited for Kakashi. I mean, he always seems to have a stick up his ass about something. Temari cast a look to Sasuke and frowned. She had seen it too. In fact, he had been getting more and more moody lately. Hard to believe she once thought him handsome when they first met at the Chunin exams. Now that she got to know him, she was kind of thankful that the elders of both villages choose Naruto. She didn't want to think what kind of cold and emotionless marriage she might have been trapped in. Hey Sakura-chan, what did Ba-chan say? Naruto asked their pink-haired teammate. Oh, she said that she would agree to train me. Sakura smiled, seeing the surprised looks from Temari and even Sasuke, who overheard this. I went to the Hokage yesterday and asked her if she would personally train me. I did my best to convince her that I wanted to be a medic, and I guess it worked. She's going to train me when I have spare time and when I'm not on missions or with the team. Wow, that's impressive. Temari wasn't kidding. Being trained by the legendary Tsunade herself was a big deal. Her name was known far and wide in the ninja world for good reason. Learning from her personally would most likely be intense, but well worth the experience. Temari smiled approvingly at Sakura. Well, that's a good step in your training. I guess this means no extra training from me. Sakura bowed her head a bit to Temari to show her respect for the older girl. I know, but I want to thank you for everything anyway. I learned a lot from you and I hope to one day be as strong as you are. With Tsunade, you might end up being stronger. Temari wasn't sure how far Sakura would go, but under Tsunade there was just no telling what the young girl would be able to accomplish. Sasuke meanwhile was nearly floored. Now Sakura was getting special training. Sakura, the weakest member of their team, was going to train under the Hokage. He would have laughed at this if he could. The bitter taste of acid filled his mouth and stomach as he seemed to be passed over yet again. He needed training to fight and kill Itachi. Did no one in this village cared that the man that murdered the entire clan that helped found this village still walked free? Years had gone by and what had this village done? Put his brother in a bingo book and that was pretty much it. It made him sick. His clan helped created this village. They were the police force. They had been the backbone of this village for a time and what did that earn the Uchiha? Nothing. Where were the Anbu when his family and clan were being slaughtered? Where was the justice for what had been done? He had to avenge his clan because no one else seemed to be up for the task, but how was he supposed to meet his brother without the proper training? It wasn't like he wanted to be a medic, but Tsunade could in theory teach him things that he could use. That monstrous strength, if he could learn it, was a prime example. But it was all going to Sakura. If being passed over by Naruto was an insult, this was a slap in the face to him. Ah, good, you're all here. Kakashi's voice broke everyone out of their thoughts as they viewed the lazy Jonin. You're late, Naruto and Sakura said in unison as usual. Truth was he was only an hour late, so it wasn't too bad, but still he was late. Kakashi smiled and rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, sorry about that. I had a run-in with a friend who told me something interesting. He cast a look to Sasuke. Sasuke felt the man was grinning. It was hard to tell with the mask, but he figured to get it out there. Just get it over with. I knew she would tell you what she saw. Well, it is juicy news. Kakashi smiled again as he nearly giggled at the thought. What's going on? Naruto asked, jumping off the tree. Is there something going on? Kakashi looked to Sasuke, who just sighed and nodded before facing the other way. Kakashi looked to his other students. It seems like you're not the only one with someone, Naruto. I asked a friend to talk to Sasuke about something, turns out I might have been worried for nothing. He cast a look to Sasuke. You know, if you wanted to get home early to visit that girlfriend of yours, you just had to say so. We could have worked something out. Girlfriend was the single reaction out of the other three members of the team. Sakura looked to Sasuke. She felt like her heart was breaking. She was trying so hard to be stronger, to be a better ninja. Yes, it was primarily for the team, but a part of her had hoped that he would also take notice of her. Now he had someone. There were so many questions. Who was this girl? When did this all start? Why hadn't it been her? Suddenly her good mood in being trained by the Hokage didn't seem as happy anymore. She felt like someone was ripping her heart in two. All this time, she had hoped that maybe it could be possible, but was everything she had sacrificed, her friendship with Ino, her training that she should have done. All the years trying to get him to notice her as a girl, it all just seemed like a waste in that moment. What the hell, man? Naruto said to the dark-haired boy. Since when did you get one? What does it matter? Sasuke told him. My personal life is just that, personal. Well, what about? He paused as he cast a quick look to Sakura. He could see how hurt she was by this. It was no secret that she must have liked Sasuke as much as he had before Temari entered his life. A bit of him still did care. She was his first crush, even if Temari was his greatest love. So had also become a better friend to him recently, and he didn't like to see his friends hurt. Well, what about what? Sasuke asked him. Naruto wanted to say something about how Sakura felt about him, but he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked to see Temari shaking her head slightly. She knew what he was going to say, but the last thing Sakura needed was to bring in that. She cast the younger girl a sympathetic look. She had never had her heart broken like this before. Naruto was her first and only real relationship in her life. The only real loss she had was her mother. Well, there was her father, but honestly the man was only a father in name, really. So who is she? Sakura asked, surprising the two blondes. Just someone I met recently. Sasuke didn't want to give too much away. He figured the less they knew the better. It was the usual D-rank missions, deliveries with needing to paint a fence. Naruto of course got covering in paint. Temari had smirked at it, and he had the bright idea to take some of the paint on his fingers and wipe them on her cheek. This led into a retaliation by her, and soon both were being covered in pain, although Temari, while a bit mad at being so messy, had to admit she enjoyed it. After that they broke for the day. Since Naruto and Temari needed to get cleaned up, they were all for it. Sakura said she had to meet the Hokage for training at any rate and made a simple goodbye. The entire day had been hard on her. She tried to not look at Sasuke, but every time she did she felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. This left Kakashi and Sasuke alone for a moment, and the Uchiha wanted to ask their Jonin-sensei something. Kakashi was about to leave himself before he noticed Sasuke looking at him. He could tell the young man had something to ask of him. Yes. I need extra training, Sasuke told him. If the others are done, I want to train some more. I need work on the Sharingan, and you're the only person that could teach me anything. Kakashi sighed. In all honesty, he was kind of tired and was looking forward to a nice relaxing read. Plus, all in all, Kakashi had to learn much of the Sharingan by trial and error, as he wasn't allowed to read any of the Uchiha scrolls on the subject. He knew a few genjutsus with the eye, how the basics worked, but there was supposed to be special abilities found in each eye, unique to that person. Kakashi never did figure out what Obito's might have been. There might have been hints in the Uchiha scrolls, but he was fine with what he knew. Honestly, I'm not sure what else I can teach you, Kakashi admitted to the boy. There are a few things, but I think once you get the basics down, it's all up to you to figure out the rest. Plus, I don't know everything about it. Sasuke didn't look pleased with that. Then how about something else? A new jutsu or something? Kakashi sighed. This was the same old thing with him, always asking for more. Didn't he get enough when they trained for a full month together? The boy still wanted more and more power, and he kept telling him that he had enough. Honestly, at the point you are now, the only thing you can do is train up what you have. You have already an impressive amount of skills for a genin. It's best to sharpen those and improve them. If you only focus on more and more techniques, they won't be very strong or effective. Plus, now that you're in a relationship, you don't want to keep your lady friend waiting. He smiled before turning into a puff of smoke. Sasuke couldn't believe that he had just been blown off like that. If he had been angry before, he was getting close to livid right now. He made his way to his home in a foul mood as his mind started to think on what possible future he had in this village. Uchiha compound. Tayuya was having just as hard a time as Sasuke was with both lack of sleep and dealing with what happened yesterday. She was irritable as she kept tossing and turning in the night, her mind refusing to let her rest. But no, her mind kept replaying yesterday all night long. Worse was in the morning, she couldn't even look at him in the eye. She hated this. She wasn't the type to be like this. It made no sense. Why was she like this? She spent the entire day trying to keep busy and to take her mind off things. But she couldn't. It just kept crawling in there, and she was near the point of pulling her hair out and screaming in frustration. If her team could see her now, they would laugh at her. The supposedly strong Tayuya, acting like such a girl. It was kind of sickening to her, but she was having a hard enough time as it was without thinking of what they would say about it. So she spent the entire day with her mood going worse and worse as time went on. She cleaned up the room she was staying in. She even nearly started to clean up the house, but suddenly realized this wasn't her house, and why should she clean it? So she was bored. She tried to spend the time training, but her concentration was off. Eventually, she just went to the bathroom for a long soak in some hot water. She tried to relax as the warm water soothed her body. She tried to think on things and wonder how she got herself into this fix. Sure, Orochimaru told her to do whatever it took, but she wasn't supposed to feel anything if she did try this out. She tried to be reasonable. This was just some physical thing, that was all she figured. But still, it was annoying. It was distracting, and she couldn't afford to be distracted. Since the hot bath wasn't working like it should, she got out and drained the water. Drying off, she put on a robe and figured to get dressed in her room. She got into the hall still in an irritated mood and saw that she wasn't alone anymore. Sasuke was standing there also in just as bad a mood as she was, although he paused at the state of dress she was in. Her long red hair was still somewhat damp and clung to her body, and the robe was opened enough to see a leg and part of her cleavage. He must have been looking a bit too hard as one of her hands came up to close the gap in her robe, her face slightly flushed. "What the fuck are you looking at?" she yelled at him. "Oh please, I bet you planned for that just like yesterday," Sasuke shot back, feeling like he needed to get his frustration out on something. "What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Like I don't know that female ninja are supposed to seduce their targets." "Oh please, like you would know what to do with a woman," Tayuya shot back, smirking at him. "You kiss like a little boy." "What was that?" Sasuke said darkly. He had been simmering all day and the last thing he was going to allow was to let this foul-mouthed girl badmouth him. He already felt like the entire village had slighted him. He wasn't going to let his house guest do the same thing. Maybe I just felt sorry for you. After all, who would want a foul-mouthed little girl that didn't know what she was doing anyway? She ground her teeth at the dark-haired boy. Little girl. I'll have you know that I'm at least a year older than you. She was right up in his face now, a finger poking his chest. He didn't like that, so he quickly grabbed her wrist. Let go of my wrist or I'll spoil those fucking good looks of yours so you won't have to worry about women throwing themselves at you. Oh, so now I'm good looking, huh? He smirked at her. Too bad you're not my type. Oh, and what's that? A competent ninja, or do you actually like those useless little girls all over you? Or do you really have a thing for the guys? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? She laughed at him. The last Uchiha who has to rebuild his clan, but oh wait, he can't because he likes boys. Sasuke had enough of people laughing at his clan for one day, plus there was only one way to shut up this foul-mouthed redhead. He pushed her against a wall to her surprise and kissed her again. Despite herself, she responded in kind. It wasn't about love or crushes or anything, it was pure animal instinct that seemed to take over them. They went at each other like they were trying to devour each other. Tayuya had no idea what was going on, only that one moment they were yelling at each other and now she was sucking the air out of his lungs. She felt like she was burning inside. She hadn't felt this fire before in her life, but it was hard to resist. Sasuke didn't know what was going on either, only that the entire day had been stressful and irritating. He needed something else to focus on, something that he could let out all his build-up emotions. Something exploded inside of him that moment and he just couldn't stop himself. Before he knew it, they nearly crashed through the door to her room. He gave no mind as his body seemed to work as if on autopilot. He pushed her down onto the bed, but she didn't give up that easily as she quickly threw him onto his back and attacked him as well. This wasn't anything gentle, this was more primal, animalistic, as she nearly ripped off his top. She saw that he might grow into a fine figure one day. He was on his way, that much was for sure, as she ran her hands over his exposed flesh. There was no love making here, this was pure raw passionate sex in the most carnal senses. It was like an animal had been released from both of them as they tore each other's clothing off and went at it with wild abounded lust. When Tayuya woke up, it was still night by the looks of things. She turned to look on the other side of the bed to see Sasuke was sitting facing the window. She sighed as she wondered if this had even been a good idea to begin with. It was stupid, and now what was she going to do? She sat up facing away from him as she thought of what to say now. Did he regret what they did? Did she? That was something she wasn't sure about. She was still feeling really confused right now about all of this. You said that Orochimaru can give me the power I need, right? Sasuke asked her, knowing she was awake. Yes, she told him as she looked over her shoulder at him. He was silent, looking through the window as he was coming to terms with something. You know, I was told all these stories about my clan. How before there were villages, they were one of the greatest of clans. One of the most feared and respected in the world. How with the first Hokage they created this village, became the police force for this village since the start. I was brought up in that environment. Everyone respected my clan, everyone looked up to the Uchiha. I was so proud to be an Uchiha, I still am. But you know what I recently have come to terms with? This village owes my clan so much, and when they were slaughtered they did nothing. I need to avenge my clan and rebuild it, and I'm overlooked. Everyone is growing and learning more. Hell, even Sakura is getting training from the Hokage myself. They even paired Naruto of all people up with Temari for this marriage, and I know what kinds of things are expected from that. I need power, and today I asked Kakashi for more training. To help me with understanding my Sharingan or anything else, but he blew me off. Sasuke clenched his teeth, remembering that. You, however, are the only person that is offering to give me what I need. The only person offering to give me the power I need to take down Itachi. He looked at her and she was surprised by the intensity of his look. I'm going to ask you this once. Will Orochimaru give me the power I need for my revenge like he gave you, and will I be able to take down Itachi? Tayuya nodded. Yes. Although he wants you to be a host for him, by now he's already most likely picked a new one. You'll have 3 years to train under him and kill Itachi before you have to uphold your end of the bargain. Sasuke thought about it. 3 years was a lot of time to train and it could be possible. Orochimaru was one of the Sannin, there was no telling what he could learn under him. Although even if this was able to complete his revenge, there was still the question of the restoration of his clan. He looked to Tayuya, maybe there was hope for that as well. But he would have to see where things went, but he felt his choice was clear to him. If I choose to go with you, how long will it take to make preparations to leave? Do you need to send some kind of signal or can we leave right now? He asked her. She blinked for a moment before grinning. She got up and looked through her clothing and picked up a piece of paper she kept on her persons at all times. She opened the paper and with a kunai she pulled from her clothing too and made a small cut on her finger. She ran the blood across the paper as a seal showed up. Soon it disappeared. This was a signal summoning seal that she had been given. She wasn't sure how it worked, only that it had something to do with Orochimaru's summon snakes. She had been on the receiving end of these. A snake would show up among them with a message or just some kind of symbol which they were looking for. This was to signal the rest of her team that they were coming and to get ready. They were camping far enough away to keep out of sight of any patrols, but close enough that they would get to them easily enough if they kept a fast pace. There, my team will be waiting for us, and if you really want to do this, we do it now. Then I'll pack, we leave tonight. He told her. You sure about this? Once you leave there is no turning back. She warned him. He paused a moment before putting on his clothing. There's nothing for me here. Chapter 32. Leaving. Sound Village. In one of his chambers, the leader of the Sound Village, Orochimaru, was resting up. The underground base was like all the others. Rock walls made out of the ground, cold, and had many tunnels all over the place. The room lit only by candlelight showed Orochimaru all wrapped up in bandages. The new body was working out well so far, he just hated the time it took to make the modifications he needed to them. At least this time he was back in a male body, not that he really cared, but the few female bodies he had inhabited took more modifications. The first time that he took a female host, it was an adjustment period, getting used to it. Plus he had to get rid of certain other problems that only females have. He didn't want to deal with that. After all, he would only use the body for a few years before shedding it away. There was really no point in having to deal with those issues while using it for that small amount of time. But the new body was a freedom for also the pain he had been inflicted with. The arms of his previous body slowly rotting away, that had been unpleasant to say the least. Now he had no more of that hellish pain racking his body at every waking moment. Plus he could use his hands again. The time he spent unable to do the simplest of things with his hands, had been a great humiliation to him. He flexed his hands as he tried to get a feel for them. It would take time to break in the new body, but time is something he now had plenty of. There was a knock on his door as Kabuto entered. The snake summon from Tayuya has been sent. Ah, excellent. Orochimaru grinned. The rest of the Sound Four would already be on their way to meet up with them. He had hoped that the transfer to Sasuke could have gone earlier, but no matter. He would have the Sharingan. I had to admit it took her a bit longer than I thought to get him to leave. You sound so sure that she would have accomplished her mission, Kabuto asked his master. Truth was, he didn't think much of the girl. She was strong for her age, but beyond a good fighter, he didn't see her as being one that could convince anyone of anything. I planned things out from the start, Orochimaru smirked behind the bandages. You see, you must never underestimate how basic needs, desires, and instincts are always playing inside of humans. People try to think they are above animals, and although people are more complex, they still fall back on their basic needs. The girl's past would help make it seem that Sasuke-kun isn't alone in the world, that there is someone else that knows his pain and can understand. That would help open the door, and knowing her, she would have told him in order to gain some trust. Although she's not in the least diplomatic, there is another thing I worked on. Did you give her the injections I asked before she left? Of course, and I have been wondering, what did you have me give her? Kabuto asked him. He had only been given 2 vials to inject into the girl. He hadn't seen the compound before, obviously one of Orochimaru's experiments. Orochimaru chuckled. You see, like animals, people respond to certain stimuli. Although they are not aware of it, there are things such as the scent of pheromones that get registered. One of them was to help her increase this amount, making her more desirable. A love potion. Kabuto smirked as he said it. It sounded kind of childish to say it out loud. Hardly. This is science, not fantasy, Orochimaru said, annoyed. You see, the pheromones would only open the door one way. She was told to try and get close and keep close to him. What she didn't realize was that she was slowly overloading his senses. He won't be able to resist his primal urges after some time. All it will need is some kind of trigger. And you know what the greatest thing is? He could actually form an attachment to the girl because of it. Controls are very important for a leader to have over those that follow him. I need insurance to have some leverage over the boy. And the second one? Kabuto asked, now interested. A solution that was similar. It would heighten her sexual desires slowly as well. Against an emotional attachment could be formed. Like I said, leverage is a very important thing, and although she is totally loyal, it doesn't hurt to add more control now and then. Although I had a feeling she would do anything to get him to join us, I wanted to be sure. Kabuto had to admit that Orochimaru was one to play on people's desires and weaknesses. It was like his master could see a person's weakness and use that to his advantage with no morals to get in the way either. If you want to ensure that Sasuke-kun joins us, are you not worried that the Leaf will make a pursuit team? Orochimaru considered that for a moment. It was sure that Konoha wouldn't let their only Uchiha left to just run off. Although the rest of the Sound Four would be on the way, they might be overpowered if Konoha could send a good enough force. You might be right, Orochimaru conceded. Here is what I want you to do. Konoha. Sakura yawned as she slowly made her way home. She had just finished with her training. Right after she left her group, she had met with the Hokage for physical training. Or as Sakura called it, learning to survive to see the end of the day. She was sure she would be feeling a lot of her new training tomorrow. After that, she was taken to where she would learn the medical side to her training. Shizune had helped to overlook her with the Hokage got busy. Mainly it was just all theory right now. Once she had a working knowledge, she would be put that into practice. There was so much information and she had only just scratched the surface of it all. But she was glad for this chance. She knew that she could become a useful member for her team at this point. She felt that she had made the right choice after all. It was pretty dark out. Thankfully, she told her parents that she would be coming home late tonight after dinner. Sakura wasn't sure what she wanted to do first, a hot bath or just go straight to bed. Both sounded nice to her at this moment, but she would decide when she got home. She looked around. Hardly anyone was around. All the shops were closed up and only the late-night clubs or bars which were deeper in the village were open. Currently she was on the main road from one of the massive gates that ran through the center of the village. This was the quickest path to get home, but also the most barren. Not one person would be on this road at this hour, she bet. All the homes were further away, so there was no need for someone to be on this path. So you could imagine her confusion when she noticed two people walking towards her. At first, because of the dark and the light the street lights were giving, which wasn't much, she couldn't make out who at first. Then it was Sasuke, but the person next to him she didn't know. It was a girl, that much she could tell in the low light, one with long red hair. At first she stopped as they noticed her. Sakura thought that this girl must be the girlfriend she was told about. She looked a bit older. Was that the type that he looked for, older girls? It might explain why no girl in their class had ever caught his eye, but then she noticed something else. They were both carrying packs. Not only that, she noticed the girl wore shoes that only ninja wear. But she never had seen this girl in the village before. While Sakura's mind was taking all this in, Sasuke had cursed his luck. When he saw someone coming, he had hoped it wouldn't be anyone that knew him, at least personally knew him. Of all people, it had to be Sakura. If it was a stranger, then they might not have noticed or bluffed his way by them. He could already tell that she was making conclusions on what she was seeing. Despite all her weaknesses, she was smart, too smart sometimes. This going to be a problem? Tayuya asked him, feeling the tension building up. Let me handle this, Sasuke told her. Sasuke-kun, what's going on? Sakura asked him. Why are you with this person and why are you two packed as though you're leaving the village? She wasn't sure what was going on, but something really didn't feel right. We're going to a romantic getaway, so you can just go along now, Tayuya said to Sakura as she placed her arm around Sasuke's. She could feel Sasuke's glare as he wanted to handle things, but honestly this was just too fun. This was obviously some girl that had some crush or something on Sasuke. Well, time for the girl to learn he was off the market and leave. Sakura noticed how Sasuke gave a small glare, but he didn't remove his arm from hers or any of the other things he normally did when a girl tried something like that. He didn't even call the redhead a name or something, saying that she was being annoying or anything else. She knew that he was seeing someone, but knowing about it and seeing it were just two separate things. She hadn't even came to terms that all her efforts had been wasted, then this comes out in front of her. But despite this, there was no way that Sasuke had permission to leave the village. You couldn't just leave just like that, even if it was to visit a visiting town you needed to fill out a location form. This was to keep track of their ninja, and also if someone went missing, then they had a place to start looking. It was a security feature that all villages used just in case something happened. But even if he did, Team 7 would have been informed, and he certainly wouldn't be leaving in the middle of the night like this. It was like he was trying to avoid being seen, but that wouldn't make sense. None of this made sense to her. Go home, Sakura, Sasuke told her as he and Tayuya started to walk past her. This doesn't concern you. Sakura watched as he walked by her with that girl hanging on his arm. Something in her just snapped. All the emotions she had been bottling up, all pain and uncertainty just couldn't be contained anymore. Sasuke-kun, wait. Sakura yelled out, making the two stop. Please, I don't understand what's going on. Why have you been so distant lately? Why are you with this girl? Why are you two leaving in the middle of the night? Please, I want to know. I have to know. Don't you know that we care about you, that I care about you? Oh, I think I'm going to be sick, Tayuya said as she unlinked her arm to glare at the younger girl. What next? You're going to say you're in love with him or something? What a joke you are. Sakura's fist clenched in her hands. I do love him. I love him more than anything, more than you ever would. Please, you don't know the first thing about him, Tayuya told her with a sneer. You can't understand his pain, what he's going through and what he needs. You say you love him. You don't even know the meaning of the word. You're just some silly little girl playing ninja while trying to make the boy you have a crush on fall for you. What? You got some silly fantasy life built around it already. Shut up. Who the hell are you anyway? Sakura could feel the hot tears starting to fall. Her heart was breaking and she needed to know why her heart had to suffer. I try so hard to have him open up to me so I could understand him. I don't like him in pain, and I try so hard for him to see me. Tayuya wanted to laugh at how pathetic this was. Well, that right there proves my point. You'll never understand him because unless you know his pain he'll never open up. I do, and I'm giving him everything he needs, while you just hold him back. That's not true, Sakura said weakly. She knew she was the weak link in the team, but she was trying her hardest to be better. Sakura, stop this, Sasuke said, not even looking at her. You're just embarrassing yourself. Sasuke-kun. Sakura said softly. This village had done nothing for me but hold me back. I see this now, he told her. This village holds nothing for me anymore. I need to be strong and I can't do this here. Why you're leaving? Sakura came to the realization of what was going on. He was leaving with this girl. She wasn't sure why, but she knew she had to be the reason why he was saying such things. Please don't go. I need you here. Please, I love you too much. God, you're sickening, Tayuya said to her. You said you love him again and yet you think that's going to change anything. Here's a little information for you. Just a couple of hours ago we got done having sex. How's that grab you? Sakura looked on horrified at the woman. That's right, Tayuya smirked, seeing the pain on the other girl's face. I gave myself to him and he accepted. You want to know what he's like in bed? Shall I tell you the sounds he makes or what he likes to do? Shut up, Sakura shouted out, closing her eyes, not wanting to hear this. She had been wanting for Sasuke to be her first everything. Her first love, her first kiss, her first time. But this girl got there before her. For some reason Sasuke wanted this stranger more than a girl that tried everything to gain his heart. Don't make this any more difficult, Sasuke told her, giving her a cold look over his shoulder. I won't let you go, Sakura yelled out. She knew that if he left he would never see him again, plus what would happen to his status if he abandoned the village. He would be labeled as a missing nin, he would be hunted for his entire life. She had to yell out to get someone to hear her and stop this from happening. Just before she yelled, the wind was knocked out of her. She tried to gasp for air after Tayuya's fist left her stomach. The older girl grabbed her hair and sent another few shots to Sakura's ribs. Sakura was still too weak from her training to put up any kind of fight. Her arms were already feeling sluggish, and without the air and the pain it was hard to make them move at all. She was thrown to the ground as she managed to cough as an arm held her stomach. You know, it's girls like you that pretend to be ninja that just piss me the fuck off, Tayuya said with a kick to the ribs. She was sure she heard a crack as at least one of them broke. Sakura cried out in pain as her body was racked in pain. Shall I kill her? Sasuke thought about it. Sakura was a very annoying girl, but she had been on his team and she had proved useful a few times. She had defended him when he was unconscious in the Forest of Death, so maybe this would be his way to even the scales. He didn't want to owe anyone anything, so he considered this his payment for that. Just knock her out, we're wasting time with her. TCK. Fine, Tayuya said and gave a kick to Sakura's head. Leaving the pink-haired girl on the ground beaten and slightly bloodied, Tayuya knew that when the girl woke up she would hardly be able to stand, and if she had dislocated the jaw, the girl wouldn't be able to talk for a bit. Although she wasn't sure about the jaw thing, she could try again, but Sasuke was right, they needed to leave. The two of them left her there as they made their way to the main gate. They picked this moment because the lookouts would be getting tired and bored, plus they knew how to cross the protection field without alerting the village. With the night covering their tracks, it would be morning before they knew what was going on. Morning. Uzumaki residence. Tamari woke up in their bed feeling good. She slowly became aware of her husband sleeping against her. She was on her side with him behind her, an arm around her waist. She couldn't stop the smile that formed on her face as she closed her eyes and enjoyed his warmth. She could feel his breathing on her neck, which tickled a bit, but she didn't mind that either. Honestly, at this moment she felt like she wanted to sleep in for once. They weren't supposed to meet up with their team until the afternoon, and she figured that she could sleep in. After all, they were all kept busy to help the village recover. That made her feel a pang of guilt, knowing what Suna had been tricked into doing to this village and itself. She had slowly come to see this village as her second home, and as she got used to it and meeting new people, she felt a sense of ease here. In Suna, in such a hostile environment, the people were a bit different. Because in the desert every day out there could be a fight for survival, but that was not so here. Maybe that was why so many felt that the Leaf were weak, because they lived in a pleasant area with no worries over things like water or the environment. But that was just what others wanted to see. In actuality, the village was very closely knit together. Everyone worked with everyone. It was no wonder that teamwork was a major teaching in this village for its ninja. That they were stronger together than on their own, but right now none of that mattered to her. Right now she just wanted to sleep in her comfortable bed with Naruto with her. Of course, whatever god or gods were listening to her thoughts choose that moment to torment her. A knocking on the door was heard and she growled in frustration. She checked the clock by the bed and it was still too early for visitors. Whoever it was, she hoped it was just someone trying to sell something and then would go away if she ignored it. But it didn't stop. In fact, the next knocks were louder. She sighed as she got out of the bed, casting a look at Naruto, who was still asleep. She really was envious at how deep he could sleep at times. Putting on a robe, she marched angrily down the stairs, hoping that whoever it was had better have a good excuse. She was having a good morning and now it was ruined. She swung open the door angrily just before the person knocked again. What? She snapped at the person before realizing who it was. It was a masked Anbu officer who flinched at her voice. I'm sorry, Uzumaki-san, but the Hokage requested you two to her office as soon as possible and to dress for a mission. For a moment she blinked, wondering at what he called her before mentally slapping her head. She kept on forgetting her name change. It was still something she was getting used to, as not many people called her that, usually just Tamari. A mission already? Tamari couldn't believe her luck. Did she disrespect a shrine or a Buddha statue at some point? She didn't think so, but whatever had cursed her she would find out and deal with it. This was getting ridiculous. I'm sorry, but I wasn't told the specifics, he said to her. Only to get you both to the tower. All right, we'll be there as fast as possible, Tamari told him. The masked man nodded and then disappeared. She wasn't sure if he had been a shadow clone or just that thing Kakashi did sometimes when he made a quick exit. Either way, something major had to be going on. You don't just get woken up early in the morning for nothing. She sighed. Maybe they could grab something to eat on the way there. It would have to be something small and she would need some coffee. She raced up the stairs to the bedroom. Naruto, wake up and get ready, we have a mission. Huh, Naruto said groggily as he rubbed an eye. What? He felt something hit his face as he pulled it off, seeing it was Temari's sleepwear. That got him more awake as he looked to see his young wife stripping naked. Hurry up. We need to shower and get something to eat, and it will save time if we both jump in, Temari said in a practical manner. Even if there was a slight blush on her face, but she couldn't think on that. They had a mission, although she made a mental note to make it a cold one to prevent either of them having any ideas. Yeah, okay. Naruto wasn't sure what was going on. He only heard mission and shower together. He gulped as he tried to get undressed, wondering what was going on. One cold shower later and some toast in her mouth and Naruto slurping the last of an instant ramen cup, they were running towards the Hokage Tower. She was grateful that Naruto had taken the time to make 2 shadow clones to make a quick breakfast and get their clothing and gear ready. Temari was cursing that she didn't get her morning coffee while Naruto was still complaining about how they had to use a cold shower. Naruto threw away the ramen cup in a public garbage can before they entered the tower and made their way into the Hokage's office. The door was already opened and they saw Tsunade was there with Shizune, but what was really surprised was Sakura sitting in a chair talking to someone who was drawing an image. Ba-chan, this better be important, Naruto said, irritated that he had to get up early. He liked sleeping in when he could, and he actually liked it when Temari was with him too. Tsunade gave him a serious look. This wasn't the look she normally gave him, this was the look of the Hokage. Now that he looked around, he felt a certain tension in the room. He could tell that Temari was feeling it as well. Sakura looked a little ragged as well, and she seemed to be favoring her side slightly in the chair. Although Sakura's injuries had mostly been healed, her body was still sore. The bruise on the side of her face was taken care of, but her ribs needed time to heal naturally. They were knitted together now. Apparently one of them had been broken and another fractured slightly. Still, the physical pain she might be in was nothing to the pain she felt in her heart. Sasuke had left them, had left her. She had told him that she loved her. She opened her heart and had it crushed. That's all I can remember. Sakura finished, sounding very odd to Naruto. It was like she was depressed or something, but what could it be? He couldn't remember seeing her like this in his life. A man nodded his head as he finished his drawing and then flipped it over for Sakura to take a look at. Is this accurate? Sakura took a look as her jaw tightened a bit at the image. Yeah, that's her. Tsunade looked at the image as she sighed and turned to Naruto and Temari. Well, while we're waiting for Anbu to find Kakashi, we better get started. Last night while Sakura was walking home, she met Sasuke and an unnamed female. They were apparently packed and leaving the village. What? Naruto couldn't believe hearing that. It's true, Sakura said, looking down at her hands. I found them. I asked what he was doing and he said he was leaving. He said that this village held nothing for him anymore. He was leaving to gain more power and she was taking him away. I tried to shout out Buddha. Her hand went to the injury at her side. Although when she had been found, she had been taken to the hospital and healed. When she woke up and said what had happened, the Hokage had been informed immediately. That bastard, Naruto growled out. He didn't understand what he was thinking. Why would he just leave like that? Plus, who was this other girl? He looked at the image but he didn't know her. Then something hit him. Hey, could that be the same girl that Kakashi-sensei said might be the girlfriend Sasuke was supposed to have? Yeah, I think so, Sakura said in a more defeated tone. It was at that time that Kakashi walked into the room. He hadn't known what was going on, only that the Anbu had been looking for him. Which had been a problem as he hadn't been at his place. In fact, he was walking to his home to change as he was still wearing his clothing from last night. Not that anyone would really be able to tell. He and Anko had spent last night together. In fact, it seemed that the two of them were spending more time together and not just for sexual release. Sometimes they hung out just to hang out. But when the Anbu found him, he felt that something was up. Yo, Kakashi said, holding up a hand in greeting. Although he could feel some kind of tension in the room, he could nearly smell that something serious was up. Kakashi, where were you? Tsunade questioned. Anbu said that you weren't at your home. Kakashi knew that he could use one of his normal excuses, but those only worked when he was late. For something more serious, he had to think of a more plausible lie. Despite what people thought, he could be very good at lying if he actually made an effort with it. And telling everyone here that he wasn't at his place because he spent the night at a female's home, one that his students were familiar with, wasn't the best thing to do. I couldn't sleep that well and decided to see if I could get in a little morning training before the day started. He explained, which if anyone looked at his clothing might notice it wasn't as neat as a new uniform should be. Tsunade nodded her head, accepting that as she informed him of what happened and Sakura told them the entire story of what happened again. Kakashi took a look at the image and something clicked. When Anko told him about the girl, she had given a brief description of the girl. You might want to have Anko take a look at this image to be sure, but she did say she saw Sasuke with a girl at his place. Kakashi then had to give a brief explanation as to why Anko had been over at his place. Tsunade nodded and told the Anbu to take the image and find Anko and have her verify it was the same girl. She also had Shizune pull up the list of any ninja that wasn't on missions and currently was in the village. If Sasuke was going to Orochimaru, then they had to hurry. The boy already had a lead of several hours. They couldn't let the last of the Uchiha fall into that man's hands, although what they did with him if they caught him was another story. This was a very serious crime and could end up making Sasuke be imprisoned for life. The only thing in his favor for not being executed was because of his age, rank, and this was his only offense. But despite all of that, abandoning a ninja village was one of the most serious crimes a ninja could do. Most rogue ninja that did so, they had hunter ninja after them for their entire life to be killed on sight by the special task force. Tsunade sighed. She was getting too old for this kind of stuff and these children were too young to have one of their own betray them. Even Orochimaru had turned traitor until they were all adults. This was something she knew that would forever change their lives. The kids would take it the hardest. She glanced at Sakura and sighed. She couldn't fault the girl. Tsunade knew what it was like to be heartbroken. In fact, she had gone through it twice. She wasn't sure what was worse, when Dan died in her arms, or for Sakura to know that Sasuke was alive but might be a traitor. At least Tsunade had all those memories of Dan she cherished, but what would Sakura have? It would be hard, but she felt the girl would get over it and might even be stronger for it. Looking at Naruto, she could tell that a lot of emotions were going through that mind of his. He might take it just as hard, but for totally different reasons. Temari was looking at Naruto with a sense of sympathy. Well, that was a little strange for Tsunade, but she wouldn't pry too much into private affairs. Kakashi was masking himself, but she knew that for a teacher, he must be going through what the third had gone through with Orochimaru. Tsunade sighed. Some days she wished she could just stay in bed. Chapter 33. The Chase. Sasuke and Tayuya quickly made their way to the meeting point. They weren't too worried about leaving a trail, as they would have a pursuit team on them as soon as Konoha could mobilize one. So they moved through the night, only resting now and then to catch their breath and to check to make sure they weren't being followed. Soon after the sun rose was when they found themselves in a clearing in a forest. This the place? Sasuke asked, looking around the area. Should be, Tayuya said, looking around. That is if they're on fucking time. Geez, you have no faith in us or what? Came a voice from the trees. Three boys roughly Tayuya's age, all wearing similar clothing of the Sound Village, came into view. This is the rest of the team, Tayuya told Sasuke as she started to point them out to him. The big fat one over there is Jirobo, the one with all the arms is Kidomaru, the last one is Sakin. Sakin stepped forward as he had been the leader of the group, at least until now when he got the new orders from Orochimaru. The tall boy had worn a string of beads around his neck, looking at the boy in front of him. He still couldn't believe that Orochimaru was making this boy the new leader of the team. It kind of burned him inside, but he wouldn't go against Orochimaru's orders no matter what they were. Still, was this guy supposed to replace Kimimaro? He didn't see it, but he would follow orders, even if he didn't like them. Going against Orochimaru wasn't healthy, and hardly anyone lived long enough to do it twice. Did you bring it? Tayuya asked impatiently. Of course we brought it, he said defensively. Good, then we can get started with bringing Sasuke's seal up to the next level while we go. Tayuya told him, seeing the interesting look in Sasuke's eyes. He had heard a bit of this, but Tayuya did have a bit of worry about this next step. The fact that the seal on them all killed 9 times out of 10, the odds were pretty much as bad for this next part. In fact, only a handful that had ever been through this made past this point. But she had a feeling that he might be able to do this. She didn't know why, but he wasn't as weak-willed as those in Konoha. It would take all his strong will in order to endure what was to come next. She knew exactly what he would face, and she wouldn't wish it on anyone. When you're alone there in the dark, it was a constant struggle, like you were constantly drowning in darkness. It felt like you were dying constantly, and at any moment, if you slipped, just once, you would really die. She had seen what happened to those that they pulled out that didn't make it. They were dried up. Their own bodies turned against them as the cursed seal seemed to make their own bodies eat themselves from the inside out. The Sound 4 brought out what they would need. It was a large wooden drum barrel with seal paper on it. This was a specially made device that Orochimaru used to help make the cursed seal grow in power. Sasuke looked at it, as Tayuya had explained in more detail on the trip here what was expected. He also knew the risks, but he would face them without fear. He hadn't come all this way to have his life end like this. He would pass this, gain more power, and learn all he could from Orochimaru. Are you ready? Tayuya felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. She felt a bit of worry about what would happen to him, but she masked that. She wasn't sure why she was feeling like this. The boy was arrogant, cold, and yet they had shared a bed earlier. It had been pretty nice too, and she was wondering what had gotten into her. She never thought of boys before, so why was her mind seemed to be thinking about him lately? She didn't understand, but there was something about him that attracted her. Maybe it was the power he had, or the potential of the power he could reach. Okay, sure, he was good looking, that she would admit to at least. Yes, I am, Sasuke said to her as he looked at her for a moment. He was unused to the feelings that he felt when he looked at her. All his life he felt mostly emptiness, hatred, anger, and loss. But for some strange reason this foul-mouthed girl was different. She understood him. That was something that no one else could even come close to back in Konoha. She was a strong and capable female as well, unlike most other Konoha female ninja of about his age. Plus their night together was very interesting. There were obviously some possibilities with her. He watched as the lid was taken off, and he knew this would be a great challenge for him. Taking a moment for himself, he entered it and tried to get comfortable, not that it was easy in such a cramped place. The lid slowly started to close as he looked up to see Tayuya's brown eyes looking at him. She didn't look worried, in fact he felt that she knew he would be able to do this. For whatever reason he smirked at her before the lid closed. It was then he was alone. There was oddly no light, no sound, no anything in here. It was like he had just entered into a void that he could just lose himself in. He snapped his mind back in focus. He had to stay focused. If he lost his concentration, he would never get out of this place. He wouldn't let this thing beat him. He had lived with the pain of the loss of his family, for being tortured for 3 days by his older brother twice. He wouldn't let this thing beat him. He still had goals to complete, to kill his brother and restore his clan. An image of Tayuya entered his mind, and he felt that maybe he was closer to one of those goals now. On the outside they strapped the container to Jirobo's back. Why do I have to be the damn pack mule? Because you fucking look like one, Tayuya snapped at him. You know I hate it when you curse all the time, the large boy said to her. What's with you anyway? You seem more on edge than normal. On edge? Don't you mean more bitchy than normal? Sakin laughed out. Fuck you and your brother. Tayuya flipped him off for good measure. She really didn't get along with them, but they were her team. Actually, they had been a team for a while now, and it was hard for them to get along with each other. Sure, in battle they would put aside any differences and kill their enemies like a well-oiled machine, but they all grated on each other in various ways. Can't believe the brat is to be our new leader, Sakin sighed in frustration as they started to move out. Wait, he's going to be made the leader of our team. Tayuya knew that Orochimaru wanted Sasuke for a new body. Although they had missed the window to get him to their master in time, it would take 3 years before Orochimaru was ready for a new body. She never really thought what he was going to do with him. The thought of working with him made her feel oddly pleased. So were the Sound 5 again. It is a bit nice to be back up to 5, Kidomaru commented. I felt like we leveled down since we lost our 5th. Technically he's not entirely lost, as you said, Sakin told the six-armed boy. Although Kabuto is the only thing keeping him alive, Yuya, do you think this kid can really lead us? He doesn't look like much to me and you spent the most time with him. I think he'll fit in. Yuya said, trying not to give open praise. The last thing she needed was for them to learn that there might be something between her and Sasuke. Not that she knew herself whatever it was they had. But sleeping together had changed things. He actually had smiled at her as her eyes cast a little look to the wooden container. She had never seen him smile at anything, and when he had smiled at her she felt a sensation she hadn't expected. Something warm inside, but she couldn't place a name for it. Anyways, we'll see how good he is, Sakin grunted. Kabuto said he would send reinforcements to help out. Not sure what he meant by that, but Lord Orochimaru is not taking chances this time around. Konoha. By the same massive gates of Konoha a retrieval team was set up. Given that many ninja were still out on missions and Konoha's forces were stretched thin, there weren't many that could go on this mission. Even the genin teams had been split up to make do with certain missions. That, and with the need of many jonins, many of them were out as well as chunins. Tsunade didn't like to send out so many young ones out. Sakura had wanted to go, but Tsunade forbade it. She was still not fully healed yet and this team would need speed. She knew the girl wanted to go and that was commendable, but as Hokage she had to make tough choices. But Sakura was going to see the team off at least. The young girl was adamant about that at least. Tsunade was looking over all those she could assemble for this team. She saw members of Team Guy, Tenten and Neji were there. Their sensei was on a mission and Lee was still under medical care. The young boy was still recovering from his surgery. It was amazing she had pulled it off. To tell the truth, it had been touch and go several times, but somehow she managed to save the young boy's ninja career. Some part of her wished she hadn't, knowing that the young boy might one day die in duty instead of living as a civilian. But she knew that Lee would most likely rather die than not be a ninja. As she understood things, Lee wasn't too pleased with not being on this mission. But he wouldn't be ready for missions until at least 2 more weeks. Hinata and Kiba were also here. Both were great trackers, which would be essential for this mission, like with Neji. Shino was already out of the village at the moment with their sensei, as only 2 were needed for the mission they were on. Kakashi was here with Naruto and Temari, of course, as they had to go as they knew Sasuke the most. Maybe that was a downside too, given how close they were, but Tsunade needed able-bodied people for this. If the last Uchiha went rogue, it would be a great political embarrassment they couldn't afford. Plus he was one of their most promising genin. If Orochimaru got his hands on him, there was no telling what kind of weapon he would turn Sasuke into. There was one last addition to the force, and that had been with Anko. The special jonin had been sought out to confirm that the girl described by Sakura was the same Anko had seen. It turns out not only had it been the same girl, but an Anbu had also knew the image as one of those that Orochimaru had used on his attack on the 3rd Hokage. It was this reason that Tsunade had placed the woman on the team. In fact, when Anko had learned of Orochimaru's involvement, the young woman had demanded to go on the mission. She didn't need 2 missing nin on her hands, plus her skills would be valuable. Plus, if Sasuke Uchiha needed to be taken out, Anko would do it without hesitation. Tsunade just hoped it would never come to that. Even if the Uchiha had made a mistake, he was still young and could change, and no matter what, ordering the death of a child just didn't sit well with her. It was times like this she really hated being Hokage, being the one to make orders like this. It was no wonder she drank herself to sleep at times. She wanted to be a healer, to save lives. Yes, she would fight and kill for her village, but ordering others to do it had never been something she could ever get used to doing. The entire team was now gathered around one of the massive gates that Sakura had seen Sasuke heading towards, so they had a good idea of his trail. Kiba was watching Akamaru sniff the ground for Sasuke's scent. It had been good weather, and any scent the young pup might be able to get would help in making sure they were on the right path. Naruto and Temari were gathered around with the others of their generation. I can't believe that Sasuke would let that bitch attack you and then just run off, Tenten said to Sakura, hearing the full story. How could he do something like that? I don't know, Sakura told the older girl. He said this village had nothing left for him anymore. Damn it. Naruto said angrily. First he had made Sakura sad and now this. Sure he loved Temari now but Sakura would always be his first crush and special to him. Plus as a friend and teammate he couldn't let this kind of thing slide. Don't worry Sakura-chan, we'll get him back even if I have to kick his ass and drag him back here. You might want to be prepared for the worst, Neji warned him. After all he's joining one of our most hated and dangerous enemies, willingly apparently as well. Even if you bring him back he'll have to face judgment for his crimes. Not only acting against a fellow ninja, consorting with the enemy and actions that can be viewed as being a traitor and defection will not be a light sentence on him. Naruto and Sakura looked at the Hyuga as Sakura had to voice her concern. What could happen to him? Execution for starters, Anko said overhearing this and walked over in an uncharacteristic serious fashion. Desertion or defection alone is punishable by death. Although given he's the last Uchiha we have they might just lock him up for the rest of his life. A few might want to breed him for the Sharingan but others might feel that it's just not worth the effort. Given that Itachi killed his clan and still at large and now Sasuke, they might think insanity runs in the family and not take that chance. I won't let them do that. Naruto said to the purple-haired woman. I'm not bringing him back just for some stupid people to kill him. Then be prepared to be a friend to him and kill him on the battlefield, Anko told him. It might be better that way than being executed or living in a cage his entire life. What? How can you say that? Naruto demanded and felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked to see Temari looking at him with an expression he couldn't really read on her face. Naruto, sometimes you can't save them, no matter how much you want to save them and have things go back to the way they were. Temari paused remembering their last mission. Take it from me, I've been where you were and you know what I mean. Naruto did know now what she was talking about, he had been there and seen her fight her old friend and then kill her. Temari had taken it pretty hard and here he was in the exact same position she had been in. He was very quiet as this sunk in. Would he have to kill Sasuke or maybe he should ask could he even kill the other boy? He honestly didn't think he could. Despite everything Naruto still considered him his friend and rival. He had to at least try and get him back if only to save him from himself. He wasn't sure what Sasuke was thinking but he was at least going to force some answers out of him. Naruto. Sakura spoke up as the young blonde looked up at her. Just do your best. I don't know what is going on but if you can't bring him back. She paused knowing the kinds of things Naruto did. In all honesty these words were killing her on the inside but she was so unsure now. Sasuke had left, she confessed her love and he did nothing as Tayuya beat her down. Did she and the village mean so little to him that he would do all of this? Just be careful, Sakura told him she didn't want to lose anyone else today. Naruto was at a loss. He would think that if anyone wanted Sasuke back more than him it would be Sakura. He felt totally uncertain now, was he the only one that wanted him back? Even if they did bring him back Anko's words haunted him. Alright let's get this started, Kakashi said not wanting to waste any more time. The more time they took to get moving meant the more time it would give them to get away. They had to capture Sasuke before he left the country, they could in theory continue pursuit but that ran risks. If they entered into another country with a shinobi force then they would be forced to deal with that group making it harder to capture Sasuke. Also it could also lead into a diplomatic incident to have a group this large enter into another country. That was why only 4-man cells went in at a time, it prevented the idea that another country was invading. It was an unspoken rule between the shinobi nations that's why you found that number of people in a cell. But the worst that could happen is if they entered the territory of the Sound Village. They would have already be at war with them if they could but they were too busy keeping the village afloat and repairing the damage of the failed invasion. It would be certain that if they entered enemy territory it would be impossible to get out without a lot of losses. Sound would be on the lookout for them in case they gave chase so they had to hurry and catch them before they left the country. Kiba, I want you up front, Kakashi said to the boy whose nose was just a bit better than Kakashi's own. Hinata, Neji you two will be on the left and right of him. You two will watch the sides for attack. I'll be up front as well. Tenten, Naruto and Temari will be the center and Anko, I need you protecting our rear. Anko nodded seeing the plan he was making, it was a pretty good formation. Kiba could track and warn of anything up ahead. The two Hyuga would be able to see if someone was about to attack anywhere, especially on the sides. Kakashi up front meant they had the leadership and firepower of a Jonin if they needed to assault an enemy head-on. The others would make up the grunt work of the core while she was to guard them from a rear attack and give orders if the front got separated from the rest of them. It was a nice setup, although she was wondering about those sound ninja. They seemed to be more elites despite their young age, of Orochimaru. That meant they could expect some nasty surprises and she wanted to be ready for them. The team headed out at a dead run. They had a lot of ground to cover and they couldn't let the enemy get too far ahead. Sakura watched them leave, wanting to go with them. She hated feeling weak and being left behind. She didn't want to be the one to be left behind anymore. She wanted to be the one that went out there to help the team and be useful. But only one day of training didn't mean she was ready. She felt a strong yet soft hand lightly land on her shoulder. She looked up to see the Hokage also looking at the team vanishing off in the horizon. "I know you want to go out there," Tsunade said softly. "I hated it when I got left behind. As a medic in the war, one sometimes had to run the area for the field hospital while my teammates went out there. I always hated it because I never knew what was going to happen. Now as Hokage I'm sending out people all the time on dangerous missions but can't go with them to make sure they make it back." Sakura looked on as she felt she was seeing a side of the Hokage that many never had seen before. Instead of a powerful ninja that ran the village, she could see the woman that was behind all of that. Tsunade smiled down at the young girl, knowing how she was feeling. "Come on. Shizune is putting together a medical team to follow the pursuit team and I'm without an assistant." Tsunade turned to walk towards the Hokage tower. "Tsunade-sama?" Sakura asked, blinking a couple of times. "Well, since you have nothing to do I need your help. Besides I can teach you a few things during the breaks." Tsunade walked on, hearing the young girl starting to walk behind her. She smiled at that. She knew that she would need someone to help with the office work. But there was more to it than that. Sakura would need the work to keep her mind off what was going on. And Tsunade could use the same treatment with work to keep her mind off this as well. Having someone around the office would do her good, and she could use someone around, or else she would start climbing the walls. Sound team. The Sound Ninja were making their way north towards the land of Sound, formerly the land of rice fields. If they could get there, they knew they were home free. There was no way that the Leaf would be able to find them, not with all the Sound Ninja there and bases scattered all over the land. Unlike other ninja villages, Sound didn't have a single village but multiple ones scattered all over the place. You find one but would never find them all. But with the extra weight that Jirobo was having to carry, their speed was reduced. Besides that, Jirobo was the slowest member of the team. His speed was further slowed down carrying Sasuke. They also had to be careful. If container fell and broke open, or if Sasuke was pulled out prematurely, well, they weren't sure what would happen. Only that Orochimaru told them to never have that happen. Odds were best that it would kill Sasuke if he didn't complete his personal trail in there. This wasn't good, as this would give time for any pursuit team to catch up to them. "Where the hell are we going?" Tayuya asked, hoping for some kind of plan. "We're going to head the quickest say home," Sakin told her as they continued to go on. "We'll pass a field and we're going straight through the Valley of the End." "Valley of the what?" Jirobo asked. He never really was one for history. He was a fighter, not a historian, and honestly he wasn't from fire originally, so why should he care about the history of others if he didn't care about history in general? "It's this place where some big battle happened between an Uchiha and one of the Hokages. I forget which one, but it's some kind of big deal. There are supposed to be these two large statues placed there." "What's the fucking point of that?" Tayuya knew the Leaf were strange, but putting statues in the middle of nowhere. "Does anyone actually go there or anything? Anything in the area like a small settlement we should worry about?" "No, it's just two really big statues that were placed there. Maybe people visit now and then, but the area is pretty much uninhabited." Tayuya said nothing for a bit as she thought about that. "That's crazy. Why go through all the trouble? I mean, just how big are the statues anyway?" "I heard they were as tall as the waterfall in the area," Kitamaru stated, actually having heard of this. "But you're right, it's kind of a waste to make something like that, isn't it?" "Damn Leaf Ninja," Jirobo grunted. "They're all idiots if you ask me. Hell, they couldn't even protect their own Hokage properly, and I bet those guys that failed to protect him weren't even executed. You can be sure that if we messed up that badly we wouldn't live long after it." Kitamaru laughed in grim humor. Yeah, how is that for job motivation? Anyways, Sakan said, getting back to the matter at hand. We're going this route because it's on the border. We can cross it quickly and easier if we go through there. So let's just try and pick up the pace a bit. They were going for an hour before they needed to take a break to rest up for the next leg of the trip. They looked at the sun to gauge how much time had passed and mentally calculated how much travel they had roughly taken. It didn't look good, not with how slow things had gotten now. If they didn't need to get Sasuke ready, they would have made twice the distance, and everyone knew it. Damn, it's only a matter of time before they catch up, Tayuya angrily said, looking to the south, knowing they could get overrun within the next hour, too, if the leaf were slow to respond. We're going to need someone to slow them down, Sakan stated, taking the situation into account. Jirobo, I want you to slow them down. Fine with me, the large boy said as he stretched out. I was getting tired of carrying that thing anyway. So am I to take them down or just delay them? I say take as many as you can down, Kitamaru grinned. That will slow them down. They wouldn't leave behind their comrades if they were wounded. You know how weak they are in that regard. But if you can take them all down, then go for it and catch up. Then it's decided then, said Sakan. So who carries the damn box? Kitamaru asked, and then looked as everyone was looking at him. Me and my big mouth. Hey, how about a game of rock, paper, scissors? Fuck no. You cheat at that all the time, Tayuya said to him. Now carry that thing already. As the sound team split up, Jirobo stayed behind and got ready. He wasn't sure what would come their way, but if they were following their trail, they would come right to this area. He got up in the trees and got ready to deal with whatever the leaf would send. Even if he died, he didn't care. If he failed, he was a dead man anyway, as failure was not tolerated in the Sound Village. They were a small village, so they couldn't afford to lose, and neither could he. He would either complete his mission and survive or die, and it was better to die in battle than whatever Orochimaru would do. There were worse fates than death. The sound team that had been used for sacrifices to being back the dead Hokages was proof of that. He grinned as he remembered Kitamaru's words. Job motivation indeed. Chapter 34. Confrontations. Tamari looked over at Naruto as they made their way through the forest they were currently in. Kiba had a scent and was leading the team as they were pushing themselves to catch up. Naruto had been very silent, and she knew why. He was in a personal turmoil about this whole thing. Naruto was an extremely loyal person, and he always hoped for the best. It was a trait that you could admire, but also was a major weakness at times too. She was worried that he wouldn't fight to his fullest if they had to fight Sasuke. She was worried that Sasuke wouldn't hold back. In fact, she had a feeling the boy might not. She wanted to give him some advice or say something that would make him more at ease, but there was nothing she could say. The only thing she could say, she had told him already. She knew exactly what he was going through, and she didn't want Naruto to go through what she went through with Kimi. It still stung to think of the other girl. She could still see both her smiling face so full of life and the headless corpse that the girl ended up as. There were nights she still woke up in a cold sweat from it. The only comfort she found was curling up to Naruto's warm body and letting him take away the pain and sorrow she felt in those moments in the dark. She didn't want to see him in pain. She knew the kind of life he had lived through her brother Gaara's life. She knew the kind of pain he kept locked away so others wouldn't see it. If Sasuke ended up dead, she knew he would blame himself for this entire thing. Even if it wasn't his fault, he took it upon himself to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders for some strange reason. It was one of the things she did like about him. But deep down, she had a feeling that this would not end well. No matter what happened, she knew that this day would change a lot of things. She wasn't sure why she felt it or what would change, but she just knew deep down that this day would shape things to come. She looked at her husband and she felt that this would be a day he would remember for the rest of his life as well. Well, whatever happened, she would be there for him. Naruto barely could focus on where he was going. His body moved on its own like he knew exactly what to do while his mind was occupied. He was trying to make sense of the entire thing. He couldn't understand Sasuke. He tried to understand him for years, but he never seemed to get anywhere. Sasuke was the first person to look at him and not look through him. Sure, it was a look that said, "I'm better than you," but to Naruto he took that as a challenge. He never told anyone this, but it was trying to prove himself to Sasuke that made him train so hard. When no one was there for him, he pushed himself because he had a goal to reach. It took years, but he felt that he finally reached it, and Sasuke saw him as someone that was his equal. Plus, there had been fun times with the team when he had actually smiled or seemed like he had a good time even though he wouldn't admit it. Where had that Sasuke gone? He didn't know, but whatever was going on, he was going to have some words with Sasuke. They continued on until Kakashi called for a halt. They all stopped in the branches of the trees as Naruto saw a small clearing. There were 4 people, one of them a girl with long red hair like in the sketch he had seen in the Hokage's office. They were sitting around a large wooden barrel doing something with it. Naruto looked at Kakashi, who seemed to be looking calmly at the place. Why wasn't he ordering them to attack? They were right there out in the open, they should surprise them while they could. Kakashi, on the other hand, could feel that this was all wrong. Years of experience told him to not just jump in. He looked around. He couldn't see much in the way of traps, but them sitting there totally exposed was a rookie mistake. And these were supposed to be Orochimaru's personal unit of some kind. He really doubted that this group would make such a mistake. This was obviously a trap of some sort, but what kind? Well, he had a few guesses, but nothing he knew for sure. He cast a look to Anko, and as they shared a look, he could tell she was thinking the same thing. Maybe he could get Anko to lead a group from behind. The others would wait here while he went down to trip the trap. If anyone would get out of it, it would be him, and it wouldn't be the first time. Those 2 ninja they ran into on the way to Wave was an example. He couldn't remember their names though, something overly grandiose and something they didn't deserve to be called, he figured. He was about to give Anko the plan when an orange blur jumped into the clearing. "Give back Sasuke, you bastards!" Naruto yelled out. Kakashi blinked for a second before sighing. "I really should have seen that coming," he said to himself. "All right, go after him before something happens." Naruto landed in the middle of the group, fully intent to beat them into submission for some answers. "All right, you jerks, where the hell is Sasuke? You better tell me where he is and what you've done, or else." He glared at them, but they barely did anything to his appearance. If there was one thing he hated, it was being ignored. The other landed around him, all ready to fight as well. "Naruto," Kakashi sighed to his student, keeping an eye on things. "You really need to learn some patience." "I'll be sure to remind him of that later," Temari said unhappily. It was one of the hardest things she tried to teach Naruto. It just seemed like he forgot his self-preservation instincts at times like these. Honestly, if he kept this up, she would have gray hair by the time she was 30. They were about to move, then the sound 4 suddenly turned to smoke and explosive tags were left. Kakashi yelled out a warning as everyone tried to dodge the explosions. Those weren't the only ones either, as explosive tags were placed in strategic places. The explosions were near deafening, and the shockwaves of the explosions could be felt right to their bones, but they didn't fall. When there was a break, Kakashi noticed that no one had been harmed, but also that they were in one spot. He knew that they had just been manipulated into being in this area and was about to yell out to scatter when another voice was heard. "Earth-style barrier. Earth Dome prison," the real member of the Sound 4 said as a large rock dome suddenly engulfed them all. It was pretty dark in the rock dome, which made sense of course, but it wasn't very big, and with everyone inside there wasn't much room. They could walk around and stuff, but the place was totally enclosed. "What the hell is this?" Naruto asked, looking around. "It's called a trap," Kiba told him. Naruto glared at him. "I know that much. I meant, what kind of jutsu is this?" "It's not one I recognize," Anko stated, looking at Kakashi. For the man that was supposed to have taken in 1,000 different jutsu, he would have a better idea than most at what this might be. When he just shrugged, she slumped a bit. Talk about a bit of a letdown. "Well, let's at least try to see what kind of jutsu this is then," Kakashi said, starting his hand seals. Suddenly there was a bright light as the sound of many birds chirping was heard as he created his Chidori. Kakashi slammed it into the rock wall as everyone watched. A large gouge was created. Everyone also watched as the damage slowly started to heal up. "Well, this is a new one for me." Kakashi had never seen this kind of jutsu before. He kind of wished he had his Sharingan uncovered. It might have been a good one to add to his arsenal for a future date. Anko looked closely at it, running a hand over where the damage had been. "Huh, not even a scratch left. How about we all try different areas?" Kakashi shrugged. Couldn't hurt to see if there was a limit to it all. I can't use any of my techniques in this place, it would just backfire on all of us, Tamari said, clearly not happy about it. All her wind jutsus were mid to long range, she didn't have anything that could be used here. Her new personal fans might, but there was still the risk of the wind being used in this enclosed space. She would need to mold the air, and if the place was airtight, well, that ran some risks. I think I'm the same, Tenten was just as unhappy about this. She was excited to be on such a mission, but she was a range type. Plus, all her really majorly powerful weapons needed room to swing, and she didn't have it with so many people packed into here. I think Akamaru and myself have something that can work, everyone stand back. Kiba asked as everyone did so. Kiba and Akamaru went spinning into the enclosed area as they both smashed the walls all over the place. They left damage all over it, but it slowly healed itself again. Kakashi asked the two Hyuga to see what was going on, hoping that the Byakugan what they reported wasn't something Kakashi liked. Apparently the stone dome was covered in chakra, and not only was it being directed, it was also attacking them. Kakashi thought he felt a drain, he noticed it as it felt like when he used his Sharingan, but slightly different. It was more subtle drain. Clearly this jutsu was designed to not only capture but let its prey exert themselves, using up more chakra as they were drained. He had to admit, this was a good move, but he also knew that every technique had flaws in them. Naruto was looking around them as something came to his mind. He was being trained to cut rock with his chakra. Well, would that work on this? Sure, it was a lot bigger, but Tamari was good at it. Maybe she could try something. Hey Tamari-chan. Yes. How about that wind training exercise? Can't you do that here? Tamari thought about it and shook her head. I'm good at that, Naruto, but I don't have the chakra to get all of this. You'd need a massive amount. Well, why can't I help you? Naruto asked her as everyone looked at him. Remember in the forest when I helped you with your fan? Temari's eyes widened as she remembered that. How could she had forgotten that? With her control and his chakra they could do it. All that wind chakra would cut this place to shreds. There was no way this guy would be able to heal from all that extensive damage in time. It might work. Tamari explained what happened with Naruto in their last mission to those that hadn't been there. Even if you can't break it all, it would weaken it enough for us to smash through, Enko said, impressed by this idea. She could see why Kakashi often said that Naruto came up with surprising ideas. At any rate, this guy is delaying us, and you can bet the more time we waste here, the further the others are getting away, I bet. So someone will have to stay behind and fight while the others go on. Kakashi surmised what she was getting at. Yep, Anko grinned, well, I might as well do it. I can take him out and catch up the most easily out of everyone here, as Kakashi has to lead the team. Kakashi thought of asking if she was sure, but knew that she might take his head off for even insinuating she might not be able to do this. Plus she had a point. Besides himself, she was the most experienced one here, and she had been trained by Orochimaru like the others might have been. He looked to Naruto and Tamari and told them to try it. Naruto, given that he would put all his chakra into this, placed his hands onto the cold stones. Tamari came up behind him as she laid her own hands over his. Both closed their eyes as they started with a breathing exercise to help get into sync with the other. They hadn't trained for something like this, but if it worked before, it might work again. Naruto tried to slowly put his chakra out. It was hard for him to tell as he had so much. He had never had an accurate account of how much chakra he put into techniques at first. He did his best, knowing that the more he put out would be harder on Tamari, so he just focused on slowly leaking it out. He felt her hands warm as she tried to mold it just right along with him. Tamari could start to feel Naruto's chakra. Once again, it was shocking to feel this much come out of someone. It was like there was a whole lake of chakra behind Naruto. She tried to focus on the chakra. It felt like trying to control a stream of fast-moving water. She took a breath to calm herself as she felt her hands on his. She let go of everything else, where they were, the trouble they were in, everything except for this moment. This moment was the only thing that existed as she concentrated, and slowly she felt the chakra change. Jirobo had been pressing against the rock walls since the technique started. He had to do, else the entire thing would collapse. He could feel the chakra draining out of the team. It would take some time with them, but time was on his side, and the longer this took, the further the others could get away. He was still surprised the loud blonde one had just jumped right into the ambush. He had set up a few other tricks to get them into it, but it turned out he had overplanned. Oh well, good for him at least. He felt them trying to get out but just smirked. They had no chance against this technique of his. The only weakness was that he was defenseless in this position, but it wasn't like there wasn't anyone else to worry about, so he was perfectly safe. Then he felt something else. Chakra was being put into the rocks for some reason. Well, whatever, he would just take that as well, and he did start to. But the power just seemed to slowly increase and tried to encompass the entire dome. He wouldn't allow that and tried to drain more of it. But the more he drained, the more that seemed to be show up. He could only absorb so much at any one time, and the dome wasn't being damaged yet, so he couldn't bleed it off to help fix anything. He felt like he was in a tug of war and was slowly losing. Then suddenly the chakra changed. It was this unrefined powerhouse and suddenly turned into this sharp feeling, like tiny razor blades were pressed up against his palms. And like a sudden hurricane wind it happened. The chakra suddenly seemed to attack all over the dome. He pulled back his hands in a surprise cry of pain and anger. He looked at his palms to see many small cuts on them. What the hell was that? Jirobo asked himself and realized he needed to get to the rock wall again before they tried to break out. But it was too late for that, as the rock dome was suddenly smashed outward as everyone jumped out of it. Jirobo couldn't believe that they had found a way to get out of his jutsu. How had they done it? What was that chakra he felt when his hands had been cut like that? All right, everyone go, Anko said to everyone, looking at the large boy in front of her. She grinned at him as she took out a kunai. I'll deal with the fat boy, here you go and catch up. Don't try to take too long, Kakashi said, but smiled to her. I know you like to play with your prey, but we're on the clock. Anko sighed in annoyance. Yeah, just go and I'll catch up as soon as I can. She gave them a shooing motion with her free hand, not taking her eyes of the enemy in front of her. Even if the boy was young, she wouldn't take him lightly. The others went off, leaving the special Jonin alone with the other boy. Jirobo had considered doing something to slow them down, but the woman in front of her seemed to think that she could take him. He didn't know who she was exactly, but she carried herself with someone with at least some experience. Plus, he couldn't really fend off the entire group for long. At the very least, he could take care of her and then attack the others from behind. Plus, his team would most likely send someone to slow down the Konoha ninja anyway. You have some guts taking me on all alone, Jirobo told her. Anko just shrugged. I was getting bored and it wouldn't take much for me to deal with a kid like yourself. Jirobo narrowed his eyes. I may be younger than you or Granny, but that doesn't mean I'm soft. A vein throbbed in Anko's head at what he had called her. Granny. She wasn't even in her mid-20s yet, and this little fat prick of a ninja dared to call her Granny. Oh, she was so going to make this boy pay in blood for that one. She threw her kunai out towards him as she ran forward, reaching into her pockets. One of the reasons she loved her coat was that she could put all kinds of fun things in it. There were hidden pockets all over the place, some even sealed up on the inside, letting her carry far more items than normally she could. She knew he would dodge, but threw out small orbs at him. He didn't have enough time to dodge as the smoke bombs blew up, making large clouds of dark smoke. She jumped high and in a sailing arc over him threw out a large number of shurikens. These she wasn't really aiming for him, just the general area, as they had metal wires on them. Holding the wires in her hand, she quickly placed the ends in her mouth as she quickly went through the hand seals. She used the fire dragon technique, a move that was similar to the usual fireball, only this traveled along the wires, making it look like a dragon in appearance. As she finished, she took a breath, molding the chakra in her lungs, feeling the heat building up as she spit out the fire. The roaring flames came out quickly as they went into the smoke. She dropped the wires as soon as the jutsu was finished. No sense in burning her lips on hot wires, as her mouth wouldn't be protected by chakra after the technique was finished. When the smoke cleared, she was a bit surprised to see a large rock-formed box. Huh, nice block, but not exactly good for moving around, Anko said, not sure if he could hear in there and not really caring. She pulled out another kunai with one hand and an explosive tag with the other. She wrapped up the tab onto the handle and threw it towards the rock. She brought up the arm of her coat to protect her eyes as the weapon exploded. If he was in there, he wouldn't be happy. He might have survived the explosion, but the concussive force would play hell on the body. She scanned the large hole, but there was nothing inside of it. There was no way he could have made a substitution in that kind of condition. You needed a clear line of sight mostly for that, plus there was no log or anything inside of it. Wait, there was something hidden at the bottom. It was slightly covered by destroyed rocks, but as got closer she saw a large hole in the ground, one she hadn't made. Her eyes widened as she then tried to quickly get away, knowing what he had done, but it was too late. Jirobo burst out of the ground behind her as his large arms wrapped around her chest. Her arms were pinned to her sides as the boy started to try and crush her with his massive arms. She had to admit he was strong for his age. For an old hag like yourself, that wasn't too bad of a combo, Jirobo said to her as he tried to crush her body. Too bad for you, I'm smarter than that. TCH, you think you won simply because of this. Don't make me laugh, fat boy, Anko told him, trying to see what she could do. Well then, let me show you something else then. Jirobo wanted to punish this woman and he was going to break her in half to do it. He called on the powers of the curse seal as the power started to flow through him as the black markings started to show up over his body. Anko looked at the arms as she saw the markings. She winced for a bit as a pain hit her neck. Her own seal was acting up in response to this, but thankfully Kakashi's new seal over it was working. When she fought her old teacher she hadn't been able to move, now it was more like a pin in her neck. She could deal with that. This is the power of Orochimaru and the sound. Jirobo stated as with the new power he started to crush the woman. Anko gritted her teeth as she tried to keep her breath. She couldn't cry out as the boy was squeezing her like an anaconda now. If she cried out there was no way she would be able to get that air back. She felt the pressure increase as the pain started to increase. She felt him flex his arms tightly and she couldn't help but grunt in pain. Her arms were digging into her sides now and she felt like a tube of toothpaste at the moment. Suddenly one of her ribs make a cracking sounds as she bit her lip from crying out in pain. That one was broken, she was sure of it. Another bad sound as another rib was fractured or broken. She had to do something quickly. She would die from suffocating or he would break her rib cage, leaving her to a slow death from internal injuries or incapacitated to finish her off. She looked at her right wrist and put all her concentration into the seal under it. This wasn't a weapon seal but a summoning seal. This seal would allow her to summon a certain type of snake without blood, but it wasn't one of her lethal snakes, but he should be good enough. She concentrated, pouring her chakra into it, and felt the summon animal arrive. Jirobo didn't know what happened until he felt the sharp stings hit his arm. He grunted as he felt something touching his arm. He shifted her a bit to get a look and imagine his surprise when he saw a snake biting into his arm. He released the woman immediately as he pulled back and tried to grab the snake. It let itself go as it fell to the ground. He started at the animal as it stared at him. The snake flicked its tongue at him before vanishing into a puff of smoke. At first he thought it had been some kind of tamed snake, but that had been a summoned snake. That didn't make any sense to him. The only one with a contract with the snakes should have been his master. That couldn't have been the part of the same animal summons, could it? He glared at the woman who was now getting up, although she was using an arm to hold onto her injured rib area. Who the hell are you? How did you summon one of the snakes? He demanded. Anko grinned at him. You really don't know. Well then let me educate you. I am Anko Mitarashi, special Jonin of the Hidden Leaf and the first student of Orochimaru. She pulled down her collar to show him the curse mark with Kakashi's seal around it. Take a good look. See anything familiar? Jirobo couldn't believe this. He hadn't known that their master had a pupil at some stage. Of course he and the others knew he had been with the Leaf Village originally, but they had never dared ask about his past there. So how could they have known he had had a student, let alone one that had a curse seal marking? But there was something odd about this. The women had something around the seal. Was it some kind of counter seal? If so, then he had nothing to worry about now. He relaxed a bit. If she had a full seal she might have been able to use it. If she had been able to go to the second stage then he really would have been worried, but this woman seemed to try and get rid of the power. Foolish of her, he thought. And it would cost her. If you could use that seal then I would be in trouble, but apparently you actually don't want to use it. Jirobo sneered at her. I have my own reasons, Anko stated as she didn't want to get into that. She didn't use the seal because she didn't want to use it because it was something that Orochimaru had done to her. She didn't know what it was for, but looking at the sound ninja in front of her she now had a good idea. She had never once tried to explore its abilities, mainly because of the pain it caused, but she could just never bring herself to do it. She felt tainted with the mark on her, and looking at the ninja in front of her just confirmed her reasons to not ever using it. This was something that looked and felt totally unnatural. Anyways, I'm not one for long talks with my enemies since this fight is nearly over anyway. You should be feeling it pretty soon. Feeling it? Feeling what exactly? Jirobo swayed a bit as he felt his vision swim slightly. He looked at the wound of his arm and understood. That little guy wasn't a lethal snake, mind you, Anko told him. This little one I call up in case I need a person alive. His toxin is special, it attacks the nerves and motor functions. Soon you won't be able to move at all. Jirobo cursed under his breath. This woman was more than she appeared, and he had let himself get too confident. He would have to end this as fast as he could, and that meant using his full power. With that decision, he called on his seal to release his full power. He felt the power flowing into his body. It was like his blood was on fire when he used this power. But it was oh so lovely as well, intoxicating at the same time as his body was forced through the changes. Soon his body went through another change. His skin slowly started to turn darker with several large warts on the forehead and shoulders. His hair grew out into a long mane as his eyes took on a black and gold look to them. Anko stood there in shock at this. She never knew the seal was able to do something like this. Damn it, now he's most likely even more dangerous. Just great. What the hell is that snake bastard doing these days? I really hope mine never does that. That's just what I need, to turn into some kind of freaky looking monster. Damn, my ribs hurt like hell too. Looks like I won't be able to catch up with Kakashi just yet. I just know I'll hear about me being injured by some fat kid later on from him. She mentally scowled at that. Jirobo charged at her with speed that surpassed what he had before. She threw herself to the side, hoping to dodge it. His fist hit her shoulder and sent her flying. She hit the ground and her body skipped several times before a tree stopped her. She cried out in pain as she felt that her arm had been dislocated from that shot. His strength was something she had never faced before. He might not be on Tsunade's level, but he was getting damn close. She forced herself to get up. Letting him get close was way out of the question, and with her arm like this she couldn't use hand seals. She would have to wait him out and hope that this form wouldn't nullify the toxin in his body. She got up on her legs, even if they were a little shaky, but she willed her body to move. She jumped out of the way as the large boy slammed a fist into the tree where she had been against. The tree snapped in half from his punch. She reached into her pockets and decided to play a bit dirty now. She threw 2 more small smoke bombs, which he just charged through them. The sound ninja looked around to see her in a tree branch now. You think that will save you? If you do, then you really are an idiot. He went through several hand seals as large rocks erupted out of the earth around Anko's area. Some of them were taller than trees as some smashed through the forest floor. Anko had to jump to avoid the same fate as her branch as it was shattered. If one of those had hit her legs, she wouldn't be walking. She threw one of the other small smoke bombs again, and Jirobo was getting very fed up with this. He could feel his body slowing down, and he was feeling tired despite using the second stage. He would just charge through the smoke, not letting it to slow him down anymore. He rushed through the smoke, and this time he would finish her off. But as soon as he hit the smoke cloud, he screamed in pain as his hands went to his eyes. Not only that, he felt like sandpaper was being rubbed over his skin. That wasn't a smoke bomb exactly, Anko said, smirking as she sat on another branch. That also held a bunch of crushed glass. You bitch! Jirobo roared as his eyes hurt like hell. It was like someone was sticking thousands of needles into his eyes. He was blinded now, and he couldn't do anything about it. Been called worse, Anko muttered to herself as he got her weapons ready. She watched at the boy flail aloud blindly. She got several kunai with the highest explosive tags that she had on her put onto the handles. She took careful aim as she threw them around the sound ninja. They soon exploded, making a large explosion. Anko was blinded by it, and for a moment she thought that she might have went a little overboard with how much explosive power she had used. She landed on the ground as the dust started to settle. She was amazed that the ninja's body was intact. Although he was laying on the ground not moving, and slowly his body started to turn back to normal. Even if the slight damage on his body told her that he suffered damage on the outside, the force of that explosion would have messed up his internal organs. Taking a good look showed her that he wasn't breathing. I hate it when it's kids, she commented to herself as she went to the nearest tree. She gritted her teeth knowing that she shouldn't do what she was going to do, but she needed to fix her shoulder. She slammed her shoulder into the tree, popping her shoulder back in. She cried out in pain as she slumped against the tree. Damn. I think I should train more if he's making brats like that in sound. Anko sighed as she took a moment to rest before she forced herself up to follow the others. Chapter 35. The Web. Kakashi led the others on as they left Anko behind, although he knew she was fully capable ninja and he respected her and her skills. It didn't sit well with him leaving someone behind. Images of what happened with Rin all those years ago. He tried to leave her behind and Obito had to make him see what was really important. That mission hadn't ended well. Yes, he had gotten Rin out, but Obito paid with his life. It was something that still haunted him to this day, and to his dying breath, most likely, as the eye in his head was an ever-constant reminder of that day. Now leaving her behind felt like that day all over again for him. This was why he preferred to work alone when he was in Anbu. It made him worry less about those under his care. At any rate, his worry for her was something he had to push back into his mind. He had to focus on the mission and only the mission. He caught something in his vision as he jumped and held up a fist. The others stopped as he bent down slightly. What is it? Tamari asked him. There seems to be some kind of wire on the ground. Kakashi could just barely see it. Whatever it was unlike anything he had seen. It was so fine that only the light reflecting off it gave him his only warning. He was thankful that his original eye was really good. Sure, it was no Sharingan, but he could see better than most with it. He looked again and noticed another wire next to it. He had to admit, a double tripwire trap was a neat trick. You think you missed it by bypassing the first one and then have a second even thinner one after it. He remembered someone that once would make a hidden trap and then place an even harder one to see right after it while on a mission years ago. Alright everyone, follow me, Kakashi said to them all. Step where I step and not anywhere else. We have tripwires and I don't know if they are linked to traps or a warning system. It might be to slow us down, but we have to be careful. The team cautiously but quickly made their way forward. Kakashi took great pains to avoid the wires when he saw them. They were on the grounds, between trees and even in the branches. He was amazed at how many there were. Either there were more opposition than he thought, or this might have been set up in advance. Either one didn't sit well with him. More enemies would complicate things, and many traps set up in advance while they had waited for Sasuke would mean they had time to set up any kind of trap. As they moved on, they eventually came to a small clearing. Kakashi looked around but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. So they moved forward. It was only when he heard the rustle of the leaves that he shouted for everyone to take cover. They all managed to dodge a literal hail of kunai from the trees. There had to be a lot of people hidden there to throw that many, but he couldn't see any of them. More and more of the deadly little knives rained down on them. Where the hell are they coming from? Kiba shouted out, trying to get to the trees for cover. But every time he did, more would come at him, blocking his way. Neji and Hinata were busy dodging and trying to scan, but so far they couldn't see anything just yet. Damn it! Come out here and fight! Naruto shouted out to whoever was doing this. They didn't have the time to play around like this. The more they stayed here, the longer Sasuke was getting away. Up there! Neji yelled out as a sound ninja with 4 limbs came down from the branches. I got him! Kiba yelled out, jumping at the boy. Kidomaru smirked as the boy and his dog were falling into his trap. He opened his mouth as a large amount of webbing came out, and suddenly a giant web came flying at Kiba. Kiba had no way to dodge as he and Akamaru were engulfed by it. The webbing attached him to a tree, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break the webbing. Hinata ran to him, but when she stepped on a prepared web wire, it released a web trap this time around. Kidomaru was webbing everyone up as quickly as he could. Although he was outnumbered, it was something he was used to. Plus, it wasn't like they could escape his webbing. They would soon learn why when they tried. Wind blade! Tamari yelled out as she swept her fan at the enemy. Kidomaru barely managed to dodge the attack. He hadn't counted on a wind user. The webbing was a mixture of chakra, and that's what made it so strong. But a precise attack like that might be able to cut it. He would have to deal with her first. You're going to need to level up a lot more than that to beat me, he told the wind, Kunoichi disappearing back into the trees. Damn it, where did he go? Naruto asked, looking around. Kakashi looked to Tenten. Cut the others free while we have a break. Tenten nodded as she jumped to Hinata, who was closest. She pulled out a kunai, but when she tried to cut the webbing, it wouldn't go through the material. She didn't understand. It shouldn't be that strong, so she tried another on. When that didn't work, she pulled out a short sword she had sealed in a scroll. It was one of her sharpest of swords, but even that didn't work. I can't cut through it. Tenten yelled to the Jonin leader. Whatever this crap is, it's resistant to being cut. Don't let him catch you in that, Kakashi warned as the sound ninja kept throwing webs at everyone. Kakashi was trying to come up with a plan for attack. The boy was a distance fighter, but if you got up close, that webbing would be a major problem. Tamari, try to get rid of the branches. I want him on the ground. Kakashi figured it would limit the boy's mobility if he was stuck on the ground and couldn't hide in the branches. Kitamaru heard this and saw the blonde pulling back her large fan again. He wouldn't let her get another shot off again. He quickly spat out webbing from his mouth and formed it into a special arrow of his. He pulled out a bow as he quickly ran behind the trunk of the tree as Tamari's wind attack blasted through the area. Branches were blown away as a large chunk of the forest top was blown away. Tamari pulled back for another when Kitamaru used this moment to fire the web arrow. It sailed through the air, and as it was around to hit her, it expanded into a web, ensnaring her into the ground. Tamari-chan. Naruto yelled out, running to her. Watch out. Don't touch the web, Tamari warned him as he stopped short of touching it. He wanted to cut it, but from what Tenten said, he might not be able to. He hated feeling like there was nothing to do. In fact, he refused that there was nothing to be done. There had to be a way of cutting it, he just had to figure it out. He heard a yell and turned to see that Tenten had been caught now. Naruto thought about using wind chakra to cut through it like the stones. It might work, but he had never really used it in a combat condition without Tamari's help. Maybe he could hold her hand and use the other to cut through it. It was worth a try at least. He was about to tell her his plan when suddenly he felt something snag the back of his jacket. He was quickly pulled off his feet as a web came out of nowhere, and he was now stuck in midair in the center of a web attached to several trees. Kakashi was the last one left, and he didn't like this. The boy's webbing made him a major problem. Even if he defeated the boy, he had no idea how to free the rest of his team, and for all he knew, they could be stuck there for hours they didn't have. Damn, you're a slippery one, Kitamaru stated after another frustrating failure at catching Kakashi. He was also keeping his distance from the man. He knew the reputation from Kakashi, and getting in close would not end well for the sound ninja. He pulled out a bow as he formed an arrow from the webbing he created from his mouth. Dodge this then. The arrow flew, and Kakashi thankfully had pulled up his headband. With his Sharingan he was able to dodge the arrow. It glanced off the shoulder part of his vest, cutting it up slightly. The boy's accuracy was amazing for a boy his age. In fact, he would say that his accuracy rivaled that of Tenten on the team. The boy, he noticed, fire more shots, but they all missed, but only just. Kakashi was being kept at a distance and from starting any counter jutsu. Kakashi also knew that he couldn't use his eye for too long. It was the double edge he always had to deal with when using it. He could never afford to drag out fights, and this boy was trying to drag things out. Kitamaru was getting a little bored with this cat and mouse game with Kakashi. So he decided to play another game. He pulled back a new arrow as he aimed it at all those he had captured. I wonder, are you fast enough to take an arrow for one of your team? Or will you simply just let me shoot them? Now who shall I go for first? When I get out of here, I'm going to kick your ass. Naruto shouted out as he struggled in his own web. I think the loud mouth will be first, Kitamaru stated, pointing the weapon at Naruto. Kakashi saw this and cursed as he was on the other side of the opening of the forest. If he ran as fast as he could, he might not make it in time to do anything, and even then, he didn't know what he could do. Maybe deflect the arrow's path, that might work, so he ran as fast as he could, holding out a kunai. Naruto looked up as the arrow was pointed at him. Tamari felt like an icy fist just grabbed her heart. She didn't think that Kakashi was going to make it in time. She could take it if it was her that was going to be shot, but she didn't want to see this. She couldn't see this or let it happen. She could only watch in horror as the arrow sailed away. Everything moved in slow motion as she yelled out. It was just when it was about to hit Naruto when a figure came out of nowhere to knock the arrow away with his own fist. Neji stood there over Naruto, his bloodline activated as he looked defiant at Kidomaru's surprised look. Hinata, use the gentle fist to cut the webbing. I'll take this one on, Neji told his cousin. Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sakura was making herself as useful as she could. She honestly didn't know what else to do. She was worried about her team, for various reasons. Worried that everyone might end up getting hurt or worse, worried for Sasuke and what he was doing. She honestly didn't understand why he was doing this. He was betraying the entire village to go off with the man that had attacked them in the Forest of Death, had nearly killed them, attacked the village and killed the third Hokage. It didn't make any sense, or did it? All this time she had tried to get closer to the boy, to understand him more, but he always shut himself away. What did she know about him other than the public history? She had seen a few moments of kindness in him, a few times he opened up, but that had been before the curse mark changed things. He became darker and seemed to slip further and further away. She sighed to herself as she thought about this. Maybe she hadn't known him all that well if he was willingly going to leave for Orochimaru. She felt a sting where that girl had hit her earlier. That was another thing as well. He had chosen that girl to be with, that is, if she told the truth about what she did with Sasuke. The fact that Sasuke didn't even react to her claim didn't sit well with Sakura. Sakura. Tsunade's voice called out. Coming. Sakura gathered up the few scrolls she had been sent to get across the room and gave them to the fifth. Tsunade took the files as she looked them over before speaking. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Sakura looked up in surprise as Tsunade looked up slightly herself with a grin on her face. It's written all over your face, you always wear your emotions in plain sight. Piece of advice, don't go into poker. Sakura felt a little of the weight on her shoulders ease from the Hokage's slight humor. I worry as well, you know. Tsunade eased back in her chair as she placed the papers down. You can't stop what is to come, you have to learn how to take what comes at you in life. She looked up at her office. I wish I could say I did just that, but that would make a liar out of me. Tsunade-sama. Sakura had never seen the Hokage looking like this. Although Tsunade looked young, Sakura felt like the image of the woman in front of her had just aged, and yet she still looked like normal. The woman seemed to be remembering something that weighted so much it nearly crushed her for a moment. I lost my little brother and I nearly lost myself, when Dan died. I did. I ran from my pain and I just couldn't face the world anymore. Tsunade then smiled. Amazing how some loud-mouthed little brat of a genin could get me to face it all and to have the strength to fight again. Sakura smiled herself. Naruto is unique. That made Tsunade laugh. That's putting it gently. But that's why I believe in them, and so should you. He had a way of beating the odds. Before they could say more, there was a knock on the door. Tsunade told them to enter as a Chunin entered the room. Tsunade-sama. Shizun's medical team just left to help the retrieval team as support. Tsunade nodded. Good, you can leave now. Tsunade sighed when the Chunin left. It was good that Shizun got her medical team set up so quickly. Now she just hoped that her apprentice could get there in time if Kakashi's team needed any medical help. It was too bad that they couldn't organize it sooner, but time wasn't on their side, it still wasn't. She hated waiting. She was not a patient person and it got on her nerves waiting around. She stood up suddenly. If she was stuck waiting around, she would at least get something productive done. Come with me, Sakura. Where are we going? The young girl asked. Training. Tsunade said simply. We might as well get in some training while we wait. She saw the girl's nervous look. Don't worry, it's not physical training today, that will be tomorrow. Today is basic medical knowledge. Retrieval team. Hinata was finishing cutting through the webbing of the last member of the team as Neji was facing the sound ninja. She wished she had thought of it, to use the gentle fist to cut the webbing. Using her eyes, she could see the chakra inside of the webbing, and her clan's style of combat would be the perfect counter for this. Her hands in the shape of a knife cut through the webbing as the chakra in her hand was formed to cut through the chakra in the webbing, it cut through it effortlessly. Thanks, Kiba told her with a small smile as he got up. Hinata nodded her head as they went to the others. Kakashi had time to think, but only for a moment. They could all rush this ninja, but he was a slippery one. Plus he was using delaying tactics as well, something they couldn't afford to do at all. Which meant they would have to split up again. He knew that Anko would be coming, so if the team could hold out until she got here, then it wouldn't be so bad. The webbing was another issue. Only the Hyuga could cut it, which meant only Hinata or Neji would have to be behind, and he might need one of them for later. Given the experience of this ninja, it would have to be Neji. Hinata was at the moment no match for him, and he needed to ensure whoever was left behind had the odds to survive. Neji, I want you to deal with him while we go on. Kakashi told him. What? We can kick his ass, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said to the Jonin leader. He's right, Naruto, Temari told him. This guy is just trying to delay us, and he'll just keep webbing members up, making Hinata and Neji take time out to free them, and then we have to dodge. It was all a cat and mouse game, and she knew it. She could use her fan to blast the area, but using such high-level moves too many times would leave her drained, and they still had who knew how many more ahead of them. Plus there was no telling what other surprises he had. I'll stay with him, Tenten said to everyone's surprise. Neji is a short-range fighter and I can attack at long range. Plus we've trained together enough to work well as a team. Kakashi nodded his head. It made sense, and they were Guy's students. Knowing the kind of training he put himself through and Lee, there was no telling what those two had been through. He would have liked to leave Temari as well, but he might need her for later. He had a feeling that they would only get to the stronger opponents as they moved on, and she would be needed. All right, you two say and fight him. Help should be coming, and catch up when you can, Kakashi told them. Everyone, move out, he ordered as they made a break for it. Kidomaru saw this from his hiding spot as he pulled an arrow back in his bow. He didn't like the fact they were splitting up, but he could at least try to take one of the out. He aimed for the blonde girl with the fan. She might be trouble later on. He let the arrow go, but he hadn't counted on one thing. That was Tenten's deadly accuracy with Neji's warning. Neji saw the arrow and quickly told Tenten. In under a second the weapons expert's eyes were already tracking the arrow. She didn't need any longer. Her hand threw out a kunai naturally in almost a blur as the small weapon sailed through the air. Kidomaru smirked. No one was that good. Sure, he was that accurate, but no one else matched him. To his surprise, the kunai not only hit the arrow but knocked it slightly off course. The arrow just went over Temari's head, who looked back in shock as she felt something brush against her hair. You owe me one, Tenten shouted to the former sand ninja. It felt kind of good to get one up on her. Sure, she had forgiven the girl for her lose in the Chunin exams, but still. There was some perverse sense of pleasure in Tenten that Temari owed now. Tenten looked to the trees as it was just her and Neji now. Well, here we are. Neji nodded. I'll point him out. And I take him out, Tenten smirked. I have just the thing I've been saving. She pulled out a scroll as Neji knew it was one of her many weapon scrolls she kept on her person. She unsealed her choice of weapons, and he was surprised to see a bow with a quiver of arrows. I didn't know you had those, Neji said to her, surprised as he scanned the area. There's a lot you don't know, she smirked, arming herself. I got this after the exams. I figured I needed to round out my weapons more and got a bunch of special arrows as well. Neji lifted a single eyebrow at the word special, knowing her it might be something very nasty for the enemy. Kidomaru had to admit, he was impressed with the girl. No one had done something like that to him, ever. To do that to one of his arrows, he was intrigued, but his girl, the boy less so, but she was obviously at a good level. This game might have just increased in difficulty for him. 4 o'clock, 63 degrees up. Neji said. Tenten didn't miss a beat as she took aim and fired. Kidomaru saw the arrow coming. He moved as fast as he could. He felt the arrow grave his cheek and swore. That was way too close. It had nearly been game over for him right there. Against Neji would give out his location and Tenten would fire her own arrow. Kidomaru figured it was time to change the game up a little. He called up some chakra for his summoning creature. He had side with the spiders, of course, and a large spider creature was called. The spider was huge, easy. Its body was 7 feet long, and that didn't even count the legs as it took a spot in the branches. I don't like the looks of this, Tenten said, looking up at the huge animal with disgust. I really hate spiders. Suddenly the spider spawned a literal army of smaller ones, each one carrying a web line on itself as they descended en masse towards them. Oh crap, Tenten muttered as she pulled her scroll again. This time she unsealed a large number of shurikens. She easily held the deadly little things between all her fingers as she quickly tried to judge the right angle for attack. Neji was ready as well, although he would have to wait for them to get closer. Tenten threw her weapons, each one hitting a spider dead center. She cleared a safe area for herself, knowing that Neji would be able to handle himself and she didn't want to get in his way. She saw his arms moving with blinding speed, attacking all the little things that came too close to his area of attack. That was a good opening move, Kitamura said as he slowly lowered himself. But how long can you keep this up? I doubt she has a limitless supply of weapons and sooner or later you'll both start to miss. Tenten and Neji knew that. They looked at each other as they silently needed a plan. Tenten's eyes went quickly to the large spider as she nodded at him. He looked at Kitamura and he too nodded. They had perfect teamwork as they had trained with each other for nearly 2 years now. Tenten took out a special kunai with a paper bomb wrapped around it. Neji noticed the different color on it and got ready. Tenten threw the kunai straight up and closed her eyes, as did Neji. It was a risk but one they needed. The bomb exploded in a bright light as the paper flash bomb went off. Kitamura hadn't known what the girl was doing and now he was blinded. Tenten jumped onto a tree as she quickly unsealed a large battle axe. It would slow her down but she needed the extra weight. When she reached the highest point she jumped off and in a backflip was now landing on top of the spider. The blinded creature heard the girl but didn't know the danger until it was too late. Tenten's axe smashed into its head. It gave a gurgled sound as it fell from the trees. It landed with a large crash into the floor below, blood seeping from the mortal wound. Neji rushed at Kitamura and managed to hit him with several dozen good hits from his gentle fist. Kidmaru cried out as he landed on the ground. Neji stood in front of the boy as Tenten landed beside him. Nice one, Tenten smiled. Neji, however, was still tense. Something was wrong as Kitamura started to get up. It wasn't possible, he had made sure those were mortal hits. Then he noticed something odd. The places he had hit looked strangely orange. It reminded him of Lee's fight with Gaara, how the boy had an outer shell that protected him. Damn, can it be that he has something similar? That was a good one, Kitamura stated, getting up. It's a good thing that the webbing I use I can make from any liquid in my body. My spit is just one way, I can sweat it out of my pores as well. To show this was true, the damaged pieces fall off his body as a new substance seemed to grow over it, and then when it settled looked just like his real skin. Just like Gaara, Neji confirmed. Tenten heard this and knew this wouldn't be an easy fight now. Kitamura once again took to trees as he decided to keep his distance. The battle continued on like this. Kitamura would keep his distance trying to get through their defenses and they would counter-attack. Tenten would sometimes try to put a paper bomb onto her arrow and one of the explosions nearly did get Kitamura. He knew that his armor might protect him physically, but the shockwave of an explosion was something else as that could cause internal damage. But as the battle went on, both Tenten and Neji wouldn't be able to keep up with all the weapons that kept coming at them. Cuts would start to form. At one point a kunai hit Tenten in her shin. This caused a lot of pain as she couldn't move as much. Neji had to jump to her aid when the next bombardment of weapons came. Tenten got hit in the shoulder but Neji had taken 3 kunai himself. Both were wounded and bleeding but neither one was backing down. It was starting to drag out for too long for Kitamura. He knew that he couldn't afford to waste much time with these two. He needed to get back before more of Konoha's forces could be gathered up. It was time to finally end this and drew on the power of the curse mark. The black markings grew over his body but he didn't stop there. He wanted to crush them utterly. He wanted a complete victory as he put himself through the next stage. His skin changed color as he started to take on a more demonic appearance and a third eye grew in the middle of his forehead. This new eye allowed him to increase his accuracy and now he would see just how good these two were. Neji caught this new arrow weapon and was only just able to dodge it as it cut along his arm. He hissed out as a large gash was formed. Neji, are you okay? Tenten asked, seeing the weapon and now his arm covering itself in blood. I'm fine, he told her. Although he could still use the arm that had been a surprise to him, he wouldn't be caught off guard like that again. Kitamura cursed. He really didn't like how that boy could see all his attacks coming. The girl, on the other hand, she couldn't. A grin slowly spread across his face as he took aim. She was now too far for the boy to stop the arrow and she was slowed down with that leg wound. She couldn't be fast enough to dodge or get out of way. Tenten saw the arrow coming at her and with only one arrow left herself. She knew that she only had one chance. Her body was already injured so it was slower now but she forced herself to move as fast as she could. She took aim and fired her last arrow. It grazed along its edge knotting its course but not far enough. She cried out feeling the arrow pierce her lower torso. She felt it go through her body and into the tree she was leaning against. No. Neji saw Tenten impaled onto the tree but he couldn't move to her. He saw the kunai coming at him again now. He wanted to make sure she was okay but that arrow had looked like it had been a lethal blow. A moment's distraction led to more cuts onto his body. He felt the blade slice into his flesh and two more sink into him. When there was a break he stood there on unsteady feet. His body was heavily wounded. He knew he was losing too much blood. His head was getting lightheaded, a bad sign that his blood pressure was dropping. He didn't want to think of the internal damage. Kitamaru slowly lowered himself a few feet from Neji hanging upside down. You're on death's door now. Your little friend is a goner and you'll be joining her soon enough. Oh well, I'll have to admit you two were a nice little game for me. But you can't pierce my form with her weapons and I'm not getting close enough for you to use those hand against me. Not that you could do much anyway. You can barely stand now. You shouldn't have taken those hits for her. I would do so again no matter what, Neji told him as he slowly turned to face him. She's my teammate and I would never abandon my allies. Besides, there is still one way to beat you. Oh, Kitamaru smirked, hanging a few feet in the air. He figured he was safe at this distance. There was no way Neji could jump this high up at him. I'm interested in hearing that. You said it yourself. Your own arrows are made of the same material as that armor you use on your skin, Neji smirked. Kitamaru looked confused at him when he heard the sound of an arrow. He was about to move when suddenly he felt something slam into the back of his head. He was confused what happened at first and why he couldn't see out of his third eye anymore. He felt this intense pain, then his vision blurred. The last thing he saw was the ground coming up to him before everything went dark. Neji looked at the monstrous form of their enemy with one of his own arrows sticking out of the third eye. The boy's body slowly started to revert to his more human appearance, looking out at the world with dead eyes. Neji looked up to see Tenten sitting down holding the bleeding wound from where she had pulled the arrow out from. Neji slowly made his way to her as he nearly collapsed next to her. Are you okay? He said in a soft voice. He was tired and hurting all over. Tenten winced as she tried to put pressure on the wound. Been better. Knew I couldn't dodge. Had to make it hit somewhere, not vital although I think it hit a kidney, not sure. Tenten was starting to look slightly pale to Neji. Hold on, he said, trying to get comfortable next to her. That was hard when he had a few kunai in his back, so he was on his side next to her. He held his own hand to her wound, trying to stop as much bleeding as he could. I feel so tired, Tenten whispered. Samaya, but we can't sleep. You know that, Neji said to her as she pressed her body against his. Tenten knew their chances of survival were pretty low with their wounds, but she was a ninja. She knew the risks. Although knowing that this could be the end, she felt scared. She had so much she wanted to do in life. There was so much she hadn't done yet either. Feeling Neji pressed against her felt nice. At least she wasn't alone. That was worse way to go. She felt alone. Don't leave me, she muttered out loud her thoughts. Neji wasn't sure what she meant. It wasn't like he was going anywhere. I'll never leave. She smiled a bit as he eyes closed. Good, I'm glad it's you. Neji had no idea what she meant before he felt his tired body give out. He slipped into darkness, but he was left with one strange thought. You would think that his last thoughts would be of the others, their mission or his family. But strangely his last thoughts were, I'm glad it's you too, before everything went black. They lay there for who knew how long and they weren't aware of a shadow of a person that suddenly loomed over their forms. Chapter 36. Against Time. A figure ran by himself as he had been running for nearly a day now, only taking quick rests when he needed them. He was needed to reinforce the Sound Four in their mission to bring back Sasuke Uchiha. He had been running ever since he woke up and was given the mission, with rest stops only when he needed it. He was in a hurry because his old team would need him and also because his own time was running down. He knew that the odds of him getting back alive were pretty low, but he was prepared for that. He thought back to that day when he had woken up. Flashback. He was in a void, feeling like he was floating between life and death. Time had no meaning for him anymore. He could have been here an hour or a year, he didn't know. There was nothing. No sensation, no sound, no anything. He couldn't feel his body and his mind was foggy, most likely from the drugs. It was like being in a half-sleep state but deeper. He couldn't even remember why he was here or what he was waiting for. He only knew that he waited for something. Then something changed. The world suddenly started to feel heavy and confining. Sounds started to appear. Strange beeping, wheezing sounds and other electronic devices could be heard. The place smelled odd as well, like the place was kept sterile. Ear me. Who was that? I can't make it out. I saw an, oh, you hear me? I can hear something. Wait, it's becoming clearer. It's time to get up, Kimimaro. Again the voice and a name. His name, it was coming back to him now. He was laying down. There were tubes and other things connected to his body keeping him alive. Now he remembered. He was Kimimaro of the Sound 5. That is until he got sick, his own bloodline killing him by inches. He had been put into medical stasis to prolong his life only to be revived for one last time. What is my mission? His voice was dry and raw from not having to talk for who knew how long. Kabuto smirked, looking down at the young man. Lord Orochimaru needs you for a personal mission. He needs you to help your old team in getting someone very special. Kimimaro listened to what he was to do. He knew that this would be his last mission, but it was for Orochimaru. He would give anything for that man, including his life. He would have offered up his body to host his lord's essence if only he wasn't dying. But he would do this because it was his master's wish, and he would die happy knowing he had served him one last time. Present. Not far away from Kimimaro, the rest of the Sound 4 were trying to hurry. They had already left 2 members behind, but so far they hadn't seen them catch up. Tayuya was a bit worried about this. They were the elite members of Orochimaru's personal guards. They should be strong enough to deal with anything the Leaf could throw at them, at least most of what the Leaf could send after them, she figured. Currently she was the one carrying the box containing Sasuke. She wasn't sure how much longer it might take for him to be ready. It varied from person to person, but if she took the average time, he might be ready soon. Where the fuck are those 2? She yelled out to Sakin, who was in the lead. Maybe they're taking their time, or maybe the Leafs sent more than we thought they might have. Sakin theorized. Although he didn't like this as well, those 2 should have been able to catch up to them by now. This didn't sit well with him, but they needed to get Sasuke to Orochimaru. They couldn't afford failure here. Tayuya, he said, getting her attention. I want you to go on ahead. Go as fast as you can, don't wait up. I'll stay behind and wait and see if they show up. If the Leaf are coming, I'll slow them down, but no matter what, keep going. Fuck, she muttered, not liking any of this, but she pushed on ahead, leaving him behind. She pushed herself to the limit, trying to get as much distance as she could. Sakin decided to wait. If his teammates came, then he could scold them for being so slow, but if it wasn't them, then he had a job ahead. Thankfully he wasn't alone in this, and they were about to get a unique surprise soon. Recover team. The team was now down to Kakashi, Naruto, Temari, Kiba, Akamaru and Hinata. Kiba and Akamaru were in the lead, with Hinata next to him as they continued to track their enemies. Kiba said that the number of cents had dropped to 3. This was good news for Kakashi. They still had more numbers on their side now, but that could change if more sound were on the way. They needed to cut off this group before that happened. Then they could go back and hopefully regroup with the others they had to leave behind. But they were close now. If they could end this quickly, then they could get back fast. Hinata still scanned the area ahead of them. So far she hadn't seen anything, but then her eyes weren't as good as Neji. She was worried about him too, as her mind kept going back to her older cousin and hoped he was okay. After the Chunin exams, her relationship with him had greatly improved, and she didn't want to lose him after repairing the family rift between him and the main house. Even her father was teaching Neji, something that was nearly unheard of in the Hyuga clan. She knew that Neji would be a great member of the clan one day. Still, she had her own self-doubts, but she didn't want to be a burden and tried to improve herself. Suddenly something caught her eye. She had been so wrapped up in her own thoughts she had nearly missed it. On the tree ahead of them was an explosive tag, it was too close as well. They were in mid-jump with no way of avoiding it. A shout of warning wouldn't work, she had to do something or else Kiba and Akamaru would get caught in the blast. They didn't see it, and as the world seemed to slow, she knew what she had to do. She yelled out. Not sure what she had yelled out, only that she did. She then shoved Kiba as hard as she could. His momentum still carried him forward, but now he was going in a different direction. Akamaru had been to his other side, so he slammed into the dog. Hinata was grateful for that, but knew now she was in trouble. As soon as she touched down, she tried to kick off in another direction as quickly as she could. The explosion went off as she had just finished kicking off, as it sent her flying. Kiba yelled out as he saw her falling. It was only luck that she landed on a large branch which stopped her falling, although she looked like she was out cold. Naruto was about to see if she was okay since he was closest, but he heard something coming up from behind him. He was only just able to turn around when someone's fist hit his face. The sound ninja Saken had been waiting for a sneak attack, and he saw the perfect time to attack them from behind. The blonde boy was the first target as his fist slammed into the boy's face. He then quickly delivered a kick to the girl next to him with the large thing on her back. He managed to catch her in the ribs, nearly causing her to fall to the ground. Saken only just barely managed to dodge a pair of kunai thrown at him from the masked on. From the vest he was wearing and how he felt a cut on his cheek, the man was either Chunin or above. The man was already coming at him quickly, and Saken leapt down to the unconscious girl. A hostage would come in handy, and also it was the perfect way to slow them down. Grabbing the back of the girl's jacket, he started to jump away from them. Hinata. Naruto yelled out, seeing this. We have to go after her. I'll do it, Kiba yelled out to him. Go on ahead, me and Akamaru will rescue her. Are you sure you don't want any help? Kakashi asked the boy. Kiba only smiled at him. She's our teammate and we owe her one. Don't worry, we can handle one of them, and Sasuke isn't far ahead. This guy is just trying to slow us down. Besides, she saved us from that explosion, so it's our turn to save her. Kiba and his dog jumped away, chasing after the ninja that took Hinata. Are we really going to let him go like that? Naruto asked. He made his choice to get his comrade back while leaving the mission in our care, Kakashi told him. Let's not disappoint him. Kiba traveled as fast as he could. Thankfully, he and Akamaru knew Hinata's scent almost by second nature, given how long they spent in each other's time. He was keeping an eye out, trying to find out where she was. Then down by the forest floor he noticed something on one of the trunks. He saw Hinata pinned to a tree. He couldn't tell if she was still alive, but Akamaru didn't smell blood at least. She looked to be pinned to the tree with several kunai into her jacket. He knew it was a trap, but he had to make sure she was okay. Giving Akamaru a command to watch his back, he jumped down and ran to her. He knew an attack was coming. What kind he wasn't sure, he only hoped that it wasn't another explosive tag. He wasn't too far away when a figure seemed to come out of nowhere. Whoever this guy was, he was fast. But Kiba had been expecting it. He quickly turned around to meet his attacker. Kiba's fist came up to intercept a punch as he grinned. Not this time, Kiba told him as Akamaru leapt to attack the man from behind. What neither of them expected was the thing on the back of him to move. The other head opened its eyes as he looked at Akamaru leaping at him. The other face smiled as a fist seemed to grow out of the boy's back and punched the small white dog. What the hell? Kiba had thought that thing had been a fake of some kind, but now it was twisting to look at Kiba. I get woken up for this, he said in a deeper voice. You're getting sloppy, Saken. My apologies, big brother. Saken grinned as he kicked Kiba's ribs. Before they hit, 2 more sets of legs grew out of it, making 3 kicks in one to Kiba. The extra impact was felt by Kiba as he was kicked across the forest nearly a dozen feet. Now look what you've done. You've gone and woke up my older brother Uken. What the hell was that? Kiba coughed out, hoping his ribs weren't bruised too badly from that. How are the two of you together? We're just special. Saken smirked over at the boy while his brother kept watch on the dog. We can merge together. I guess you can say we're as close as siblings can get. Saken, we don't have time for this, Uken said to his brother. The rest of his team will be going after Tayuya, and Sasuke isn't done yet. You know what will happen if we fail in this mission. Yeah, I do. Saken wasn't happy about hurrying up, but the thought of what would happen to them if Orochimaru didn't get Sasuke wasn't something he wanted to think about. Plus his brother was always the most impatient one. Fine then. Looks like we'll have to take this up a notch for this. Black markings grew all over their body as they activated the first level of their power. They came at Kiba and he was surprised by how much faster his opponent was moving. The guy was fast before, but now he was moving twice as fast. When Kiba felt the blows, they were even stronger as well. He couldn't go head to head, at least not just yet. He jumped back to get some distance as he landed next to Akamaru. Well, you're not the only ones who can team up, right boy? Kiba asked as she crouched down as his dog barked an affirmative. Human beast clone. There was some smoke and now there were two versions of Kiba, only both were more feral in appearance. This allowed both Kiba and Akamaru the best of both worlds. They could both use jutsu, and also Kiba was faster and stronger in this form. Double piercing fang. Kiba cried out as both turned into spinning whirlwinds of destruction as they flew at the twin brothers. Saken and Uken dodged them as best they could. The trees in the area gave a lot of room to hide, but the two Konoha team members just went through the trees. Both were being careful to keep the fight away from Hinata though. Trees fell and collapsed as they destroyed the area. Kiba and Akamaru stopped after they had cleared a decent fight area out of the way. Kiba looked for the two brothers, but they seemed to be hiding out, which meant they were planning something. He tried to take a sniff out of the air to see if he could get a scent. All the trees and broken trees had sent up a lot of wood, leaf and dirt into the air. He thought he smelt something that might be them when his sensitive ears picked up footsteps from above and behind him. He turned just in time to see Saken and Uken, but now only in the second form of their curse mark. They didn't want to drag this out for too long and needed to get rid of this boy and his dog soon, then take care of the girl and catch up to Tayuya. Now in their second form, their faces looked more like devils, with two large horns on their heads to complete the look. Both Kiba and Akamaru were kicked across the now created open area into a few broken down trees. Akamaru had lost his transformation, turning back into a dog as Kiba tried to get up. The sound ninja was on him in a second. Blow after blow landed on Kiba as they focused on him, thinking taking him out would be the key to things. Kiba dodged as best as he could, but the ninja was too fast and the blows were like hammer blows against him. He wanted to try out this new jutsu that might work, but there were problems with it. The forest made it really hard to use. Just using the piercing fang through the trees had been slightly damaging. He also needed to get some distance and time, but his opponent wasn't letting him. Finally was the fact that with Hinata there he had to be extremely careful. Suddenly Saken grabbed Kiba by the throat, holding him up. Got you now. I think it's time to finish this. He pulled back his hand, ready to keep punching him in the face until he went limp, then he would finish him off. Akamaru, however, was up and running. The little dog jumped off a fallen tree high up into the air overhead before spinning. Saken looked up and suddenly found his eyes being covered in the dog's urine. Ah, what the hell is that? He screamed out as he felt it burning. Akamaru went to a bite at the throat, but Uken saw him and grew a fist out of his shoulder to punch the small dog hard. Saken let go as he tried to wipe the offensive liquid out of his eyes. Kiba was dropped as he coughed, feeling how rough his throat was. He was worried about Akamaru, but he had an opening. He went to a kunai when his whole body suddenly felt a large amount of pain. He cried out, wondering if he had some kind of strange internal injury or something. I bet you're wondering what's going on, huh? Uken's voice was heard right next to him. Kiba looked over, shocked to see Uken's head growing out of Kiba's own shoulder. What the hell? Uken just grinned. With this seal activated, I can transfer over into another body, right down to the cellular structure. I went over after I punched your dog while my brother had you by the throat. Now let's try something else, like your liver. Arg. Kiba fell forward, stopping himself by planting a hand onto the ground. Uken just laughed. Well, this will be fun. When Hinata started to regain consciousness, she felt like her skull was splitting. The back of her head hurt and she felt a few other aches and pains. She was trying to remember what happened when she remembered the explosion. As her mind cleared, she noticed she was pinned to a tree, and looking around she saw that Kiba and Akamaru were fighting. She had to help, but she couldn't seem to be able to move. She tried get loose, but she was stuck good. A kunai was in each sleeve, one in each side and another pinning her hood to the tree. Well, looks who is awake. Hinata looked to see that the voice in horror to see a demon-like face sticking out of Kiba's body. Hinata. Kiba cried out as he fought against his own body. You know, while my brother is fixing his eyes, I'll let you watch as the girl dies, he told him. I'll hold you here as my brother finishes her off and you can die watching. Or maybe I'll just kill you now and do it myself. Kiba couldn't let him do that, if he could somehow at least give Hinata a fighting chance. He couldn't move from this spot, but maybe he could get rid of his unwanted passenger. He had a plan, kind of a stupid one he knew, but it was the only thing he could think of. Plus, if it worked, maybe he might have enough strength for one last attack at the other. So if you're a part of me, tell me. Kiba reached for a kunai. Will you feel the same damage as me? With that, he plunged his weapon into his own stomach. He had never been stabbed before and it hurt. The cutting of your flesh felt like fire for a split second before it left only pain. You fool, what are you doing? Uken shouted out in pain. Taking you with me, Kiba grunted. Kiba-kun. Hinata said in horror at what her teammate was doing to himself just to protect her. She fought harder to try and free herself. Finally, the kunai in one of her sleeves finally seemed to give. She could move an arm, but that was it at the moment. She looked to see the other ninja coming back, his eyes still slightly closed as it looked like he was having trouble seeing. Sakin gripped Kiba by his neck as Uken slid out of Kiba and back into his twin. Sakin threw Kiba aside against a tree. Hinata knew she didn't have much time, although her body still hurt, she needed to do something. She couldn't pull out all the kunai in time. So she unzipped her jacket hoping it would be slack enough. It was as she slipped out of it, leaving it against the tree as she ran forward. The girl is coming, Uken told his brother. He was feeling better being in his twin brother, but some of the damage was still there. I can't see her all that well, Sakin snarled out. Everything was blurred. There was no water anywhere. He had used the sleeve at his best to wipe off the offensive fluids, but still his eyes hurt. Then let me take control for now, the elder brother said as he felt the control of the body slip to him. He turned to face the young girl as she ran forward. Hinata activated her eyes as she looked at his chakra network. She had never seen anything like it in her life, she never even heard of such a thing. There were 2 chakra coils and they were all over the place. None of the normal chakra channels were there. Well, they were, only they were all rearranged. She stuck out with a palm trying to hit anything vital that she could see inside of his body. Uken blocked the blow with one of his armored arms with his forearm. The girl didn't know the special ability that he and his brother shared. Another fist grew out of that arm in a right cross to the girl's head. To his surprise, she actually ducked under it, hitting him a few times in the stomach as he forced himself back. He thought it was just a fluke when he went for a kick much like the one he used on Kiba, but once again it was like she knew what they were going to do. In a way Hinata did, she could see the chakra change as another limb was going to grow out of him. It was quick, but she noticed the change and so she dodged and countered. She kept sealing his chakra points off, doing any kind of internal damage that she could, but it was hard to see what was a vital spot and what wasn't in the mess. She didn't give up as she fought on. What the hell is going on? Sakin demanded of his brother. I feel injured inside. Did she stab us with something? What? Uken hadn't noticed at first his own pain slowly fading, but he did feel it. Internal injuries, but the girl was only using her fists. In fact, she hadn't done any damage at all to their skin given how tough it was. So why did he feel like he had taken injuries? Hinata was breathing hard. It wasn't easy to keep out of reach. The twins had gotten a few blows in. One of the shots hit her head and the headache she had felt much worse now. It was a struggle to keep her eyes activated with a head injury, let alone having most likely 2 of them. Uken charged forward as he swung at the girl. She countered with a blow to his elbow, thigh and ribs all in a second. The girl's fists were damned fast. He was about to counter when he suddenly coughed up blood, as did his brother. What the hell? Kiba chuckled a bit seeing this. You guys don't know what the Hyuga are capable, are you? She's been tearing you guys apart from the inside. What? Sakin couldn't seem to move his leg anymore for some reason. Switch legs, I can't move mine. I've been trying. Uken yelled back. He had noticed it as well, but shifting their bodies around had suddenly gotten a lot more difficult. Hinata saw her chance. She felt she had gotten a handle on how their chakra network was set up as she got into her stance. 8 trigrams 32 palms. She rushed forward as her arms became blurs as blow after blow rained down on them. 2 strikes, 4 strikes, 8 strikes, 16 strikes, 32 strikes. Hinata said, counting the blows. She had hit all his vital areas, she was sure of it as the two brothers cried out in rage at being defeated. Their bodies slowly turned back to normal as they couldn't use chakra anymore, the internal injuries piled up as organs failed to work and internal bleeding starting to happen. Sakin gurgled something out, reaching for the girl as she fell forward. The body started to twitch as the life slowly drained out of them. Within a moment the twins lay still as the last of their life seeped away. Hinata went to Kiba quickly to see him still resting against the tree holding the bleeding wound he had given himself in order to protect Hinata. She saw the blood and quickly tried to think of something to use to stop it. She checked her equipment but there wasn't much. She ran over to her jacket and using one of the kunai cut it up to make a makeshift pressure bandage. Here, let me place it on, Hinata said as she pressed it into the wound. He winced and grunted in pain from it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you. He gave a small laugh. Don't worry about it. At least I'm still alive. How's Akamaru? She went over to check on the small dog as she brought him back. She gently placed him next to Kiba. He seems alive but I don't know how badly hurt he was. He's tough. He'll pull through. Hinata looked down, not able to take her eyes off the blood-soaked clothing. You didn't have to do that, you know, she said softly, looking down. She felt horrible that he had gotten hurt because of her. Hey, we're teammates and I wouldn't let him kill you, Kiba told her, smiling despite the pain. He really might have placed that kunai a bit too deep. It hurt like hell. It was kind of funny, this might be the worst injury he had ever gotten and it was self-inflicted. It was a good thing he hadn't gone for his heart at least, since he wasn't sure this would have worked out anyway. Kiba-kuna. Hinata felt awful, she felt like this was all her fault and that Kiba had done this to save her. She felt weak at that moment for all of this. This is all my fault that you're hurta. Hey, don't say that, Kiba winced a bit. You saved me and Akamaru from that exploding tag, then you go and take out that guy. You're a lot stronger than you think and I'm proud to be on your team. She looked up at him in surprise and felt touched that he said those words. She didn't get praise all that much but from Kiba it felt special. Maybe because he was her teammate and close friend that she felt this way. Although she was scared that Kiba's injuries might be too much, she couldn't carry both him and Akamaru to safety and neither one would let the other be left behind. But if he didn't get help he might bleed to death. She wasn't sure what to do when Kiba looked up and tensed up. Someone's coming. I can hear them. Hinata got up and got into a fighting stance, she wouldn't let anyone harm Kiba and Akamaru. She was prepared to face anything when a figure langed in front of them from the tall treetops. Wow, another set down, Anko said looking at the two of them. Geez, what the hell is going on here? First the other Hyuga boy and that bun-haired girl and now you two. Anko-san. Hinata was happy to see the older woman as she relaxed. What about Neji-Nisan and Tenten-san? Well, they were a bit messed up from when the others got there, Anko recalled. She had been on her way to catching up when Shizune had shown up with a group of medic ninja. They had fixed whatever injuries they could on Anko as they went on. Anko still felt a few injuries and her shoulder still ached, but it was good enough. They had come upon the two genin as they were both near death. Shizune is taking care of them personally with a few others, Anko told them. There should be a couple more medics on their way. Man, they're too slow. I had to leave them in the dust to catch up to you guys. So how are you guys? Akamaru is hurt and I got a hole in my gut. Kiba gritted his teeth as he felt the pain there. Well, I don't know about your dog, but damn, a gut wound. Those suck, but with the medics on their way they should get here. I left a pretty easy trail. Anko then looked at Hinata. She bent down and took a long look at the girl with narrowed eyes. It made Hinata very uncomfortable as she fidgeted. Is something wrong? Geez, what are you, a B cup or even a C cup already at that age? Anko said to her, making both the boy and girl blush. Damn, I wish I had started to fill out that well at your age. I didn't get my tits until I was 15 and even then it took a while to get them like this. She illustrated the point by groping her own breasts slightly. Hinata was so embarrassed as she covered her chest, her face now fully red. Hey, you should hid those. I bet all the boys would notice you more, right? Anko asked Kiba with a wink. Why are you asking me? Kiba said, all red in the face. Huh, you don't like girls with large chests or just girls in general? Not that there is anything wrong with that, if you're into boys that's okay too. I like girls. He shot back, feeling the need to defend his manhood. With large breasts. Of course. Then Kiba realized what he said as he dropped his head. He really wished his wound would kill him now. He wanted to die from it and he really didn't want to see Hinata's reaction. Anko snickered. Well, at least you got taste. Take good care of him, girl. The medics will be here soon and think about showing off more. If you got to keep a jacket, just do what I do and keep it open. Bye bye. I got to catch up now. Anko nearly laughed seeing the embraced teens. She had done that to help them think on something else than the boys' injuries. Well, that and it was fun messing with them. Although damn, she wasn't lying about wishing she had developed earlier like that girl had. Sometimes life wasn't fair, especially to women. But at the moment she was more worried about Kakashi's team. So far they had been forced to split up several times. She had seen the Dead Sound Ninja and knew that they had given their lives to slow down the team. But what more were they going to face? It was a good thing she was a good tracker. At the speed the team was moving, she might not have found them if they had tried to cover their trail. Still, from what she could find, she couldn't be too far behind. She just hoped that she arrived in time to help out. Chapter 37. Battlegrounds. If Tayuya was any less of a ninja, her legs would have been killing her and her back wouldn't have been too far behind. Carrying a large wooden basket that held a person nearly her own size and weight wasn't something any normal person could do. Thankfully, a ninja was trained to be stronger and go farther than a normal person. Chakra helped a lot with that. But even she had limits, and when she hit the large open field of grass, she was grateful for it. Jumping from tree to tree was tiring, although as she cast a look back, she was wondering what was keeping the others. This was getting ridiculous. Could the rest of them have fallen to Konoha? Either that or they were slowed down. Either one wasn't good. She had a feeling there were others still behind her, and with Sasuke she was slowed down. Tayuya really hoped to reach the border before they caught up. Then, unless the ninja following were willing to go into enemy territory, it would be smooth sailing afterward. She felt something move on her back, and for a moment she just thought the container was loose in the straps. When it jerked more powerfully this time, she knew it was time. She didn't have a choice to stop. Sasuke needed to get out, and without the container they could make more speed anyway. She dropped it and stood back as dark energies seemed to seep out of the wooden planks. The movement was a good sign. The few that had failed this that she had seen, well, there wasn't much left to move at any rate. Suddenly the container broke apart as Sasuke knelt there breathing deeply. Sasuke, hey, look up. She knew there was a slight disorientation at times from this and wanted to get his mind focused. Sasuke couldn't believe it was over. It seemed like an eternity had passed, and yet no time at all had passed at the same time. It was hard to describe just what he had gone through. It was more metaphysical in nature. What he experienced was the best way to start. But how that the light was finally around him, he felt things like he was just reborn. In fact, that was a good way to explain how he felt. He felt like he was just born into the world all over again. He heard Tayuya trying to get his attention, but the power he felt was amazing. He slowly stood up, his body feeling slightly stiff. He looked at his hands as he slowly opened and closed them. He could feel it. The power in him, in his very veins, maybe right down to his cells, they all felt energized. He had never felt better in his whole life. He felt like he would take on the world and win. Was this the power that Orochimaru promised him, or was this just an example of what he could expect? Whatever the case, he could see he was finally on the path for true power, the power to finally avenge the blood of the Uchiha and to make his mark on the world. Hey, wake the fuck up! Tayuya yelled at him. Sasuke looked up and noticed her for the first time. How do you feel? She asked him. There was some part of her that seemed concerned, but she didn't want to accept that. Ever since she had met him, things had been stirring in her that she didn't totally understand. She would explore that later when she got the time, but now she was hoping that he was focused enough to travel. Sasuke smiled at her. I feel great. Good. Her face soured as she looked behind her. Because looks like we ran out of time. Sasuke. Naruto's yell was heard clear across the field as he and the other two ran at them. Damn, he's loud. Tayuya nearly winced at how the young blonde could be so loud. So, Now what? I'm not going back, Sasuke said to her, getting ready to either fight or flee. Not after all of this. Naruto and the others stopped 10 yards away from Sasuke and Tayuya. Kakashi took the time to look and he felt his heart sink a little. Some part of him hoped that Sasuke hadn't been willing, but looking at it now, the boy was getting ready to attack. Kakashi could tell with the way Sasuke was holding himself. He would berate himself for failing his student later, now he had a mission to do. Sasuke, what the hell are you doing? Naruto demanded of the boy. Why are you running away from your home and from us? You're an idiot as always, Sasuke stated at Naruto. That place was never home. To me, it was just the place I lived. My true home I lost a long time ago. Now it's just buildings and people I know. I have no bonds left with that village. Bastard. What about your friends? Naruto yelled at him. What about Sakura-chan? You know she cares about you, so why did you have to hurt her like that? You mean the pink-haired bitch? Tayuya asked with a smirk, her hand on her flute. If you mean her injuries, I did that. All he did was sit back and let me do it. It was easy. She was so weak. Naruto didn't like anyone calling any of his precious people that. Sure, his feelings of Sakura were no longer what they were. She would always be his first crush and maybe first love, but now she was his closest friend and teammate. She was as important to him as anyone he had in his life, and no one bad-mouthed his friends. He was about to move when Kakashi slammed a hand down quickly on the boy's shoulder. Kakashi knew the girl was baiting Naruto. If this was going to be a battle, then he would make the battle on his terms. There had been enough of the fighting on their terms as it was. Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi said in a professional tone, although it killing a little of him to say this to his own student. You are charged with abandoning the village, allying with an enemy, and being an accessory to a physical assault against a fellow ninja. You will come back to the village to be judged. If you flee, you will be a missing nin and you will be killed on sight. Naruto looked up in horror at what Kakashi was saying. He just wanted to get Sasuke back, maybe they could talk him out of it. Naruto felt that if only he could reach Sasuke and make him see how things were. He had managed to do the same with Gaara, who was driven insane by his demon. He had managed to touch the heart of the merciless killer Zabuza Momochi of the Hidden Mist. If he couldn't reach Sasuke, then what good was he? Naruto, Temari whispered to him, knowing what was basically going through his head. He's got to make the choice himself. You can't control people. He's done a lot to answer for, but he's got one last choice here. If he attacks, there is no helping him. Even if we take him back, he'll stand trial. She didn't say how he could be executed for his crimes, but he didn't need to hear that part. Although some part of her felt that he might already know that. Kakashi was about to make a move when he shouted a warning, pulling his two team members back as several objects landed in the places they had just stood. He noticed that they looked like some kind of ivory, even bone, but no one would use bone weapons, at least not normal ones. A figure wearing sound ninja-style clothing with white hair came at them. The boy had been very silent, obviously someone more skilled than normal for someone of his years, Kakashi observed. The boy kicked Naruto in the face, jumped over Kakashi's own attack with a kunai and kicked away Temari's fan. The new enemy followed up with an elbow to her gut and would have kicked her temple with a roundhouse kick if she hadn't ducked. Temari went for her fan as Naruto closed in, but the older boy easily dodged Naruto's attacks, and out of the long sleeves a long bone-like short sword seemed to come out of nowhere. Naruto felt the blade cut his sleeve as she tried to dodge. Naruto was instead kicked, the ribs sent away as Kakashi rushed in, trying to get in on the boy's blind side, but the boy was about as fast as he was. Seeing Kimimaro was a shock to Tayuya. The guy was their old leader but dying. He had been put into medical stasis to prolong his life, but if he was let out, this meant two things. This would be his last mission, and also just how important it was to have Sasuke. Kimimaro was a one-time use now. They would never think of using him up for anything unimportant. Knowing that, she took Sasuke's hand and ran. Come on, Kimimaro will stall them long enough for us to get away. She yelled at him. She saw the look on his face. He would rather fight and use his new power. She knew the feelings that were going through him. Everyone who passed that last test wanted to taste in the glory of their new power. Now wasn't the time for that, and he would have to learn that. We don't have time to fight. You want to fight, do it later. Or would you rather wait until more ninjas show up and then we're screwed? Unless you want to be taken back as a prisoner and either executed or spend the rest of your life in a fucking cell. Sasuke did burn with the urge to fight, but she had a point. He had burned his bridge with the leaf behind him that was his past, and he needed to head for his future. Sasuke. Naruto yelled out, seeing him run off with the other girl. He tried to run after them but was blocked by Kimimaro. The older boy nearly impaled him with his bone weapon before Temari jumped in, blocking it with the metal of her fan. The boy didn't let up, kicking her away, spinning as he dodged Naruto's counter-attack and kicked him as well. I will not let you pass. Kimimaro stated. Sasuke has joined the sound and will be part of it. It is Orochimaru's will. Like hell, I'll let that happen. Naruto created a large number of clones and sent them after Kimimaro. As the sound ninja was easily taking care of them, Temari was about to ready her fan when Kakashi placed a hand on her shoulder. I want you two to go after Sasuke and the girl, I'll deal with this boy. Kakashi stepped forward, glad that Naruto's clones were keeping him busy. I'll be along shortly. Kimimaro saw the two blonde genins going after Sasuke and Tayuya. He increased his efforts to stop them, but the masked ninja got in the way. He was forced back by Kakashi's attacks with a kunai. Every time he tried to get around the silver-haired man, he was there blocking the way. It was apparent he wouldn't be able to stop the two young genins. He would have to deal with the man in front of him. Valley of the End. Tayuya had never seen this valley, but the huge two statues were hard to miss. They stood facing each other with a waterfall between them. She had to admit, it was impressive, although she wasn't sure why they had bothered with this. She doubted the Uchiha had wanted to have one of their leaders remembered as a traitor and enemy. She smirked, looking at Sasuke. What? He demanded. I guess in a way you're doing the same thing that Madara Uchiha guy did. Tayuya jerked a thumb at the large statue. He left the village because he wanted more power too, huh? It was a bit more complicated than that. Sasuke wasn't really sure on all the details. His family didn't talk about the man all that much. Apparently it was a sour topic for the clan. We can sightsee another time, they won't be far behind. They moved off and were at the other end of the valley when they heard Naruto's yell. God damn it. Doesn't he ever fucking quit? Tayuya said in annoyance. Sasuke saw that it was only Naruto and Temari. I'm tired of this. Sensing what he was thinking, she nodded her head. These people had been on their heels the entire time. She was getting tired of the non-stop pace and running away from the fight. She took her flute out, looking at the Temari woman. I got the bitch. Fine with me. Sasuke smirked, seeing Naruto over there. It was time to finally end this and see who was stronger once and for all. She's a wind user. Get her fans away and she can't use any wind techniques. Oh great, a long-range user. Tayuya was a close-up fighter, a total mismatch. She started to play her flute as three monsters formed around her as Sasuke ran off to face Naruto. Temari looked at the creatures. They sure were ugly things, but she wasn't too worried. Although she knew she wasn't a close combat fighter like these things seemed to be, she wouldn't give them the chance. Temari pulled open her fan all the way, showing all three moons. She wasn't going to hold back or take her time with this. Temari swung her fan, the huge wind blast that was created blowing the three creatures away. They seemed solid enough, although she was sure they weren't summons. Well, whatever they were, she noticed something. Tayuya had to grab hold of a rock to steady her from the wind attack. When she had done that, she had also stopped playing her flute. Temari looked to see that the monsters just stood where they had landed. She smirked, seeing the flaw in whatever the sound ninja's skills were. As long as the flute wasn't playing, those things were useless. Now she just had to move in closer for her wind to be more effective. She jumped off her high vantage point, using her fan as a glider to get into closer range. Tayuya cursed as she brought up her flute again. She needed to get her ogres back in action before this girl got too close. She had been on the other side of the damn valley and already that wind had been nasty. If she hadn't grabbed onto the large rock, she would have been blown off her feet. Closer, that wind would smash her against the rock walls of this valley. The ogres attacked Temari in the air, or tried to. She was pretty high up, but they could jump high as well. Temari was forced to stop her advance. In this state she couldn't use her fan as a weapon and they were surrounding her now. She grabbed her fan's handle and closed it, making her fall. She quickly twisted it back and opened it, attacking straight down now. The wind from this caused a geyser of water to shoot up around her, forcing the creatures back. She landed on the water, using her chakra to stay on it. She was thankful that in her time in Konoha, she had improved on this ability. The water fell around her like rain as she was getting ready for another attack. She was a lot closer now, and if she could get in one good shot, then her enemy would be completely open. A blast from this range would give her the advantage. She saw the creatures trying to get to her, but they wouldn't get there in time. Then she had seen it. Naruto had tried to make some large human chain of clones and Sasuke had set them all on fire. Temari felt her heart stop for a moment when she thought Naruto had been in that. She heard Sasuke yell something as he grabbed the original and slammed him head first into the water. From that height and impact it would be enough to break someone's neck and spine if not kill them. Naruto. She yelled out in fear. Got you now, bitch. Tayuya yelled out as Temari quickly turned back to her fight. It was too late. She had been distracted and Tayuya took advantage of this fight. Her ogres attacked as one. One took her fan away from her. Another punched her hard in the gut, making her double over slightly. She felt a blow to her face as her vision swam from the impact. She tried to get the two smaller fans on her waist, but two of them grabbed her arms. The third continued to land blow after blow. She felt blood in her mouth and face from a few cuts from the attacks. She felt her legs go as a few blows to her stomach took the air out. Tayuya smirked as the tormented the girl. She used her flute to play a melody of death to the blonde woman. One of the ogres slammed its elbow into Temari's arm. She managed to scream out as the joint gave way, the limb breaking. One final punch came. As it connected, the two holding her let go. She felt herself being weightless as she tried to look for Naruto. One of her eyes was swelling shut as she thought she saw something glowing red. She blacked out when she landed on the ground. Her last thoughts were of Naruto. Tayuya wiped her brow. That had been a tough fight. If the girl hadn't gotten distracted for that opening, she wasn't sure if she could have beaten her. That damn fan of hers could have taken her out in one shot if she had ever surprised attacked her or if they were closer. It was then she felt it, a killing intent so large she felt like an icy fist had been plunged into her chest. A large yell that nearly sounded like a roar got her attention. There on the water, Naruto was getting back up. How the fucka? She had seen the final blow that should have either crippled or killed him. He was getting up like nothing had happened. Then she noticed the red glow about him. It took shape as he looked at Temari and then at her. Even from a distance she could tell something was wrong here. His eyes looked blood red and something looked different. He crouched down like an animal as the red chakra started to form into a tailed animal of some kind. What the hell is he? Tayuya said to herself in a whisper. Tayuya, get out of there. Sasuke warned her. That brought her out of it as she tried to get away, but Naruto charged at her at amazing speed. She tried to bring up her flute and called her ogres back. They appeared in front of Naruto, but somehow he made a large claw of that red chakra. It tore her ogres apart in one move. She had never seen anything like this before. Yua heard a Temari. Naruto roared out as he made the large claw slam into the red-headed sound ninja. She yelled out in pain as it slammed her against the rock wall. She coughed out blood and the claw felt like it was burning her. Naruto let her go and the sound ninja fell to the ground unconscious. Tayuya. Sasuke yelled out, seeing her fall like that made something inside of him snap. He needed more power and called on any and all power he could gather from his curse seal. Naruto noticed the change as Sasuke began to change as well. His skin darkened as large clawed hands grew out of his back looking like demonic wings. I'll kill you for that. Sasuke said to him. Time to finish this, Naruto. Naruto roared in answer as he charged at Sasuke. Kakashi. Kakashi had to admit this boy's bloodline was nothing short of amazing. From what he could gather, the boy was actually using his own body to make bone weapons, and the bones were very hard, about the same density as metal. Kakashi thought he remembered reading a report once on a bloodline like this. He couldn't remember all the details, it was a long time ago. But it had stuck with him how unusual it was. Although he thought the report said that the clan had been wiped out. Too bad he couldn't remember the clan name or anything else about it. He could use more information in his fight. The boy was extremely agile and quick too, a deadly combination. Thankfully Kakashi had slowly been pushing the fight into his favor, the boy seemed to sense this as well, and that was when Kimimaro activated his curse seal. The black markings were much different than what Kakashi had known about Sasuke's and also seemed to be complete. He also noticed that the boy was fighting harder and faster than ever. Kakashi actually had to use his Sharingan to keep up. Kakashi had to give the young boy credit. If he lived to adulthood, this boy would become a dangerous S-class ninja. Although a part of his mind was also a little embarrassed a boy this young was pushing him this far. There were geniuses like Itachi, but still, after this he was going to train himself a bit more. If this was the kind of forces that Orochimaru had, he needed to up his own game. Kimimaro knew he couldn't drag this out too much longer. He was on borrowed time and he felt like he could feel his life slowly slipping away. He had to beat this masked man, but he was already on the first level of his seal. He had to push it even further. He knew that by doing this it could accelerate his condition, but he needed to kill this man and make sure Sasuke made it to Orochimaru. Just when Kakashi thought he had seen it all in the ninja world, this boy started to transform again. The boy's skin turned dark and large bones grew out of his body. He even grew a large tail. Kakashi had seen a lot of strange things, but even he never knew that the curse seal had this kind of power. A power to actually change a person into some kind of fearsome monster. He doubted that even Anko knew about this. The boy's speed was even greater and Kakashi was hard-pressed to avoid all the attacks, even with the Sharingan, which let him see the attacks coming, was the only reason he hadn't been killed yet. It was time to end this as he clashed with the Sound Ninja. He started up the hand seals as he jumped back. When he landed he had finished them as an electrical storm was on one of his hands, making the sounds of thousands of birds. He ran forward, avoiding the boy sending small bone projectiles at him. He was about to strike when Kimimaro grew large bones that covered one whole arm. He used this to block at Kakashi's Chidori slammed into it. The boy grunted in pain and Kakashi could see the bones broken as he pulled his hand out, but it hadn't gone all the way through. Kimimaro's tail wiped around, hitting Kakashi across his side, sending him flying. Kakashi twisted so that he would land on his feet. Kakashi took a second to see the damage. The boy's arm was bleeding as the bones broke away, but other than that he was unharmed. It looked like the bones took most of his attack. This was bad. The Chidori was a precise attack, to go for the weaker vital areas of a person. It didn't have blunt force that he would need to break through the boy's defenses. There was one technique that could do it, but he would need a way open. He doubted this ninja would just let him. Then out of nowhere a large fireball engulfed the boy. Kakashi looked to his right and smiled under his mask, and a sense of relief filled him. Anko stood there ready for a fight, and although looking a little ragged, it surprised him how seeing her made him feel. "I thought I'm the one that usually late." Kakashi smiled at her. She scowled at him. "Hey, the fat little punk had a few tricks I didn't know about. Anyways, the medical team showed up and are taking care of the others. They won the fight, but a few looked a little messed up. So how about you then? The great Kakashi is taking this long to beat some little kid." Kakashi chose to ignore that, especially when the Sound Ninja burst through the flames only slightly scorched. He heard Anko curse, most likely because he hadn't been as damaged by that as she had hoped he would be. Apparently his skin was a lot tougher in that form, but the boy looked pissed. He threw his hands into the ground and suddenly both Kakashi and Anko had to dodge as massive bones shot out of the ground all over the area. A small forest of sharp-pointed bones was soon covering the area. "Great. Now what?" Anko asked him. "I need a distraction. You know the double blindside combo, right?" Kakashi asked her, feeling a cut on his uniform. He had just been a little too slow, but it was just a scratch, nothing major apparently. "Of course I do, so you're the blindside." She saw him nod. "Works for me. Better give me some room then." Anko took out a kunai and made several small cuts on her fingers. She would have to call out the bigger guns for this one. She slammed the bloody bomb on the ground as she summoned two very large snakes. "You two go wide. I'm going straight," she commanded the two snakes. She didn't really use them all that much as they were her most aggressive snakes that she could call on. That and anything larger would require some human sacrifices, and she wasn't willing to do that, unless it was the enemy. The two 15-foot snakes shoot out, winding around the bones as they tried to attack the boy in the center of it all. Kimimaro saw this and wasn't impressed. He saw Kakashi trying to get around. He saw Anko and the two snakes. Suddenly large bone spikes grew out of his body, he was tracking them all waiting for his moment. He grunted as he felt the blood pooling in his mouth, he spit it out as his body was feeling more tired and worn down. The two snakes attacked first as he shot out the spikes on his arms, they impaled the snakes as they turned to smoke. Anko leapt up and threw her kunai and released the fire jutsu she had been holding in her. Kimimaro opened his mouth as bone projectiles intercepted the kunai, his arms came together to make large bones to protect him from the fire. He bit back a cry of pain, using his abilities so much was killing him and the strain on his body was proving to be almost too much. He knew Kakashi was now behind him. His tail lashed out and slammed into his chest, but instead of blood this Kakashi turned to smoke. Kakashi took this moment to start his real attack. He had slipped behind the large bones to make a shadow clone to be his distraction, now the boy was wide open for his attack. Kakashi had never really used this technique in battle before, mainly because he felt that he shouldn't out of respect. This was that man's technique, and to Kakashi the people that should use it were limited to Jiraiya and Naruto and whoever they saw fit to teach it. But this was a special case and he figured they and his teacher wouldn't mind, given the circumstances. He jumped off a bone as he aimed for the sound ninja's back, one of his hands as he held the sphere of chakra. Rasengan. Kakashi shouted as he slammed the technique of his sensei into the spine of his enemy. The sound ninja yelled out in surprise and pain as the powerful move tore into him. The sound ninja was slammed into the ground, causing a large amount of earth to be blasted up from the force of the impact. When the dust cleared, a panting Kakashi stood over the boy whose body was slowly turning back to normal. Anko looked at the scene and then looked up at Kakashi. When the hell did you learn that move? Like any experienced ninja of the village, she had heard of the Rasengan, although she had never actually seen it in action. Kakashi chuckled. Did you forget who my teacher was? Anyways, it looks like he's through. Kakashi and Anko looked down to see that the boy had finished reverting back to normal and was unmoving. It was a shame really, the boy had a lot of promise, thought Kakashi looking down at him. Kakashi looked up to Anko. Come on, we're not finished this yet. Anko nodded in agreement, leaving the body behind as they made their way to where the others had gone off to. They ran through the forest on the other side of their battle as fast as they could. Kakashi noticed little notches in the tree line, most likely from Tamari marking the path. She always did think ahead. It started to get dark and he noticed storm clouds showing up. He cursed at that. If it rained and they still hadn't found Sasuke, any tracks would be lost. None of his summoned ninja dogs would be able to find a scent in the rain. He felt a drop of rain on his face and mentally cursed again. Looks like everything and anything was against them on this mission. It always seemed to be the simple missions that ended up being the most screwed up for some reason. He felt a light rain before he noticed they were a few minutes from the Valley of the End. Now he knew where the sound ninja was leading Sasuke. It was just a short trip from there to outside of the border and there was no border town in this area. What the hell is that? Anko muttered, feeling something in the air. There was a power hanging in it, like some kind of major battle was going on. At least that's what it felt like, but the chakra to be used to feel it at this distance would be insane. It had to be something else. She had been in plenty of battles and none had the kind of chakra she was feeling now being thrown around. In a normal battle, someone who was trained in chakra could get a feel for it. Most battles didn't last long, so you only got fleeting sensations. Ninja were used to it and normally ignored it as it was usually just a distraction anyway. But this was something different, something she had never experienced before. Kakashi noticed it as well. Something is going on. He had a very bad feeling about this. Suddenly there was a bright light. A moment later the shock wave was felt as though an explosion went off. The hella? Anko had never seen or felt anything like that before. She noticed that Kakashi hurried up and she joined him. By the time she caught up, he was already in the valley. Looking around, she could see the damage to the area. The fuck kind of fight did those brats have here? She wasn't sure if she should be impressed with the amount of destruction or feel a bit annoyed that she knew she couldn't have pulled off something like this when Genins could. She saw Kakashi kneeling over the form of Naruto and even in the rain she could smell the blood. There was a hole in his chest and for a moment she was afraid to ask but did anyway. How is he? Kakashi was silent a moment before pulling open a few pockets on his vest. He's still alive. I have to stop the bleeding and we need to get him medical help soon. Kakashi knew when the game was over as soon as he saw what was in the valley. Sasuke and the Sound Ninja were long gone, they couldn't track them in this rain and Naruto was seriously hurt. What really made it worse was that Kakashi knew the wound was from a Chidori. He had taught Sasuke that move to protect himself from Gaara it was never to be meant to be used against a fellow leaf ninja. Sasuke had nearly killed Naruto. In fact, if it had hit directly in Naruto's heart, even Naruto's impressive healing abilities wouldn't have been able to help him. It was only thanks to the Kyuubi that Naruto was still alive. The bleeding was slowed but not totally stopped yet. He placed a pressure bandage on it as he noticed Anko walking to where he noticed Temari laying. "How's Temari?" he called out as he continued with the first aid treatment. "Looks like she has a broken arm, some bruising, maybe a concussion as well. I'm not sure about the rest but she's out cold," Anko said as she tried to help the young woman. "Damn, I really hate fucking losing. Always leaves a bad taste in my mouth," she muttered to herself. Kakashi hoped they could meet up with the medical team on their way back, although he didn't look forward to writing this mission report up. Then again, he might rather do that than think about what would happen if Naruto didn't survive. He had failed Sasuke as a teacher, he didn't want to fail Naruto as well by letting him die out here. Making sure things were patched up and that he wasn't losing any more blood, Kakashi picked the young teen up. "We better hurry," Kakashi said, trying to keep his emotions under control. It took all his years to bury his emotions now. He would feel them later. First was to get Naruto and Temari out, then he could feel sorry for himself. Anko did the same, only grunting when she had to get Temari's large battle fan. She knew if she left it, Temari would never forgive her for it. "Damn it, why do I have to do the heavy lifting?" she complained to herself. She really didn't mean it, but she was frustrated and in a bad mood now and she needed some way to vent. Looking around one last time, she sighed as she looked up at the two statues. It was like they had been silent witnesses to the entire fight that happened here, facing each other as though their fight had been continued on by the younger boys and girls that had just fought here and waiting for another fight to break out so whatever battle they had could continue on. She glared at the statue of Madara. "Hope you're fucking happy about your legacy now, because it might just have ruined the lives of a few good people." She cursed at the memory of Madara Uchiha. She wasn't sure why she did it, but something inside of her felt it was somehow appropriate. The three biggest traitors in the Leaf history had been Uchiha, which was ironic given that they were one of the founding members of her village. "I guess now it's come full circle," she thought as she carried Temari away. "First was the leader of the Uchiha when my village was founded, then Itachi who wiped out the clan, and now Sasuke, the last Uchiha to be born and still alive. Madara, Itachi and Sasuke, their names will now forever be remembered for their actions as traitors." Anko looked at Kakashi and knew this was hitting him hard even if he wasn't showing it. She knew about Obito, most that knew Kakashi did. She knew where Kakashi got his Sharingan and how, and that Kakashi most likely saw Sasuke as a way to pay back the Uchiha for Obito's sacrifice. She was surprised at how concerned she felt for him. Yeah, sure, they were friends, well, friends that screwed each other silly, but it was more than that. She didn't like the idea of him in pain, and she felt a small pain herself knowing he was most likely going to beat himself up over this for the rest of his life. "I must be going soft, I never felt like this before." She felt the girl stir on her back and hoped Naruto could survive. Temari would take it hard if he didn't make it. Chapter 38. Recovery. Temari wasn't sure where she was at first. Her head was killing her with a dull throb and her mind felt fuzzy. She blinked a few times to get her eyes focused and noticed the white ceiling. She frowned. This wasn't where she was earlier, was it? Her memories played back and she remembered seeing Naruto get badly hurt in the fight they were in. Naruto. She shot up in her bed and regretted it immediately. She hissed as she felt had tried to move her injured arm. The bones had been fixed, but it still hurt to move it, not to mention a few other injuries. "You're awake." Temari looked to see Sakura was in the room as well, over by someone else's bed. It took a moment to see that it was Tenten. She hadn't recognized the girl at first with her hair down like that. Plus she looked slightly pale and weaker. "What happened?" Temari finally asked the pink-haired girl. "You all were brought back," Sakura said, looking at the arm. "Please don't move this. Shizune had to heal it, but it's still very tender. Some of you were badly hurt, Sakura whispered out, slightly remembering the looks of some of them as they were brought in. That had been several days ago and Tenten and Naruto hadn't woken up yet. Neji only woke up earlier this morning as well. Kiba was recovering but up, and Hinata had been only in for a couple of days before being released. She thought back to that day they were brought back. She had seen Kiba with bloody bandages. Tenten and Neji had looked like they had been close to death. Those two had some of the worst of the injuries besides that of Naruto. Sakura had been told to help with getting items and other things. She suspected it was partly Tsunade's way of getting Sakura used to the idea of the kinds of injuries she would see in the future. Most likely it was to prepare Sakura mentally but to also see if she could handle being a medic. The truth was, seeing those she had called friends being brought back in those states was hard. She hadn't slept that first night as bloody images kept running in her mind. She had been checking in on everyone still in the hospital and getting used to how a hospital worked when Temari woke up. Temari winced as her arm hurt to move slightly. Where's Naruto? Sakura looked down. He was hurt pretty bad, but Tsunade said he would make a full recovery. He's in a room not far away. Adita, did Sasuke-kun really do that to him? Temari could see how torn the girl was about this. On the one hand, Sakura had had her heart crushed by Sasuke and her team had been broken and would never be the same again. But she could tell some part of the girl held out hope. She wanted to tell her to forget, but thinking on it, if it had been Naruto who left like that, she would hold out hope too. Love was truly blind and it could be both blissful and more painful than anything. He did. I'm sorry, but there's no coming back. He tried to kill Naruto. Temari said evenly, although the rage in her was there. The boy had been someone close to Naruto and not only betrayed Naruto's trust but had tried to kill him. For Temari, that was unforgivable. Sakura winced and balled her fists before regaining control. She was silent for a while before she looked up and Temari had to feel pity for the girl. Those green eyes were so dull now and lost, filled with pain and regret. Temari wanted to say something but there were no words for something like this. Sakura sniffed and seemed to pull some part of herself together again. Let me get a sling for your arm. I bet you'll want to go see him, but I need to check with the nurses to see if you can. Okay. Temari nodded and waited. It killed her inside to not be able to see Naruto at the moment, but he was fine. She took solace in that. Hell, it was the only thing that kept her from jumping out of her bed and go looking for him. Well, that and the fact her body hurt in several places. She swore if she ever saw that girl again she was going to kill her. If she hadn't gotten distracted she would have won. Temari was sure of that, but she had paid the price for it. Sakura had come back with a nurse who checked her over and gave some instructions. Temari only half listened, but Sakura seemed to be taking it all in. Sakura helped with the sling to Temari could rest her arm. Then the younger girl helped her out of the bed and led her to Naruto's room. Temari was nervous. She had no idea what shape Naruto would be in, but eventually they came to a door. Sakura opened it and after getting in they both saw Naruto. He was covered in bandages over what they could see of his body. His head was wrapped up and he had a patch on his cheek too. Sakura was amazed at how well Naruto was doing given the state he had been in. She had stuck a look at his chart. Although she was only just starting her new training and didn't know many of the terms, she did get an idea of what he had been through. Temari sat down in a chair as she reached out and held his hand. He was breathing softly and for a moment she felt like he could wake up any moment. She wished he would wake up. She wanted to see his bright blue eyes and his smiling face again. It just hurt so much seeing him like this. Do you need anything? Sakura asked softly, placing a hand on her shoulder. Temari was about to say no, but her throat was dry and she most likely hadn't eaten anything solid. Yeah, just something to drink, maybe a small snack. I'll look for something and be right back, Sakura said as she paused for a moment. He'll be fine. Tsunade-sama said so and I believe in her. Besides, you know Naruto, he always pulls through. Plus I don't think he'd want to see you sad, you know he'll just blame himself. Despite herself, Temari gave a small smile. Yeah, he would. Could you sneak in some ramen when he wakes up? I'd get it myself, but I don't think I could get out of here without anyone noticing. Sakura smiled, and this time it was a real one. Sure thing, I think that will brighten up his day if you give him ramen to eat. Maybe you should feed him it as well, if only to make sure he doesn't get it all over his bandages. Tamari nodded, nearly laughing as she could see it. It would be a pain for the nurses to have to change them just because they got dirty from his eating habits. As Sakura left, Tamari just sat there holding his hand and wishing he would wake up. Knowing that he would make it put her mostly at ease, but she wanted him awake. She wanted her husband and love. Memorial stone. Kakashi looked at the stone in front of him. It was so simple and yet held so much meaning. Sometimes he wondered why it was tucked away in an area like this, almost out of sight of everyone. Maybe it was because some people didn't want to feel the need to be reminded of death. Kakashi couldn't help it. Many of the most important people in his life were dead. His father's name wasn't listed here. That was a pain he felt whenever he thought of that. His father had been a great man, and the way his life had ended, well, there was just no justice for it. He remembered being ashamed of his father for a time after the suicide. Maybe it was just a way of getting back at him for leaving him alone in the world. He had been young and that death had hit him hard, forcing him to grow up at an early age. It was thanks to Obito that he could take pride having him as a father again. Obito and Rin's names hurt the worst as he noticed them now, especially Obito's. How many years had he plagued himself with what ifs on that day? Minato's name was also here, although seeing his face every day on that mountain was a bit better. It was like he was still watching over the village. He usually came here to pay his respects, or maybe it was a type of penance as well. To force himself to always remember them, to make sure some part of them never left this world. He heard her coming but still didn't move, not even when she came up to him and touched his arm. Kakashi. Enko said simply in a way of greeting. She wasn't smiling like she normally would, her face was more serious, and Kakashi found he missed her smiling face. Enko, he said to her. She could hear the pain in him even though his voice sounded almost like it normally did. Just not with the lazy attitude it had. You've been coming here a lot more lately, she told him, feeling worried. He was silent for a moment before she spoke again. I heard that your team will make it and that the girl woke up today. That's good, Kakashi said simply. Enko frowned. She didn't like how Kakashi was starting at that stone, half ignoring her. She didn't like to see him like this, beating himself up for something beyond his control. Well, if the understanding plan of action wouldn't work, then it was time to change tactics. That's all you got to say. You should go see them at least. I have been. Kakashi had been watching them at night. He hadn't been able to sleep all that well and just snuck into their rooms and just watched them. Part of the reason to ensure to himself that they were alive and would get well, also seeing young faces like theirs in that state hit even him hard. He had seen a lot of things in his years, but seeing young faces dead, dying or even hurt really bad was something he never truly got used to. Yeah, you can hide it, bury it deep inside, but it was always there. I meant let them see you. Now she was in front of him, poking him in his chest. They need to see you personally, you know. I failed them, Kakashi told her as though that explained it all. He wasn't even sure he could face them, at least not yet. I will see them. As their commander, I know my duty and I will when they're all up. It's just that as their sensei, a Team 7 was my responsibility, and now, Enko cut him off. Don't you fucking dare start kicking yourself for that Uchiha boy. She hissed at him. Trust me, I know what it means to be betrayed by someone too, you know. For years I blamed myself since I can't remember what happened. Why I was thrown away, why he abandoned me and put this damn thing on my neck. But you know what? I don't give a damn about that anymore. He threw me away and I consider myself lucky now. Given all the things he did, I wouldn't want to follow in his footsteps knowing what I know now. You can't blame yourself for the actions of others. She glared up at him, almost challenging him to say she was wrong. Kakashi thought about it. He knew in his head that she was right, but still, some part of him kept asking what if he had done things differently. It was still a major loss. Sure, they had taken out several members that were reported to have been with Orochimaru during the attack apparently, but they still had lost Sasuke. That would be bad for the village's reputation. He doubted he would get blamed, but Tsunade would have to face a few less than happy people about this. He looked at Anko now, and he could notice how tense she was. This whole thing was bothering her more than it normally would. She actually went out of her way to find him and to try and make him feel better. Sure, he had friends, but she was the only one to do this. Why do you care so much about this? It's not just because you were part of the mission too, is it? He asked her honestly. Anko fidgeted. She had hoped he wouldn't ask something like that. Truth was, she was worried about him lately. He had barely been seen, and looking at him now, she could see he looked tired. Most likely he hadn't been sleeping well. Look, I justa. She wasn't sure what to say because she wasn't sure. Damn it, I hate this. She turned away from him, not able to look at him. When we started this whole thing between us, it was just for some good sex on the side. Just a way to take the pressure off, and it was working. I mean, I really liked the sex part and it was relaxing just hanging out with you. Then things started to get weird. Weird. You were the one that wanted to try that thing with the rope and. Not that. Anko said, remembering that night. That had been a good night. I mean, I started to feel things that I never wanted to feel. When you open up and let someone in, they can hurt you. I were hurt really bad the last time, and I keep people at a safe distance. It's worked fine for years, but now I'm worried about your sorry ass and it's driving me crazy. She had no idea why she was telling him this, but it had been on her mind for a while now and it was driving her crazy. Maybe she just needed to finally voice it, finally get it out in the open so it would leave her alone. Sure, she liked the little arrangement they had, she didn't want to complicate it, but then something had changed. She couldn't say when it happened. Maybe it was just a slow build, something that just blindsided her, and that's why she hadn't noticed it until it was right in her face. And the truth of it scared and confused her. Somewhere along the way, her feelings of friendship with Kakashi and turned into something more. She cared more than just a friend, and she had no idea what to do with it. Kakashi was surprised by this. He thought he was the only one that had started to feel something more than just friendship for her. Truth was, he liked being around her as well. She was full of life and made every day unique and even fun. She was impulsive, energetic, a bit childish, and someone he respected. Her skills and abilities were very good. That and the sex was great too. He had never really clicked this well with someone. But he too had been hurt a lot by letting others in close. Normally they died on him, not betrayed him, as he knew she was talking about her sensei. He knew this might be a mistake, that he might be an idiot for thinking it. But after a lifetime of just losing things that mattered, just once he wanted to gain something and keep it. So he pulled down his mask as he grabbed her arm, spinning her around to face him. She was about to protest, that is, until his lips met hers. She stood there in surprise, but the feel of his lips on hers pulled her in. Before she knew it, she grabbed onto him and pulled him in harder. Eventually their lungs burned for air as they pulled back as they looked into each other's eyes. Anko, I don't know what will happen, but just so you know, I've felt the same things. Kakashi explained to her. I know what we started wasn't meant to be anything more, but, well, what if we wanted it to be something more? He actually felt a bit nervous telling her this. Him nervous, the man that had gone on more missions that could have killed someone than anyone in his age group. Who faced powerful enemies without flinching. Confessing his feelings to Anko actually made him nervous. He might have laughed if he could at the moment. Are you serious? Anko asked him, not sure how she felt. Some part of her that was a young woman felt excited and anxious. The ninja side of her warned her that mixing a professional relationship and a private one with another ninja could lead to heartbreak again. The small girl from years ago was scared that he would abandon her. Kakashi nodded. I'm not sure how to go on. I mean, I've never had a real relationship. Everyone close to me usually has died, but lately my life felt less empty with you. Anko was still unsure at that moment. There were just so many different things her mind was thinking of. So she decided to try something else. She let her heart tell her what to do. The next moment she was kissing him again as they held each other close. She knew this could end badly, that one or both could end up hurt again, but she also felt that their time together had made her life better. Feeling his pressing against her, she wanted him. She wanted to lose herself in him and just forget the world around them. Soon she found herself pressed up against a tree as Kakashi was trailing, kissing along her neck, her hand scratching the back of his neck slightly as a leg hooked around his body. She knew where this was leading and honestly didn't care. Kakashi leaned in close to her ear. My place or yours? Konoha Hospital. It was getting to be sunset when Naruto finally woke up in his hospital bed, although he knew where he was when he woke up. He would know that white ceiling anywhere, after all the times he had been in a hospital. He also felt aches and pains all over his body. He thought back to that recovery mission and how it had ended. Although he was a little fuzzy on the details, he remembered hitting the water head first and the pain in his neck and spine. He remembered the fox. After that it got a bit more vague, but he did remember Tamari getting hurt. That thought made his eyes snap wide open and he tried to sit up. He grunted and noticed something on his hand. He looked over and felt relief when he saw Tamari fast asleep next to him. She was sitting in a chair, her hand on his, but she was leaning on his bed. It couldn't be comfortable, but she was sleeping peacefully. He noticed her arm in a sling, and in the light he thought he noticed some slight bruising on the side of her face. That made him angry, that she had been hurt like that. His hand held hers and she must have only been slightly sleeping as she moaned. She shifted a bit, trying to get comfortable. Naruto reached out with his other hand and ran his fingers through her hair gently. He was glad to see that she was okay. This prompted her to wake up slowly. At first she wasn't sure what was going on, but she felt someone running their hand through her hair. It felt nice and she looked up to see Naruto. "Oh, thank Kami, you're up," Tamari said, sitting up in her chair. "Are you okay?" "I think so," Naruto told her. At least physically he guessed he would recover. But he frowned at her as he knew their mission ended in failure. They hadn't been able to get Sasuke back and now he might be gone forever. He still couldn't understand Sasuke. Why would he turn his back on everyone and everything here? He wanted to understand, but he just couldn't. Naruto may not have said anything, but a part of him had looked up to Sasuke. He had been the kind of ninja he tried so hard to be growing up while at the academy. Sasuke had made it all seem easy, so it pushed Naruto to train harder and harder to try and catch up. If it hadn't been for Sasuke, Naruto wasn't sure he would have pushed himself, and where that would have led him he didn't know. Sure, Naruto got annoyed from all the attention Sasuke had gotten, but he still remembered that first day he had seen him. He had seen Sasuke sitting alone looking out on the water by a small hill. The boy had looked so alone. Something that Naruto knew all too well. Naruto never spoke of it to anyone, mainly because he felt that despite everything, under it all Sasuke had been alone in the world. It made Naruto feel like he had found someone that might understand his own pain. So he had tried so hard to get Sasuke to acknowledge him. That was the reason why he had made Sasuke his rival. Back then, hardly anyone would acknowledge his existence, and Naruto did anything to get people to notice him. But he wanted Sasuke to really acknowledge him. Someone that Naruto felt could understand him, would see him as an equal, so then maybe they both wouldn't feel so alone in the world. But things hadn't worked out like they had. He had tried to reach Sasuke's heart in their battle, but he couldn't. He tried to get through to the other boy, but he just didn't hear Naruto's words. Then when Tamari had gotten hurt, he had lost any control over himself. He felt a bit empty inside from how this mission ended. So many had died and so much blood spilled over it all. How are the others? Naruto wanted to change subjects to think on something different than all this. He had no idea what the others were doing. They had kept moving on forward while others had to stay behind to fight those sound ninja. Tamari had been filled in by Sakura while she had waited for Naruto to wake up. Kiba will be out in a week. Hinata is out but apparently is looking in on Kiba every day. Tamari gave a small smile now. Apparently Sakura thinks something might be going on between them. Between Kiba and Hinata. Naruto thought about it, and truth was he really didn't know Hinata all that well. She was kind of strange, always stuttering and stuff. But she was nice and maybe it would mellow Kiba out some to have a girlfriend. Plus the only other person on that team was Shino, and Naruto wasn't even sure what kind of girl would like all those bugs. "I swear that girl likes to gossip almost as bad as that blonde friend of hers," Tamari told him, although truth was she liked gossip. Call it a guilty pleasure, but it wasn't uncommon for romances to happen inside of teams. You spend all that time fighting together, being in dangerous situations where you can only trust those in your team. Things just sort of happened, although it did carry a big risk. Given how she had been distracted by Naruto getting hurt was one such thing. Neji and Tenten are still recovering. He's up but stuck in bed still, but she hasn't woken up yet. Apparently she lost a lot of blood and her internal injuries were bad. Tamari explained, getting a bit more somber. She still remembered dominating the girl in the Chunin exams, but maybe that only pushed the girl to get stronger. From the injuries she heard from Sakura, It was amazing the girl was pulling through. Kakashi-sensei and the crazy snake lady. Naruto asked. Naruto, you really shouldn't call people names like that, Temari chided him. They're both fine, apparently they were the ones that carried us back. Naruto was glad to hear that at least. It made him feel a bit better, plus he shouldn't have been surprised. Kakashi was one of the best, and although he didn't know Anko all that well, she did give Naruto the creeps. Someone that scary had to be tough. Looking around, he noticed how late it was getting. Hey, what time is it? Temari looked at the clock and was surprised by the time. Looks like it's pretty late. I doubt there are any visiting hours at the moment. Naruto frowned. Does this mean you got to go back to your room? Temari smirked as she stood up. I'm not leaving, and if anyone has a problem with that, then too bad. I'm staying right here with you. Temari gently got into Naruto's bed as she tried to find a position that they could both be in without hurting each other too much. She lay down and snuggled up to him, her head resting lightly on his shoulder. I was scared that I would lose you, you know. You'll never lose me, Naruto told her as he closed his eyes, feeling her with him. Remember what I promised on our wedding day? I said I would protect you for life, and I never go back on my word. Temari smiled, feeling better hearing that from him. She just wanted to stay like this forever. I love you, you know that. Yeah, Naruto smiled, looking up at the ceiling. I love you too. Although he had felt better physically and mentally in his life, having Temari there by his side made this day a little bit brighter. Even as the sun was fading, Naruto watched Temari fall asleep and knew that he would be there in the morning, and for the next and the one after that. They still had a lot of years left to them, and she wanted to enjoy them. Sound Village, hidden location. Sasuke groaned as he felt his chest and shoulder aching. He wasn't sure how he got in the dark room or where he was. The last thing he remembered was the fight. He and Naruto had gone full out fighting. Then just when he thought he had finally finished the fight, Naruto had came back with something else. Sasuke remembered the red chakra and Naruto's demonic appearance as he had attacked Yuya. At the thought of the red-haired girl, he starting to think what happened to her. She had been smashed against a rock face and he had gone after Naruto with his full power. He remembered him forming a Chidori and Naruto making a Rasengan, both attacks looking different as they had charged forward. He remembered piercing Naruto's chest. He had tried to aim for the heart but missed. Naruto's Rasengan had hit him, but it had hit his collarbone and shoulders. That would explain the chest pain if his collarbone was broken. The two attacks had been blinding, and the last thing he remembered was falling to the ground. Sasuke gritted his teeth. All this power, and it had been a damn tie. Naruto, who had never been able to beat him or come close, had tied him. The thought was maddening. Just how much power did he have to get in order to surpass Naruto and get closer to Itachi? So you're awake now, Sasuke-kun? A familiar voice from the dark said. Footsteps could be heard as Kabuto walked into the more lighted area of the small medical chamber. You, Sasuke stated as he looked around. He could see the medical equipment and how it looked like he was in some kind of underground area. The walls were metal and bland. He saw another bed in the corner and thought he saw some red hair, although he could see the face. Kabuto smirked as he saw where Sasuke was looking and the expression on the boy's face and eyes. He had to admit, his mother's plan to help seduce Sasuke to their side was very unexpected and seemed to have affected the boy more than he thought it would. Yuya will recover in time. I had to take out the poisoning of her system and stabilize her for travel when I came along. You found us and brought us here then? Sasuke said, feeling strangely relieved to hear that the girl would recover. Kabuto nodded. Yes, I decided to check in just in case. Turns out it was a good idea. If I hadn't, you both would have been captured. Sasuke was quiet a long moment before he looked at the sound medic. I need to be stronger. Kabuto smiled at him. Oh, don't worry about that. Once you're back on your feet, we have big plans for you. After all, you want to kill a certain man, correct? Well, I won't go into detail, but Orochimaru-sama would like nothing better than to even a score he has with not only your brother, but the group he's with. We'll make you strong enough to take him on, but don't forget that in 3 years' time you are to be his next vessel. That's the price for the power we will give you. Sasuke thought about it. 3 years was a long time to get strong, and he could learn a lot here. Orochimaru had many things that were forbidden, the perfect things to fight his brother with. Looking at the girl's bed, maybe there was a way to ensure that he wouldn't be the last Uchiha as well. One thing, Sasuke said to him, locking eyes with Kabuto. Chiyuya stays with me. Kabuto was a bit surprised but hid it well. I think that can easily be arranged. Well, I'll let you get some sleep. You may need it because when you're better we will push you to limits you didn't even know you had. Sasuke watched the man walk softly out of the small dark room. He looked up for a moment thinking about things. Although he really didn't want to become Orochimaru's next vessel, he needed the man. A plan started to form in his mind. He would get stronger. Stronger than even Orochimaru, and if he had to, then he would deal with the man. There was a chance that he could fail, but if he struck him down in a moment of weakness, still he wasn't sure yet. He would have to take years to get stronger and also observe and learn everything about the Sannin. If he failed, he would need to ensure that the clan went on. Looking at Chiyuya, there was a chance with her. The girl was stubborn, loud, cursed too often, but she was strong and a good ninja. Better than any of the other girls in his village. He would make her his woman and ensure his clan. Plus they had already slept together, which he had to admit, had been passionate and intense. A part of him wanted more of it, but it would come in time. He lay back and closed his eyes. Sasuke now had a plan, he just needed the time, but that was something he had plenty of, he smirked to himself. Chapter 39. Plans for the future. It had been a couple of weeks since the mission to try and retrieve Sasuke Uchiha, and Tsunade was in her office trying to get through her work for the day. So far it had been a very busy time for the village, having to rebuild from the damage, not to mention trying to cover the losses they suffered from Orochimaru's plot to destroy the village took time. They had lost several ninja in his invasion, and having her top genin teams out of commission wasn't helpful either. The only current top genin team still around was Asuma's team. Even that was only sometimes, given that Shikamaru was a chunin, she had to assign him duties while Asuma had to go on his own missions that only a jonin could do. She sighed as she looked at a document that was an update of her forces. At least she hadn't lost anyone in that last major mission. Still, with the loss of Sasuke, it meant that this village no longer held an Uchiha clan. That actually hurt the village's reputation, and she knew that a few people would look elsewhere. It was amazing what simple name recognition did for simply getting job offers from various people looking for ninja to hire. Still, it wasn't too much. Not like the village would go under from it, but given their current state, they couldn't afford any more major embarrassments. Tsunade really wished she could just take a break for the day, but it was like every time she thought it, something major came up. Working hard, I take it. Jiraiya's sudden voice made her jump in her chair, turning around to glare at him. Use the damn door, not my window, she scolded him as he sat in her open window without a care in the world. I don't got time for any of your funny business, Jiraiya. I got a lot of work today, so if this is about that movement from the women to get you banned from a 50-foot radius of the hot springs, I can't help you. No, I got. Wait, what was that? Jiraiya suddenly did a double take on that bit, she said. What movement? What did I do to them? Tsunade glared at him like he should know why the women were getting tired of dealing with him. Oh right. Well anyway, Jiraiya figured he should lay low for a bit and stay away from there until the women calmed down. At any rate, I came here to talk about Naruto. You know that group I've been tracking. Well, I've been hearing things about them. They seem to be moving and they seem to have an interest in the Jinchuriki. Now Tsunade was more focused on what he was saying. You mean they might be after them, including Naruto? Jiraiya nodded his head. Yeah, I want to keep an eye on them, but also I wanted to talk to you about Naruto. While investigating this group, I also thought that it would be interesting to see about training Naruto during that time. From what I can figure out, I might have a few years to train him before they start to fully mobilize. Tsunade sighed. You're not the only one who's come to me about ideas for Naruto, actually. She looked at the time from a clock on one of the walls. And he should be here any moment now, so why don't you stick around for this? What do you mean someone else has their eye on Naruto? Jiraiya didn't like the sound of that. There was a knock on the door as Tsunade told whoever it was to enter. When Danzo walked in, Jiraiya immediately didn't like where this was going. He had never trusted or even liked Danzo, even if he had been an old teammate of their sensei. The man was the exact opposite of the third in his teachings. He had a few ideas of what he wanted, but he would have to hear what the bandaged man had to say first. Tsunade, I thought this meeting was just between us. Danzo asked, seeing Jiraiya there. As it turns out, he has his own idea about Naruto, so I thought it best to talk about this all together while you were here. Tsunade sat back in her chair. Jiraiya just informed me that he wants to take Naruto on a training trip outside of the village. Oh, for how long? Danzo asked, listening carefully to this. Over 2 years, by then my intelligence says that's when they'll start to move fully. So I got just over 2 years to get the boy ready for them. Jiraiya told Danzo, crossing his arms, almost daring him to speak out against his idea. Danzo seemed to consider this for a moment. If things were different, it might be a good idea. As things are, I don't think Naruto should leave. Why do you say that? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, wondering what the old man was planning. Have you forgotten that he's a symbol for our alliance? Danzo reminded him. We can't have him just disappear for over 2 years, especially not after the Uchiha defection. The public image of our village to other nations and clients isn't as strong as it was before the failed invasion. They see us as strong as we survived such a thing, but you know that we lost a few key personnel. We're trying to seem strong enough to prevent any other nation from attacking a wounded enemy. You also have to consider that there is a Suna delegation coming next month to talk about the mutual alliance as well as the possibility of joint missions and patrols of our borders. Danzo looked to Tsunade now to address her directly. Naruto will be expected to at least be seen with Temari during this time to help ensure that we're holding up our end of the deal in good faith. Tsunade leaned forward as she started to think long and hard about this. Naruto could use the extra training, but the damn political and economic situation was making it harder for Naruto to leave for that long a period. Plus, without him, Team 7 would be down to 2 genin only. There would be no way to have Team 7 going on missions. Which wouldn't be fair to Sakura or Temari. Plus, if Suna thought she was holding Temari back, it could get ugly for her, as she knew there were still some sore feelings of a few powerful people in Suna. There were hard feelings from the generation from before the Third Shinobi War still in Suna, and something like that would be too good to drum up support to break the alliance. Sakura was training to be a medic, so if it was just her, well, Tsunade could have worked something out. Damn, she wanted a drink badly at this moment. Look, I don't care about politics, never did really. One of the reasons I didn't want the job of Hokage. Jiraiya spoke up. But Naruto has a lot of potential and I can't stay here the entire time to train him. Plus, we were already infiltrated once already by Itachi Uchiha and his partner. The same ones that you defeated, Danzo said back to him. So if you stayed, wouldn't you be able to protect the boy, or are you saying that you can't guarantee success again if they show up? Jiraiya knew he was being baited, but for what he wasn't sure, he hated politics, especially since he was no good with this kind of stuff. Danzo, however, was a master at this kind of thing, so he kept his mouth shut while he tried to think of a way around it. Danzo didn't give him any time. Well, if you feel that the boy needs training so much and to be protected, I think I should train the boy then. Anbu can also be placed to guard him. In fact, I think we should think about Temari as well. She has a lot of potential, and what if they go after her to get at him? Jiraiya hadn't considered that. Most people who were joined with a demon beast either had no real family, weren't close to their family, or those that were close, usually could take care of themselves. If he did get Naruto, he might have to take the girl as well, which he doubted they would let him do. Taking both of them off the grid for 2 years, even he could see how bad politically that could be. I think we should let Naruto choose, Tsunade told both men. You both make points, so we'll have Naruto and Temari come here and ask them what they want. Jiraiya and Danzo looked at each other before nodding to Tsunade. Konoha streets. Guys, is this really necessary? Tenten asked again. She was surrounded by her teammates, which wasn't normally a bad thing. She had just finally gotten out of the hospital and her team was here to see her off. Not that she really needed it, she did get a full clean bill of health after all. Although Lee and Guy were just being a bit too enthused about her recovery. But Tenten, you were in there for so long, Lee said to the girl. You must not get rusty in your skills. I was in there for so long because I got impaled by a large indestructible arrow, Tenten told him, getting slightly impatient. They told me 2 or more inches and my spine would have been severed and I might have ended up without the use of my legs permanently. Although with chakra medicine many injuries could be healed, tissue could be made to regrow in some cases, and even some nerves. But a severed spine was something that even the legendary skills of Tsunade might not have been able to help with. The thought of not being a ninja anymore, let alone confined to a wheelchair or crutches for life, was scary to her. You just got out of recovery yourself, Lee, Tenten shot back at him. Yes, and I have been training every day to ensure that I make up for any lost time. I need to become much stronger if I want to go further as a ninja. Lee proclaimed. That's the spirit, Lee. Guy smiled at his young pro to copyright ga copyright. Never give up and push yourself beyond your limits. That's how I got to where I am today, and I know you all can achieve great things. You were also told to keep it easy by the Hokage, Neji told Lee as he put his own opinion in. You don't want to re-injure yourself and go back into the hospital. Plus, I don't think she would take too kindly to you ending up back there after your operation. But how am I supposed to get stronger? Lee asked his friend and sometimes rival. I still haven't completed my goals in life in beating you, Naruto-kun, or being a strong ninja in only taijutsu. You still have years left in you, Lee, Tenten sighed. You have plenty of time, and besides, I'm still sore in the stomach, so I can't train. I'm not going to make this any worse, and I was told not to train for 2 weeks, no missions above D rank either. Although Tenten would agree to that, she still felt a bit bored. D-ranked missions were okay, well, for the most part. But with no real action or training, she felt like she might go nuts with boredom. It would be a slow 2 weeks. She stopped seeing a weapons store. She had lost some of her weapons and she had gotten combat pay for the last mission as it was for the village. Her hands itched to take a look at them all and maybe find a few new weapons for herself. Some said she had a compulsion with weapons, but she just really liked them. They called to her and she could master any weapon in her hands easily. The downside was just how expensive it cost to get them all and replenish her supplies when she used them up. You know, why don't you go on ahead? I want to look in here for some supplies. Tenten said to her team. Maybe she could at least get some peace and quiet with Lee and Guy not around. Neji was always quiet, so she didn't mind his presence. Plus, he had been a little off lately. She swore that he was looking at her when he thought she wasn't looking. Almost like he was considering or thinking about something. But as your team, we should stick together and look after you. Guy told her. Since you're not up to training and we're told to take it easy, and if you insist on that, then we should help you out as a team. Tenten sighed, knowing that if they stuck around her for 2 whole weeks, that would drive her nuts first. She loved her team, but she still needed some quiet time now and then. Lee and Guy would get bored easy with nothing to do and would start to find things to pass the time. That was a dangerous combination no matter what happened. Neji cleared his throat. We don't all need to be here. Since you both are so dead set on training, why don't you both train together? I can look after Tenten by myself. This way Lee can get in his training, even if he was told to take it easy, and we're still making sure that Tenten is taking it easy as well. Guy seemed to be thinking this over. It would allow them to maximize their time, and Lee was just so eager to learn more. Not only that, but a part of him wanted to see where Lee was after the operation and find out just what the boy's limits were. He was told by Tsunade that Lee was never to use the lotus moves again, so he had to figure out a way around that. That is a most excellent idea, Neji. Lee was nearly jumping at the chance to go train with Guy one-on-one. Well, if you think so, then maybe we can do it that way, Guy said, coming to a decision. So you look after Tenten and I look after Lee then. Tenten wasn't sure what happened, but eventually Lee and their sensei went off to train, leaving her with Neji. You know, I can walk home and shop by myself, you know. She told him when they entered the shop. I know, but you seem to want some space from those two. Plus, if you end up buying some of the heavier weapons, you still might need some help. You said yourself that you're still a little sore. Tenten thought about it. She hadn't thought about what she would buy. Sometimes she got something on impulse. So if she needed some help, it might be nice to have an extra pair of hands. Plus, Neji wasn't going to be as disruptive as the other two, thankfully. So she went to look around. She found a few replacements and even a couple new weapons for herself. Turns out that Neji had been right. She ended up with 2 bags of weapons, and when she tried to lift both, her stomach seemed to take offense. So she carried one bag and Neji the other as he walked her home for the day. It was a nice day out and Neji was nice and quiet company for the moment as well. Tenten, Neji said suddenly, nearly making the girl jump in surprise. There's something that I've been wondering about. Tenten blinked. She knew that there had been something on his mind lately. Okay, what is it? What did you mean that you were glad it was me there with you when you lose consciousness? It took her a moment to remember saying that to him. She had been wounded and thought that she might have been dying. In fact, she had hoped earlier that had just been a dream she had. She blushed as she tried to think of something to say. Truth was, in that moment she had been glad that Neji had been there holding her. It had felt so good to have been in his arms, maybe more so than she should have been. She had spent her time remembering that moment and the emotions linked to it. She remembered coming to the conclusion that she might actually like him. That wasn't a bad thing really, he was really good looking, mature, and serious about his career, plus he treated her like any other ninja, not as just a girl. She hated being treated weaker because of her sex. But he was on her team and that might complicate things. Okay, sure, Temari and Naruto seemed to make it work at least. But they actually cared for each other. Surely Neji didn't see her as anything than just a teammate. Well, it's just that. Tenten cursed herself. All that time she should have came up with something to say if he ever asked, but she never considered he would. Neji could see her blushing and she had never really stammered like this before. He had been thinking long and hard the past 2 weeks about what she had said and he was unsure how he felt. For as long as he remembered he had been angry with the world, mainly with the main branch. But with that gone, he had other goals in his life now. He never thought about girls or relationships, but lately he had started. Maybe a near-death experience with Tenten had opened his eyes to something he hadn't seen before. If you're not comfortable saying anything, you don't need to, he told her. He wasn't sure if either of them were ready to admit what they might feel. Or even knew what they were feeling exactly. But there was one thing that he felt that he needed to say to her. Just so you know, I would have no one else by my side than you. Tenten's eyes widened a bit as the blush increased a bit. She then smiled at him. I feel the same way. He gave a small smile to her and a nod as they walked on together. Both feeling things neither of them had experience in their short lives, but it was a nice warm feeling for them. Tenten wasn't sure if this was a good sign, but she felt nicer after hearing that from him. Their hands brushed against each other, making both blush slightly at the contact. Tenten felt her heart beating faster as she wondered what would happen if she took a chance. Eventually she decided to try to take a chance. If anything, nearly dying made her think just how much life meant. She had been ready to die, and when she woke up in the hospital knowing everyone else had pulled through made her feel so happy. So in the spirit of this, she decided that the next time their hands were close she took his hand in hers. She blushed bright red while not looking at him. She could see him look at her sharply, most likely surprised by it. But he didn't let go. She smiled at that. Neji wasn't really the kind of guy that actions spoke more than words sometimes. The fact he didn't try to pull away spoke volumes to her. Neji was surprised, but he did hold it gently in his hand. Her hand seemed so slim and smooth in his hand. It felt like it kind of fit for some reason as well. He wasn't sure why he held on, but he did anyway. Maybe it was the first step in something new, or maybe this would be the only time. He wasn't sure, but he was enjoying the moment, so he didn't bother thinking about tomorrow, only about today. Tsunade's office. Temari and Naruto got up to Tsunade's door. Naruto was about to just walk in before being stopped by Temari. She knocked first and waited for Tsunade's response. She made a mental note to help Naruto with his patience and protocol at some point. When they heard Tsunade's voice calling them in, they walked in. There sitting at her desk was Tsunade and also Jiraiya and Danzo, both standing on either side of her. She could already feel the emotions in the room and something was going on. Hey, what's going on here? Naruto asked, looking around. Although even he could tell something was up, he wasn't sure why the bandaged guy was here. He remembered him from his wedding. Danzo something, he thought. The guy was always wrapped up, making him wonder what was under the bandages. Maybe he was really messed up or something, like burns or scars all over his body. He was a bit curious to find out, but a few mental images of an old man in burn scars quickly put that idea away. Temari was a bit weary of what was going on. She didn't like the feel of the room. I have something important to talk to you both about, Tsunade said, leaning forward on her desk. It involved your future for the next few years. What are you getting at Ba-chan? Naruto asked her. Basically Jiraiya got some intelligence on this group Akatsuki. Tsunade went into the whole explanation of why they were here. She told them exactly what Jiraiya told her about the group and that they were after people like Naruto. This didn't make the two young ninja feel any better knowing there was a group made up of some of the most powerful rogue ninja. One was being Itachi Uchiha himself, whose name was infamous in their village. Then they got to what the meeting was really about, the choice they would make. Jiraiya offered to train Naruto while wandering the lands for over 2 years, gathering what information he could while training Naruto. Danzo gave his side of things and told how he would be able to train both of them and ensure their safety. Each side had their merits and failings. So these are our only choices. Tamari asked when they were done filling them in on everything. She didn't like the choices they were presented with. Naruto didn't like them much either. He felt he was forced into yet another situation, although to be fair the last one did work out well for himself. Look, why can't I take Tamari-chan with me? Well, I would be willing, but I don't know much about wind-style jutsus that I could teach her, to be honest, Jiraiya admitted to them. I'm sure there is still plenty I could teach you both, things I bet you never thought of before. There is more to being a ninja after all than just ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu. There are tons of tricks and skills I can teach, plus with taijutsu I can teach you both in that as well. Naruto lit up at the thought of training with the old man again. Sure, he was very unorthodox, but he did get results. Tamari wasn't as impressed. If I do go along, you realize you won't be slacking off like you usually do. She told Jiraiya. What do you mean by that? The Sannin said, slightly offended by what she said to him. I mean no more of your research. You'll be working non-stop for all this time. Tamari said seriously. She had heard the stories that Naruto told her about his training with him. She didn't like the way this guy taught. You won't just show us something then take off for a few days letting us try and figure it out. If you train us, it will be done properly. She crossed her arms, daring him to say anything against it. I want Naruto to have the best training and I'm going to make sure of it. If I find out just once that you went off for research, drinking, or going to those hostess bars or anything like that, I'm taking Naruto straight back here while you're gone. Jiraiya paled at the thought of pure work for so long. He couldn't remember the last time he worked so hard for so long a period. Plus he really did need to do work on finding more information on the Akatsuki too. Plus he knew that the girl was deadly serious. I don't suppose we could work something out. He hoped. Depends, she said evenly. Are you going to throw us off any cliffs? You told her about that. Jiraiya comically yelled at Naruto. You never told me not to say thing about that. Plus you did do that to me. Naruto shouted back. You did what to Naruto? Tsunade barked out, glaring daggers at her old team member as he shrunk back, fearing a blow to the face if she got any reach on him. Then perhaps it would be better for them to stay in the village, Danzo said calmly, liking where this was going. If he could get them to train under him, it would give him time to mold and shape the two of them. They were key people for the future of the village and would make for great allies if he could slowly convince them of his way of thinking. Both Tamari and Naruto didn't feel all too comfortable with that idea either. This went back and forth for an hour. Someone would come up with an idea, and someone else would try and point out the flaws in it. It seemed like they couldn't agree on anything, that is, until a compromise was finally reached by Tsunade. Look, seeing that Naruto will be needed for the village at certain times, plus his ninja career can't be put on hold the entire time, at least not with this marriage, and he needs to train under you for certain reasons. Tsunade knew that Jiraiya planned to train Naruto in the use of the Kyuubi. That hadn't came out, but she knew that it would be dangerous to try that in the village. Plus there were other things that the man could teach Naruto. So here's the proposal. Tsunade looked at everyone in the room. Jiraiya will take Naruto, but only for certain times when he's in the area. He'll train Naruto for a month or 2 at a time, and he can continue to do missions for Team 7 as well. This way he will still be seen in the village, but not knowing where he is and for how long will make it harder to track him. He'll have the security of the village while here, and Jiraiya can keep him hidden for the training. She could see that no one really liked this idea. Jiraiya had his heart set on a full 2 years, but this was better than nothing. And he knew it would force him to cram as much in as possible. Tamari wouldn't like not going with him, but she would still be needed here. Plus with both of them suddenly gone it would make a few in Suna nervous. She could continue to train and do missions the entire time without interruption. Although she would miss Naruto when he was gone. Danzo was the least happy, but he could at least try to get them to consider either some training or help from him while they were here. It would be a lot harder, but thankfully his plans for the future of this village didn't hinge on them. Naruto. Well, he liked and hated it. He liked that he would learn a lot from Jiraiya but hated leaving Temari behind. With things finally decided, everyone broke off the day. Tsunade slumped in her chair when everyone was gone. She pulled a drawer out to take some sake. She really needed a drink after all of that. Later that day both Naruto and Temari were sitting on the couch of their living room, both resting against each other and holding hands. Neither of them was sure what to say, but they had come to a decision that would affect their future for the next few years. Temari was the first to speak up. I'm going to miss you when you're gone with that man for a month or more. She sighed. Naruto nodded. Yeah, same here. It's strange. I've lived alone most of my life, but since we started living together, well, I got really used to it and actually like it. It's going to be weird when I wake up and you're not there or seeing you at breakfast, training together and stuff. Well, with luck you'll be back for the next Chunin exams. I hear Suna is holding it so we can see my brothers while we're there. Temari offered. Oh yeah, that will be great. Naruto had never really been to Suna himself, so he was looking forward to it. He had heard the stories and seen some pictures, but other than that he wanted to look around it and see how the village was different. It will be nice to see Gaara and makeup guy too. Temari rolled her eyes. You know you'll have to call him by name soon, he is your brother-in-law. Yeah, I know, but I thought family is supposed to tease each other. He honestly asked. I guess. She honestly didn't know as her family was anything but normal. She had never really been the teasing type as she was the oldest, and with Gaara, well, you didn't tease Gaara, at least not back then. Still, she didn't like the fact that she wouldn't see him for so long, but it was better than not seeing him for over 2 years. That would drive her mad with worry knowing there were those after him. Well, we got a month before that happens, so what do you say we make the most of it? Oh yeah, I think I can get one of those wind jutsus down by then. Naruto's face lit up at that. Temari's sweat dropped. She should have known that training was the first thing on his mind. Well, second thing, she bet ramen wouldn't be too far behind. Oh man, I better made sure I eat ramen from Ichiraku on the day I leave. Maybe if I ask nicely they'll let me take some to go too. Temari couldn't help but laugh. She had only known him only a little bit and she knew him pretty well. He just looked at her confused, wondering what she found so funny. He hated being left out of the joke. Temari quickly got control of herself as she thought how she would miss him even more at this point. He could make her have fun and laugh like no one else, even when it wasn't on purpose. How about another idea? Temari asked him. Like what? Naruto thought about it. Temari wrapped her arms around him as she pulled him close as she kissed him. Naruto quickly got the idea as he kissed her back. He liked how soft her lips were when they kissed and the taste as well. He kept meaning to find out how she got her lips to taste like peaches. If only she could taste like ramen, then it would be perfect, but this was still great. If he was going to leave in a month, then he really needed to make some time for himself and Temari. Kissing her made him aware of just how much he was going to miss her and being able to do things like this with his wife. Chapter 40. Epilogue. Temari felt the sun on her face as she turned over in her bed. Part of her wanted to go back to sleep. She reached out and felt the empty place next to her and sighed. Naruto wasn't here. He hadn't been here for nearly 4 weeks as he was off again training with Jiraiya. It had been over 2 years since that meeting in the Hokage's office, and every time he went she missed him. She would start to focus on work, training anything to get stronger and push herself. Mainly because when she got home it felt so empty without him. Now that she was awake she sighed and decided to get up. Normally Naruto would have been back sooner, he was overdue to be back. Something that happened from time to time, but he was only supposed to be gone for 3 weeks, not 4. She hated it when he was late in getting back more than when he left because she had no idea what was going on or why they were late. She pushed her thoughts out of her head as she got herself ready for the day. Temari washed, dressed and ate alone as she took some time to clean up a bit. There wasn't much to clean up, since with Naruto gone she always kept things neat. It was a constant struggle to remind him to clean up after himself. He wasn't as bad as he used to be, but she still found clothing or items left forgotten. She wouldn't pick it up, she would just go in search of him and make him do it. He was not a child and she was his wife, not his mother. Although she never said such a thing to his face, knowing full well he never knew his mother, but still it was one of the annoyances she learned to live with. Looking around, she could see all the little things that had made this her new home. There were pictures of their lives over the past few years hanging up or on display. She smiled looking at one of Team 7 in Suna. That was during their Chunin exams, and the one next to it had Temari, Naruto and Sakura in Chunin jackets smiling at the camera. That had been a fun time. Of course their team went through the exam and they all passed. A few other teams passed as well, but it had been nice to be back in Suna. She remembered showing them around, not to mention hanging out with her brothers and even Matsuri, the girl that had replaced her. Even back then she could have seen that the girl was crushing hard on Gaara. A year ago she had gotten a letter from Matsuri. Actually, she liked the younger girl and she had poured her heart out asking how she could get Gaara to notice her. So she had given her some advice. She heard that she had confessed to him and Gaara and the girl were going out. It was still a shock how much her little brother had changed so much. He was a lot more calm and open now. Sure, he was still a bit stoic, but he was a lot more welcoming presence about him. She smirked remembering when they got the news of him being made the cage. Naruto and her had gone off to congratulate him as soon as they could. Naruto proclaiming he wasn't going to lose to Gaara and would make Hokage soon. She looked through a few more items. One was her old Suna headband in a glass case proudly displayed on the wall. Then there was this painting of Suna. It was actually of her favorite spot where the sun sets just right. The image captured it as well. Naruto had gotten for her while on a training trip with Jiraiya. He had stopped in Suna for a bit, tracked down a good artist and had him paint it for her. It was a thoughtful gift on their second anniversary and she loved it. She remembered how he had forgotten their first anniversary. She hadn't spoken to him for a full week after that. It actually had been one of the worst moments in their marriage. But eventually he managed to make up for it and she got over it eventually. Although she suspected Sakura had kept reminding him about important dates from this point on just in case. Temari sighed as she went to the door and was going to check in on Sakura. Temari had an appointment anyway to keep with the medic. Temari traveled through the village with a slight smile. This village had become her second home now. Although Suna would always be in her heart, she had grown to love this village as well. The people, who at first had been a bit weary of her, had grown to trust and respect her and Naruto. It was a nice feeling and it showed that people could change for the better at times. Later, Temari and Sakura were now walking together to the front gate as she had to get the morning visiting log. Temari decided to keep her company. Besides, they had nothing else planned and it was nice just to hang out. It wasn't long before they saw Tenten talking to a very moody Neji. "Hey guys, what's with him?" Sakura pointed to Neji. "He's just sulking." Tenten smirked as he seemed to take offense of her choice of words. "Do we want to know why?" Temari asked, although she was kind of wondering herself. Over the years she and Tenten had started to have friendly sparring matches from time to time. Mainly Tenten said she wanted to overcome her weakness she was shown in her first Chunin exams. The girl had gotten a lot better, but Temari was proud that she still came out on top most of the time. Tenten giggled. "Turns out Kiba actually asked Hinata out yesterday." "You're kidding." Sakura said, shocked at that. "Those two have been dancing around the topic for like 2 years. So Kiba broke down first, huh?" She smirked at that. She had a running bet with Ino on who would ask out who first. Unlike her master, it would seem that Sakura was a better gambler. Not that it was hard to be a better gambler than the legendary sucker was. She couldn't wait to shove this in Ino's face and get the money. "He doesn't deserve her." Neji finally spoke up darkly. He had never really approved of it when he found out that both of them might like each other. Hinata was his cousin, almost like a sister to him now, and he was a bit of an overprotective side to him lately. Some thought it was his way of making up for his earlier actions in life when he was younger and full of anger at the main branch. Tenten elbowed him in the ribs. Oh please, if she didn't like him she would have said no to his offer. Besides, you know he wouldn't do anything. he's smart enough to not piss off both her father and his mother if he did anything inappropriate. He better not even think such things, Neji told her while wondering if he should follow at a distance. He could always keep his eyes on them from where they wouldn't see him. Tamari and Sakura couldn't help smiling at the sight. Neji was usually very calm and reserved with the exception of when it came to either family or Tenten. The two of them had been dating steadily for over a year now. At first it had been a little rocky, but they had eventually gotten into a nice relationship between them. Tamari and Sakura said their goodbyes, leaving Tenten to deal with her boyfriend's overprotective nature. Wow, it seems like everyone is hooking up, Sakura sighed, a little envious. I mean, there's you and Naruto for starters, although that technically wasn't your choice. No, but it worked out for us, Tamari stated with a nod. I'm not sure who else I would have wanted really. He certainly makes life more fun. Among other things, Sakura smiled, knowing Naruto well enough to know the kinds of things he got into. I swear the village always seems dull when he leaves. Oh yeah, did you hear about Anko and Kakashi-sensei? He didn't propose finally, did he? It was a long-standing joke among Team 7 to tease their sensei about his now open relationship with Anko. It had shocked a lot of people the day they had been seen walking through the streets arm in arm. Then when asked and they admitted to being a real couple, well, it was a surprise. Guy actually challenged Kakashi that he himself would get a girlfriend, not wanting to lose in love to his rival. The man was still searching sadly. If only he wasn't so energetic, he might actually not scare off so many women. No, he didn't. I'm not sure they ever will marry. They just seem happy enough as they are, Sakura pointed out. No, I heard they're actually moving into together. Something about that they are at each other's places all the time, so why not just have all their stuff in one spot? I don't know why, but that sounds like them. Tamari shook her head. Those two had never been the conventional couple to start with. Speaking of couples, is Lee still trying to get a date with you? Sakura had the good decency to blush. Yes, he's as bad as Naruto was. Now that he's married to you and well, no one else is in my life, he thinks he's got a chance. She didn't say Sasuke's name anymore. She just couldn't really bring herself to say it. The boy had not only crushed her heart but had harmed her friends, teammates, and betrayed them all. But I'm just more focused on my career now, Sakura told the older girl. I spent a lot of years wasting my training because I chased after a boy. So I just want to focus on me. I want to find out who I really am and see what I can do with my life for a bit longer. I mean, you already made Jonin and you're only 18. So maybe later I'll look into a relationship, but I'm just not ready yet. Tamari nodded as it made sense to her. There was nothing wrong with focusing on your career. Sounds like a plan, although for a moment I thought it was that cute young medic that I've seen you talking to. Sakura blushed at the mention of him. He's just new. I mean, he only just got his medical ninja exam finished and asks for pointers from me. I have trained under Tsunade-sama personally and have mastered a lot of medical jutsus. There's nothing wrong with someone having a healthy attitude for learning more. I am his senpai after all, so I should act like a good one. Tamari smirked. She had seen this medic talking to Sakura a few times, and the boy was a year younger but a decent-looking guy. It was obvious he might be smitten over Sakura as well. But she put that aside. Besides, it would be fun to watch Lee's reaction to when he found out he might have a rival for Sakura later on. But all this talk on relationships just made her miss Naruto more. When in the hell was he? So are you going to tell him? Sakura asked her. You know, when he finally gets back. Tamari sighed. Of course, I just don't know when. Thankfully I've gotten used to the idea by now, also thanks for keeping it quiet. Sakura nodded. Sure, you wanted to be the one to tell him anyway, although I did have to tell Suand and Shizune because of the medical rules involved. Tamari knew, although she didn't like it, but she had accepted it by now. Outside the village, Jiraiya was walking back home with his young apprentice, who of course was nearly bouncing with excitement. He always got like this when they were returning back to Konoha, not that he didn't understand his reasoning. The young boy had grown into a young man, although he still wore a bit more orange than he felt was necessary. At least Jiraiya had persuaded him to put some black onto his new clothes. The green Chunin vest might need some repair as well. After this last bit of training it might need to be replaced. Calm down, we're almost back, he chuckled at him. I know you miss your lovely wife, but you can wait a bit longer before taking her back into the bedroom. That's not the reason, Ero Senin. Naruto shouted at the man, blushing a bit. Oh please, like I don't know that every time you leave or when you get back, you two eventually end up there. Either as a way to say goodbye, or welcome home, to each other. He saw his student's face go all red and just laughed. Even after all this time, the boy just couldn't hide certain facts about his life and was still a little innocent, in some ways. How the hell do you know that? Naruto demanded. If you're peeking on us, I'll tell Temari. Jiraiya paled at that. That girl was nearly as scary as Tsunade when angry. She was glad that Tsunade was training Sakura and not that girl. He might actually die if that was the case. Look, it's easy enough to figure out, plus you two are young and the marriage is still fresh. I know if I was in your place I would. I don't want to know. Naruto covered his ears before he got any mental images that he might not like to carry around with him for life. But it was something he looked forward to. Temari had become a major part of his life. He loved waking up next to her, the time they spent together, even when he did something he wasn't supposed to and she got angry. Plus, she was kind of cute when she was angry, he thought to himself with a smirk. Finally, in what seemed like forever, the large wall and gates of the village were seen. Jiraiya could see just how eager the boy was. Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at how he looked so much like his father and yet acted so much like his mother. Soon the boy would be able to stand on his own, and then finally Jiraiya planned on telling him everything about his parents. It was a bit cruel to not tell him, and he wanted to, but everyone that knew, also knew that his father had lots of old enemies that might not let old grudges go. Go on then, I can get there by myself, Jiraiya told him. Thanks, was the only word out of Naruto's mouth as he ran home. He made it to the front gate in record time, passing the guards with a small hello as he ran past them. It was a normal sight for anyone at this point. Naruto jumped over the rooftops looking for Temari. He wanted to make sure he didn't miss her in case she wasn't at home. Then, seeing a blonde with familiar hair and black dress with a pink-haired girl in red on the streets below, he knew he found her. Naruto quickly jumped down behind them, silently stalking them as the two talked. He had learned how to be very sneaky at a young age. He crept up behind his wife and suddenly grabbed her by her waist, lifting her up. I'm home, Naruto yelled out, lifting her up. Kya. Temari let out suddenly as she looked behind her, half scowling for making her sound so girly and half smiling for him being home. You'd think after all the years she would be used to his surprises, but if there was one thing she learned, was that Naruto would always surprise you. Where were you? She demanded, smiling now as he let her down and hugged her close. I was getting worried. Sorry, the normal way back had a rockslide, so we had to take a detour, Naruto explained, slowly pulling back for her, although he wanted to keep her close. Well, I'm glad you're back then, Temari smiled, looking at him. In the years he had become very handsome and even taller. At first she had been taller, and how he had a few inches on her, she actually liked that bit. The baby fat was gone and now stood a very lovable and good-looking husband. Oh yes, things had worked out very well for her. Sakura smiled at the scene. The hopeless romantic in her loved seeing the two together like this. You could just see the love between them, and it only got more intense over the years. Either from getting used to the affection or just getting used to each other, maybe it was a bit of both. Well, it's nice to have you back, Sakura told him. I got to get the visitor's log, so why don't you two catch up and I'll tell Tsunade-sama that you're back. Sure, thanks Sakura-chan, Naruto grinned at his close friend. Temari was thankful for this. Most likely Sakura was giving her time to talk to Naruto, but not yet. First, she wanted to have a few moments with her husband. She linked her arms in his as she headed back to their home. So then, shall we? Naruto's grin only got bigger. Lemon. They had barely closed the front door before they were locked in each other's arms, their lips hungrily searching for each other. It always felt like forever when they were apart, but when they got back together, they always tried to make up for lost time. She unzipped his Chunin jacket and threw it over the couch on their way upstairs. Usually she was a stickler for where clothing went, but times like these were the exception. Naruto's hands caressed her back, feeling the strong form under her black dress. They went lower as he grabbed her well-toned ass in his hands. He gave her a little squeeze as she moaned into his mouth in pleasure. Her hands unzipped the shirt and then felt the strong muscles under it. He had trained a lot with both her and Jiraiya over the years and it was starting to show on him. By the time they made it to the stairs he quickly picked her up bridal style and carried her up to their room. "You know I can walk," she told him, kissing his neck. "I know, but I like doing this." He grinned, feeling her hot breath on his neck was very distracting. When they made it to their room she slipped off his orange and black jacket and cast it to the floor as he undid the red sash around her waist. He pulled open her dress to show him her black bra and panties. That made him wonder, as she normally had on ninja mesh armor like himself under her clothing. But he shrugged it off. He was too busy looking at her body to really think on it. She pulled off his shirt, seeing the now bare muscular chest with the Hokage's necklace there. Kicking off their shoes they continued to kiss and fondle the other. Naruto slipped off her dress as it fell to the floor as she worked on his pants. The two young married couple then proceeded to enjoy their reunion. Over the years they got to know each other's need very well and were well versed in how to pleasure to the other. After some time and effort both young lovers took a moment to breath after they had finished. It was always like this when they reunited. It always made this moment more passionate. Naruto smiled up at the ceiling. It was good to be home again, he thought to himself. He could hear Temari's breathing slowly going back down to normal. For Temari, she wished she could just enjoy the moment, but there was something important she had to tell him. She had been so caught up in him being home again that she had gone with her passions first. Not that it was a bad thing. In the years they had learned each other's bodies very well, and usually this was just the first round before a break and then things would heat up again. But before that she needed to talk to him. "Man, I can't wait to go on missions again. Hey, you think Tsunade Bachan will have one ready for us?" Naruto asked his wife eagerly. It was now or never, she figured. Maybe it was best to work her way up to it. "Well, maybe, but there's something I have to tell you. I'm on medical leave now. I'm off the active roster, so I can't go on any more missions." "What?" Naruto shot up straight in bed, his face filled with worry. "Is something wrong?" "No, not really," Temari sighed. "You know how in our marriage is originally political, we were supposed to have kids at some point." He nodded his head, remembering that. They had talked about it, as lately they were getting some pressure from a few of the more impatient members holding a political passion in either Suna or Konoha. "Well, looks like we don't have to worry about it anymore," she told him. Why not? As much as she loved him, he really was a little slow in some areas. "Remember before you left and we were in kind of a hurry to say our usual goodbye to each other?" He blushed a bit, remembering that. "Yeah, I do. Ia forgot to take the usual precautions." She admitted the fault was hers. Looking back on it, she should have been smarter. Stupid teenage hormones strike again apparently. She could see his mind starting to make the connections, so she gave him one final clue. She took his hand and placed it on her stomach as his eyes bulged out. "Why, you Mina?" He looked at where their hands were. "Yeah, you're going to be a dad in about 9 months or so." Temari hadn't been sure on his reaction on this. He knew that he always wanted to be part of a family of his own. Now he was going to start his own. She was a little scared herself. She hardly remembered her own mother, and the less said about her father the better. Both hadn't had anything in the way or good parents to draw on how to be good parents. After a few minutes of him being so unnaturally quiet was starting to get to her. "Naruto, say something." He soon broke out into the largest smile she had ever seen. He jumped up on the bed, raising his hands up in the air. "I'm going to be a dad. Yahoo!" She felt relieved that he took it so well. "I can't wait to tell everyone." Naruto had never really been this happy before in his life. He couldn't wait to see if he was going to have a son or daughter. Not that it mattered, but there was just so much he wanted to do. The realities hadn't hit him yet. He was too focused on the fact that he would have a family. He had promised himself years ago that when he and Temari had kids, he would be the best dad he could be. Now that he was going to be a father, he wanted to go right up to the head of the fourth and yell it out to the whole village. "Why wait? I'm going to tell everyone now." He jumped off the bed, running for the door. "Naruto!" Temari yelled out in shock. "Put some pants on at least." She scrambled up, hoping to catch him before he left the house naked. She prayed that their children wouldn't take after their father's energetic nature too much, or else they were going to have their hands full within a few years. Hidden sound base. Sasuke was sitting on a bed in the room he currently was using. There wasn't much in the way of personal items given that he moved around to various bases of Orochimaru's over the years. But although his life was different, he had grown much stronger over time. He knew that he was close to being on his brother's level, that soon finally after all these years, all the sacrifices would be worth it. He could finally kill his brother and be free of him. There would be no more nightmares of his brother standing over the bloodied bodies of his clan mocking him with his cold expression. With that done, he could set about rebuilding his clan and start to restore it to its former glory. It would take generations, but he had to start somewhere. There was a catch though. The time was slowly starting for Orochimaru to take a new host. This was something that he had been preparing for years to do. In fact, he had been training and planning to avoid being Orochimaru's new vessel. He never planned on actually going through with it, he was just using Orochimaru like the man was using him. It was just a matter of who defeated who first. For years he had been secretly studying the man's jutsus, strengths and weaknesses, and there was a fatal flaw in the Snake Sanin's plans. Although Sasuke wasn't totally sure, he was fairly reasonable that he could defeat him when he came to collect his new body. He would be weak at that point and his ego would think that he couldn't be beaten. Well, Sasuke was going to show him just how vulnerable he really was. "Fuck, what time is it?" came the annoyed voice of his bed mate. "It's early, you should get some rest," he said to her. "I would, but someone decided to kick me in the bladder," Tayuya sighed as she got up slightly. She placed a hand on her large stomach, obviously heavy with child. For the past few years they had been together, and although never official, they were together. They trained, fought and slept in the same room for the past few years. Being pregnant was one of the side effects of some of the activities they ended up doing together in bed. She was only a month away from giving birth and it soured her mood. She had aches and pains, had to pee way too often, and the little one kept kicking at odd times. But looking at her belly, she couldn't help but feel love for the child. This was her child, her and Sasuke's, and she knew the child would be great. One of the reasons she chose to have his child was because a part of her was scared. Scared that when Orochimaru came for him she would lose him forever. In a way, this was her way of giving him something he wanted. His clan to live on, but also for her to keep a part of him alive in case the worst happened. In the past few years they had grown to care for the other deeply, so deeply that when he came to her with his plan to deal with Orochimaru, she didn't hesitate to stand with him. It was funny, before she would have died for her leader, but now she was getting ready to betray him for the father of her child. Sasuke placed his hand on her stomach and a small smile grew on his face. Ever since he learned he would have a child, a part of him was looking forward to it. He would start his clan with his child and raise a mighty ninja. He felt a kick and grinned. Yes, the child would be great, he could feel it. Soon our child will be born. And I can't fucking wait for it, Tayuya said to him. You'd think with all the experiments Orochimaru has done on people there would be a way to make the father carry the child for a bit. She was silent a moment before voicing her worry. It's almost time for him to come for you. I know, and I'm ready for him. Sasuke looked up at her, cupping her cheek. Are you with me? Fucking right I am, she told him, her eyes steeled. Although I have to say, when you finish him, you sure you want to keep to the plan? We could always just run. A lot of people won't be happy with us, Kabuto especially. He'll live with it or else, Sasuke told her. I plan on taking sound for my own. Our child will need an army and a country, so why not Orochimaru's? Everyone knows I'm his apprentice, and I also have selected those that will stand with me. She grinned at him. Well, if you are going to do this, at least can we make a base above ground for once? These tunnels suck and I'm sick of always being in the dark. Sasuke gave a small grunt of a laugh. I don't see why not. He looked at the stomach again and grinned. The future looked a lot more interesting than it did a few years ago.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, be sure to like, comment and subscribe, as well as checking out the author on fanfiction.net.